All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the beginning of Ace League 2019. My name is Aries, and with me,
Hi, my name is Ross, and I'm excited to be here. Today is a Saturday, beautiful Saturday. We have a Mobile Legends competition going on this Saturday throughout the day. Aris, talk about Mobile competition.
yeah. So basically, Ace League is part of EFA. So for those who did not manage to catch the stream, EFA is Esports Festival Asia 2019, organized by Sphere Exhibits and Game Asia. So Sphere Exhibits is also one of the subsidiaries of SPH.
Nice,
So I'm
nice,
pretty
yeah.
excited to be able to work with them. But a little bit more about EFA. EFA actually consists of 4 leagues. So we have the Ace League, we have CMEL, we have Extremes Land, and we have FSL. That's 4 leagues.
4 leagues.
Yeah, 6 games as well. So,
Holy.
but right before we do more introduction, maybe let's just jump right into the game because it looks like our first game of
Yeah,
the
they
day
look like they've
are
been banning already, yeah.
So for the first game of the day, we're gonna have Arrow Wolf up against Phoenix X. Pretty interesting team. I mean, Arrow Wolf being one of the MPL teams, being one of the MPL giants, if I dare say. So it's hopefully it's not gonna be a one-sided match, but I have high hopes for the underdogs.
Yeah, let's see what they can do and see what they can come up with.
Yeah. So right now we're into draft.
Okay.
And just to kick it off, we're going to see Arrow Wolf in the blue side, and we're going to see Phoenix X picking up the red team. So, in your opinion, like when you play games, right,
Yeah.
you definitely have a side that you do prefer.
I would say on Mobile Legends, I would be more on the turtle side of the map.
Right, I understand.
Yeah,
but you can't
to rush
really,
the-
you
yeah.
can't really anticipate that, right?
Yeah,
so,
of
so it's
course.
kind of hard. So, yeah, I do like where Arrow Wolf is going.
Yeah.
They kind of ban out the Kaja and Kimi as well. And for Phoenix X, it looks like they took out the Harif and Lunox.
Is there one of those familiar?
Right, I think we can try to get the draft on your screen right now, and looks like we're gonna have Arrow pick up the Chow, then we have Phoenix X taking out the picking up the Grog and Krufa. So 2 tanks right away on Phoenix X side. This is pretty interesting.
Would you say the current meta with the tanks now being
Yeah.
the more overpowered characters in the game?
Yeah, definitely. I think, with tanks being one of the highly contested ones, we
Yeah.
see the Grog, we see the Chow, we see the Krufa, but Chow is kind of transited, right?
Yeah,
Chow
it's
is
more
no
like a
longer,
fighter
yeah,
tank.
he's no longer that hard tank that he
Yeah.
used to be. But they gave him a slight nerf. They took away his slow on his Chikundo and a couple of his skills. So he's still very, very viable. I still do like him
He
because
has
of
a
his burst.
higher skill cap. I
Yeah,
think,
that's right. He's not exactly easy to control as well.
Exactly,
So I'm really glad to see that we do see him. Usually he gets banned out, but I can see where the draft is going. They pick up the Esmeralda, they pick up the Leomord as well. So they have a lot of burst damage with the Esmeralda and the Leomord, right? Now they have to pick up maybe 1 or 2 more MMs, and they're good to go. Like I like
maybe
Arrow
another
draft.
tank or not.
Yeah, they definitely have a couple of tanks left. I mean,
Yeah.
the Minotaur hasn't come out yet.
Yeah.
There's still Uranus. I think Uranus is really good. They buffed up his first skill as well.
Yeah.
So he has damage pack as a tank. And what's not to love about a tank having damage, right?
Definitely.
First off, you soak up damage for the team.
Exactly.
You have CCs and you do damage
You do
now.
damage, eh?
Yeah, that's lovely. Yushin getting picked up by Phoenix X as well. So,
I don't really. I don't know how I feel about Lucian.
yeah, Gushin is in this state where he's also one of the heroes that has a very high skill cap level to
Yeah.
play with. You really need to be really comfortable on him. If I put it away, Gushin is one of those heroes that you're either really good at it or you're just not good at it. Like there's no middle spectrum for Gushin, right?
Yeah.
You either go in, you take on the whole team by yourself. I mean, I'm exaggerating, but
Yeah.
you get my point, right?
Basically,
So-
you gotta dive in and come out alive.
Yeah,
if you
that's
don't
right.
come out alive, you don't kill somebody, then you're not viable.
Right, he's not like
Yeah.
one of those mages like Harley or
Yeah.
Lunox, like they have an escape mechanism per se. Like they
Exactly.
can go in and come out.
Yeah.
Gushin doesn't really have that, right? He goes in, he has to remove the backline, and
Exactly.
he needs to get out there as fast as possible. And they pick up an Angela as well, so I guess this is where
A
the
lot of
Angela.
poke and all, yeah?
Yeah, Angela's gonna be protecting the Gushin so that he can dive in as well. So I can kind of see the combo that Phoenix X wants to run with. They ban out the Claw as well, which is understandable. So a lot of MMs getting banned out from both sides. Mainly because they haven't shown themselves yet. So they pick up Granger, pretty good. I think Arrow Wolf can pick up one more tank if they want to. I think a Baloric or maybe Arkai. And speaking of Arkai, yeah, looks like they might be going for the Arkai right there.
Run the dot. Cyrus.
Yeah, I do like Arkai. Like Arkai just puts your opponent out of position.
Before when he was really good and how he
Yeah.
can just keep people on the walls at the start of the game, yeah.
Yeah,
that
I
was
just like the way.
one of my favorite tanks of the game.
Yeah, and not only that, like Arrowwolf has a little bit of a switch up in terms of lineup as well. Like you see Swan coming in, so I'm pretty interested to see how this new lineup will work, and how, especially when teams go into a new season, they have a new lineup, the chemistry is different, the
Yeah,
hero
definitely.
pool, the comfortability, the rotations. So there's so many things that a new lineup has to consider. I'm sure
Correct,
that a lot of these teams will take account. So the last getting picked up by the side of Phoenix X, we do see Hanabi. And this is interesting. Like, they have decent lockdown with the Grog, they have the Kufa, they have the Hanabi's, Hanagabi to work with this. And I just want to see. Oops, a little bit loud right there, but that's fine. Yeah. So these are two lineups for today. Rather for the first game.
Yeah.
And remember, we have plenty of games as well. Top brackets are best of 3, lower brackets are best of 1. So, I mean, end of the day, you don't really want to fall into that lower bracket.
Of
It's going to
course,
be
yeah.
muddy, it's going to be difficult. All your teams are looking to survive.
Yeah.
And you only have one game, which is just tough.
Which is a gamble.
It is a gamble. Like why not just proceed through the upper brackets, right?
Correct, yeah.
So, let's just go through a lineup for now. On the side of Arrow, they'll be playing the Esmeralda, Leomord, Arkai, Chow, and Granger. Whereas on the side of Phoenix X,
Yeah.
they're going to be playing with the Hanabi, they're going to play with the Grog, Kufra, the Gushen, and Angela.
So we started the match already. Aris, predictions.
Alright, so straight up, I'm just going to say I like Phoenix X draft
Yeah.
better because they have the lockdown, they have the Kufra as well. But on the side, you have to take note that Arrowv is a pro team. So
Definitely, yeah.
this is the beauty of the competition, right?
Say skill cap same.
Right.
Everybody same. Do perfectly in terms of lineup on draft. Who do you pick?
I think Phoenix X will definitely be the pick. But this is the beauty of EFA and
Exactly.
A-Stick, right? Like
Yeah.
you see pro teams getting play with amateur teams, and
Correct.
amateur teams just having the taste of esports, which is basically what EFA is all about. It's about bringing esports to the masses.
Definitely. It all comes down to how perfect you play your game, your time, how you clear your jungle.
And
CS is important.
yeah, absolutely. I like the rotation coming up for Phoenix X. You can see them just trying to clear up lane as fast as possible. You do see Arrow clearing a little bit faster because they have the Esmeralda. But that's fine. I mean, end of the day, it's just early game. No invasions, no bloodbath.
Yeah.
So
Everybody's
it's
playing safe.
so it's pretty straightforward, I would say. Like pretty nice. You can see the movement bar coming out. That's always funny. Like Esmeralda is just a pretty character that's designed, right? And it's really nice as well. See the bot lane as well. We do see the Kufa and Gushen combination coming on the bot lane. And now we do see a rotation coming out from Arrow. Angela has to be careful. And this is going to give level 4 to Esmeralda.
Yeah.
Oh, team fight.
Chow trying to come in. Not catching anyone yet. What are your take on Esmeralda?
Oh, I'm not too sure now, but it looks like they want to go in. Kufa.
Trying to take back? Maybe trying to win something back?
Yeah, I mean they lost the buff right there. That's
Yeah.
gonna be a huge loss for them. Not a huge loss, I would say, but
More
that's gonna
aggressive play,
that's
yeah.
gonna give a little bit of advantage to the side. And not only the Esmeralda's level 4 already,
Yeah.
whereas if you look on the side of Phoenix X, Gushen is still level 3. So
Everybody's level
yeah, so he just hit level 4. But if you look at the lineups on both sides, you see EXP as well. All in general, the favor of Arrow for now.
Just come down to shows the experience they have of playing competitions and
Yeah.
how they can feel like they
Yeah,
can be
absolutely.
aggressive. Already taking the turtle now, Arrow.
Yeah, and it looks like we see Phoenix X trying to contest for it right now. Arkai gonna jump right in, gonna use the Hurricane Dance and pins Hanabi right against the wall as well. No way out for them. And we're gonna see Leomar with the poke. However, look at where Chow is. He's already jumping on the backline. Hanabi's to take a kick forward. And looks like they managed to pick up the first blood as well. Granger coming in to join up the fight. Grog falling really low. And now Kufa gonna be knocking up User's Tyrant Madness as well. Gonna get all 3 members, but the damage is too much. Arrow gonna pick up 2 kills in quick
Coming out
succession.
ahead 2-0, Arrow.
Yeah, it's just a little bit. Arrow is just so
Just
quick,
showing
right?
how much experience they have playing in competitions.
They're really
So
fluid as
comfortable
well.
with it, yeah.
Yeah,
Just
they're
sitting back, scratching their heads.
Oh, so it looks like they want to go for a pause right here. I think one of the members trying to sort something up for now.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
seems
but
like
but
Arrow-
in general, I just do like the fact. I just do like the fact that these teams are all coming down, right? So we are here at Funan.
Yeah.
Have you checked out the mall yet?
First time I'm being here since they renovated.
how,
yeah.
how do you think you find it?
I think it's a little bit of a food fest, more fashion stuff. Not really how it used to be, Funan.
But
IT
it's still
mall.
pretty nice.
It's
still
nice,
yeah,
it's nice,
it's very nice. It's very futuristic
But
as
for
well.
its name though, I'm a bit of a geek in terms of IT stuff.
Yeah,
you know?
it is. Yeah, but in general, we're gonna be here at Funan for the next
Yeah.
2 days. So for today we have Mobile Legends that's happening. For tomorrow we
we
have
got
Dota
the
Underlords.
Underlords.
Yeah,
I
so-
have not checked out that game.
Yeah, it's a whole new genre, and not only that, they dropped a patch yesterday, a
Ah,
huge
okay.
patch. And I mean, across all games, not only under lots, when you drop a new patch before the competition,
Oh,
I'm sure that's going to get on some
turn
players, right?
around everything, yeah?
Yeah, players are just going to have to face a new foreign way of
Exactly.
playing. They're not sure how their opponents will adapt.
Mhm.
They have to care about, what are the strats, their comfort picks. It just changes upside down. And for underlots, it's so tactical that it might just affect a couple of players.
Definitely.
All right, so it looks like the players are ready, so let's just jump straight back into it. Yeah, so not too much happening in the early game. We do see Arrow Roof right now still having the slight lead.
Yeah.
And on top of it, you also see, Phoenix X trying their best to get back what they lost in the early game.
I mean, it's still anybody's game. It's still very early. Oh, we have a seed. All right.
And Granger now pushing onto the bottom side. But more importantly, I think this Kurfa's trying to defend it. I think Granger should be able to get the tower. One more hit, but he's going to let that one go. Next wave, probably.
Yeah. The combo on Granger, I feel, is just a bit too strong at the moment. You go
Right.
come in the dash, and then auto, and then you do your first skill.
And it's pretty hard for
The
him to...
burst is just
Right, it's
really-
pretty hard for him to catch him as well because his
Yeah.
rage is just insane. But top lane, though, Granger goes in, picks up the Angela. Is a Q there for
Phoenix
Arrow.
trying to get back something.
Yeah, they
A
just
bit
trying...
doubtful though, coming on to the Chow.
It's going to be a bit hard, though. Arkai coming into the
Coming
fight, gets the
very
Hurricane
low,
Dance.
Chow.
Oops, managed to get them against the wall right there.
Another kill going to Arrow.
And Angelica pop her ultimate, but they already lost the Grok, so I don't think they can take another team fight right here. Wherever, and that rotation coming out from Phoenix actually gave the access for Granger to push down the bomb tower. I mean, he's already on top in terms of farm, and he's already starting to work towards his first major item. He's
And that's all you need. You come in early game with Granger, you got one item. You're so strong.
I think he's going for Blade for Despair as well, so he's going to have a lot of burst early game. I'm not too sure whether Phoenix X is checking out their build, and they try to dance onto the Krufra as well. Hurricane Dance going to make sure he gets kicked back.
So strong, okay.
Yeah, he's going to get an easy kill right there. Way of the Dragon being used as well, and Freedom having to use the rush to get out of trouble. Yeah, I mean, Arrow Roof in general
They're
is
just running away.
yeah,
with the
their
game
rotation is just a lot quicker as well.
Yeah.
And they're not going to pick up the turtle.
on top of their.
And yeah, the invasions coming from Arrow Roof is just a little bit.
Very aggressive.
Yeah.
They know they're the more. How would you say it? The more powerful team.
Yeah, and they're more experienced as well.
Exactly.
So I wouldn't count Phoenix X out yet, but they have a really big uphill task to go against. They have the Chow to handle with. Like I said, in terms of lineup, I still do prefer, but I might have hold that there. The Way of the Dragon, the kickback.
That's why Chow is good. That's why they first picked Chow.
They get the easy kill onto Gushan. No Gushan right now for the next 1 seconds. They try to go on the Hanabi, but I guess they will only be able to find the Grok. Grok being able to use the rush to get out of trouble, but Hanabi in a little bit of trouble. Hurricane Dance against the wall right there, and Groove are going to get all 3 members right in front of them, but Chow barely escapes. And now Phoenix X, while all of that is happening, look at the bot lane. We have just Greg is pushing
Granger
on
just
towers.
pushing, farming, no contestant,
It's just
enjoying his game.
It's just a standard rotation coming out from Arrow Roof, right? They
Yeah.
get the Granger to split push, they want the rest of the members to team fight right there.
And then when he comes in with the team fight, he's gonna hit like a truck.
Yeah, absolutely. Like now he's gonna farm. They do find Granger trying to steal the buff away from them.
Yeah.
And look at how much damage he does onto the
Third
ground.
hit though.
3 more,
Almost
nearly.
taking him out.
And now they go for the steal. I'm not too sure if they want a team fight right here.
Hey, Granger got it.
Initiate retreat.
And looks like Arkai going to be using the Hurricane Dance right here. Jordan O getting out. Gushan falling for the road. They can't afford to lose him one more time, but he will fall. They managed to pick up the kill, and now they can look to push middle lane.
I feel like they should stop, rather avoid fighting the Phoenix X, that is.
Yeah.
And just defend as much as they can, farm up, try to play the late game.
Absolutely, I think it's a bit hard as well.
Yeah.
Like you see, Phoenix X just trying the best to keep their objectives up,
Exactly.
and Arrow Roof just doing this really
They're
quick
just
rotation. I
being
mean,
the dominant team.
right, 7 minutes in, they pick up 3 towers, 2 in the
Exactly.
bot lane, and now they look to take
Yeah.
Lot. And I don't think Phoenix X can contest this. I mean, they look to take the turtle, not Lot. They look to take the turtle right here, but it's just going to be so hard for Arrow Roof to contest right
Definitely.
now. Right?
They're just
Arrow Roof,
extending their lead.
They have so much map presence as well.
Exactly.
And now Phoenix X gonna be clearing up their waves. Top lane though, has to be a little bit careful. It looks like they're gonna rotate, gonna push down the second tier tower in the top side.
You know, try and see Phoenix X is gonna. Oh,
Gushan in a little bit of trouble right here, gets
Getting
picked
caught
up, and easy kill right there by Arrow. And now they can look to take the top lane because they have to defend the bot as well. We do see Granger pushing up the bottom side.
all the way up to their turret.
And now we're just going to clear up that lane. In the meantime, Arrowwolf, sorry. Sorry about that, Arrowwolf and Arrow X. Arrow X sounds nice though, but
Yeah,
Arrowwolf
it would
going to
be
take
nice.
up the top lane tower. And they're going to find a stray Kufa right in the middle of jungle right here. Gets the knock up as well, way up the dragon. He's just going to push him further and further behind. Tyrant Madness being used, but there's just no way out for this Kufa, and he will fall. Grog looking the second one. The crit comes in for Granger as well. They pick up 3 members. He dies right in the middle. Esmeralda will fall, but Leomor cleaning up the rest of the fight, and Hanabi will drop with that one shot coming in, and they pick up
coming with a
4
triple
members.
I don't get it though. They know everybody's there. They know the whole team of Arrowverse in the top side jungle. Why go through there alone?
Right, it's gonna be tough, right?
Yeah.
And not only that, like you mentioned, Arrow is all the way on the top side.
Yeah.
And the Blade of Despair coming in for Amux as well, who's playing on this Leomord. 2 Blades of Despair, in fact, on both the Leomord
Yeah.
and Granger. And on top of it, I mean, the only major item I see that is really going to change the game for the side of Arrow, for Phoenix X, is that the Grog is going for weapon. I'm not too I don't know how to feel about that. Yeah, you
Yeah.
deny the Grog, but you kind of use him as an assassin. I like that. It's kind of unorthodox pick.
Correct.
But then again, you lack the tank, right? Kufra alone can't really sustain against all these 5 members on the side of Arrow. So
Considering Granger has 8k gold already,
right,
it's
right.
like almost 3 times
the
more than the
crit
rest
is
of
just
the team.
insane on Granger right now. He's picked up the Bloodlight X as well, and on top of it, he has the crit, so there's a
Looks
lot
like
of
a gank
damage.
coming in.
And they want to jump right on it, but now they pick up the Lord, and looks like
Just a
this is
distraction, yeah.
this is going to be a no contest on the side
Yeah,
of Phoenix
exactly.
X. And by the time they already realize it's a bit too late. And on top of it, Grego managed to pick up his plating armor, so it's a lot of defense that's going to wear onto Chow. He's going to be reflecting damage on the Hanabi as well. And now Arrowwolf looks to take the middle side. Remember, they have the lot, and they definitely can go for the GG push right here. And they try to push out all three lanes. Like, look at how coordinated Arrowwolf are.
Definitely.
They're using the Granger to push on the bottom lane. You know, they're getting the rest of the teammates to push the top side. They have the lot down the middle. I mean, everything is just going through.
That's what you
good-
typically do with
Yeah,
the Lord, right? You have
absolutely.
to push out all the other lanes, otherwise it won't work.
Right, definitely now they want to push the lot, and with the lot on their side, they definitely can take this one really quick. And Chow goes in
Gone
as well,
down really
knocks up
quick.
onto the Gushan, and Leomar gonna summon his steed right there. They clear up 2 members, and all the members of Arrowwolf are still up and running. They pick up the feather as well, but now the kick up onto Hanabi gets out just in time. But with the lot that held his state, this is going to be a GG game 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, game 1 over. Arrowwolf taking the first win. Phoenix X got a little bit out there. I mean, it really shows how aggressive Arrowwolf was playing.
Yep, and it's going to be hard as well.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, I don't blame Phoenix X. Like I said, I like the lineup. It's just
Lineup
that
was good.
the
Yeah.
early game coordination and the way that, you know, Arrowwolf kind of carried out the first 5 minutes of the game. I mean, flawless right there. They
Exactly.
didn't give away too many kills as well.
They had the experience, they know it, they were aggressive, they were dominant throughout the game.
Right, absolutely. If you look at the gold graph right now, it's just so one-sided. I mean, there's nothing you can say. Hopefully, Phoenix X change their draft. Maybe that's something that they want to look for. So, any thoughts on game 1?
I would say really, like as you said, it was really one-sided. Even though they had the better picks, still Arrow showed their experience, how dominant they were, aggressiveness.
I think we might see a similar game 2. But we want to see a change in the play style as
That's
well,
what
right?
we're hoping
Phoenix
for.
X, Phoenix X has always, I wouldn't say always, but throughout the entire game, they haven't given up, right? We
Yeah.
saw in game 1, they put up the tough fight, they tried to come back, but the
Definitely.
lead was just too much in Arrow. So maybe a better early game for Phoenix X, maybe that's what they need.
I mean, that would be ideal, definitely. But if, say, they fall behind, which is a higher chances of happening, maybe play a bit more safer, be more cautious, and try to make less mistakes. You're under pressure, you're losing, you get that pressure, and then you start to make mistakes. Going into the jungle alone, knowing the enemy team is there.
Yeah,
sort of
I
thing.
think they need to put their tanks forward first. Like
Yeah,
maybe the Kura has to
definitely.
face check a couple of it. Maybe we'll head into a short break, maybe a short 5 minutes break before we
Yep.
bring up game 2.
Definitely.
Right, so we'll see you right after this.
See you guys. All right.
We are back.
Welcome back. All right, so game 2 now, Aerowolf again swapping sides. Now they're doing the draft.
Right, so looks like we're going to see Phoenix X in the blue side right now. And we're going to see Aerowolf that's going to be playing on the red team. I'm pretty excited to see game 2 because, I mean, all these teams are still trying to figure each,
The
figure
style
each
of
other
the other
out.
team,
Yeah,
yeah,
you
exactly.
get to see how their opponents
Yeah.
play, what's their comfort picks. But like I said, Aerowolf being the really comfortable team kind of gives them the advantage as well. I mean, they have had competitive experience, a lot
Look
of
at them
competitive experience.
smiling, slouching on the chair.
And they feel so confident as well, right? It's
Phoenix
always
X,
nice.
I mean, not too bad, sipping on bubble tea. Still looking good. I feel like they still have a chance in it.
Right,
yeah.
I know I mean, Ace League is here for everyone
Exactly,
to enjoy. We just
yeah.
want to have everyone a little bit of fun, but at the same time experience a little bit of esports as well. So a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and everything in between. But right now, it looks like we're going to see Aerowolf. They're going to be banning out the Kaja, and it's kind of understandable. Like they constantly ban out the Kaja because they
Yeah.
don't want the CC coming in, with the
This is
divine
a bit
judgment.
too strong, yeah.
Yeah, and on top of that, he has a decent amount of damage, so he's quite flexible. You can go one mage item on him, and then build into a tank, and it still works, right? It's still
Yeah.
fine. Because he doesn't really need to be tanky early game.
Yeah.
He can just provide a little bit of damage with a couple of damage items as well, be it mage items, be it tank. He still has the Ring of Order, so that's still a bit of damage packed into him. And for the side of Phoenix X, they're going to be banning out both the Leomord and Granger. Both were actually picked up by Aerowolf in the previous game.
Exactly, yeah.
And now looks like, if I'm the side of Aerowolf, I want to ban out tank. I don't really want to give out either that or I ban out a... Oh, I mean, Harif is in there as well, so they're going to put the Lunox up for grabs. Lunox available for the taking. There's Lunox, there's Asmurda. There's a couple of heroes as well. And talking about heroes, one of the heroes which I think that came back into the game as Uranus. Like, we introduced him just now, but I want to talk a little bit more specific about him. Like, the fact that Uranus has been introduced back into the game with the increased damage, with the way that he's been a little bit reworked, I like that, right? Because in the past, there was a lack of MMs, like or a lack of tanks.
Yeah.
You constantly see tanks getting banned out, the Ground, the Minotaur,
Yeah.
I mean the Kaja, all of these were being prioritized. And with Uranus coming back into the game, I think that gives a little bit more of an option to teams as well. And we do see the reintroduction of a hero that's not so often picked, which is always nice.
Definitely. I mean, now you see them picking the Chow again for Aerowolf, and you see the plays that they've been making with Chow. I mean, it's like we mentioned earlier, it's a high skill cap hero, and being Aerowolf, being able to play like that, I'd say pick him. Definitely pick
Yeah,
him.
definitely. On top of it, they're going to pick up the Grok as well, which
Yeah.
was actually picked up by Phoenix X in the previous game. So Grok, a highly contested hero. I'm pretty surprised that we don't see Esmeralda on the board right now
Yeah.
because Esmeralda was actually one of the first picks up. Speaking of Esmeralda, the appearance has been made. So looks like Phoenix is going to pick up the Esmeralda. They pick up the carry as well.
I don't know about the carry though. How would you feel about carry being at her current position now
I think
in terms
carry
of
is,
MM?
I think carry is like really strong. We do see a drop into the Claude as well.
Yeah.
He's not so picked as much anymore because of the introduction of Granger.
Yeah.
There's also a couple of other MMs like Kimi as well on the board. I think Aerowolf can pick up Kimi. I know Amux is one of the really good Kimi players in the region.
Okay.
So I'm not so surprised if they pick up the Kimi.
Yep.
Right, there we go.
Right on the spot.
Yeah, Kimi getting picked up. And if our IDNS, not IDNS,
No
I mean, they have the
tanks
tanks,
still,
right?
Phoenix
They
X.
need to ban out tanks
Yeah.
right now. Or rather, on the side of Phoenix X, they don't have to ban the tanks. They can actually just ban out more of the assassins as well because, the MM and the tanker has already been picked up.
Yep.
So they could be looking to ban out the Gushan. They can ban out the Harley as well if they want to. I'm not too sure how they want to fit Kimi in, whether he would go for the physical or magical damage. So he's kind of like a flex pick for the side of Arrow.
Yeah.
So Kimi being a flex pick is really good because you kind of force the opponent to think, all right, is he going for a mage?
Yeah.
Is he going for an MM? What is the exact build of this Kimi? What is the exact role that he's
That
going
would
to throw up?
throw out the rest of the team's
Right.
picks, yeah?
And now for the side of Phoenix X, they ban out the Claude. And so they kind of fear the Claude and Kimi combo where Kimi kind of fulfills the mage.
Yeah.
And then we have the Claude for fulfilling the MM. But in my opinion, I think Aerowolf is going to pick up the MM Kimi, so they're going to go for physical damage right here. They're going to pick up one more mage, so maybe a Harley to kind of go onto the carry right there. Right, they're going to ban out the Angela as well. So all three are really good bans.
Yeah.
And they're banning out a lot of mobility as well on the side of Phoenix X. And I think Angela is just one of the comfort picks for the side of Phoenix X. So that's why we see Arrow banning him out.
Typically before this, you think that they maybe do some matches together for
They,
practice.
they might have Scream. They
Yeah.
might have Scream with one another. I'm not too sure about that. But even though you have Scream, I mean, Arrowwolf games are all they're all there for everyone to check it out. You know, they can definitely just go online to check out the lineups. You can check out the comfort picks. And on top of it, I mean, if you had done your homework, you would have realized that my opponents are proficient in this and all that.
definitely.
Yeah, but it is what it is. And they pick up the jaw hit as well. Jaw hit is pretty interesting because we don't really see much jaw hit nowadays.
I typically never.
Right.
The countless games that I've played, maybe what, 10? I'm not,
Yeah, we don't see much jaw hit. I mean, he's one of those heroes that are really hard to work with. He's not easy to implement into any lineup as well, but he's a really good pick-off. Like, Jawhead can dive on the back line. That's one of the advantages that you have in Jawhead. But I do prefer an Eldos. Like, if I were to go for Jawhead, I would say Eldos is a more preferred pick over Jawhead for me. Because Eldos is he has the global skill, he has explosion as well. He's pretty tanky for assassin. So, but I mean, Jawhead does the work as well. So I mean, it's more of a comfortable.
I think maybe it's just more like saving the strats for the later games. They are one game ahead.
Right. They might just want to kick a member back as well, because this is the thing about Jawhead, right? You get to displace one of the opponents,
exactly.
Whereas Eldos, you kind of risk putting yourself into the lineup. So they pick up a Hayabusa, so that's going to be the split pusher of the team. Whereas for the side of Phoenix X, they're going to pick up the Gadogaka alongside the Nana as well. Nana is pretty interesting. I think there's a lot better mages that's on the board, and they are running this like double mage pickup. Like they have a lot of magical damage. The only one that's really providing physical damage in the lineup is the carry. And I mean, they pick up like a support. Like that's where Phoenix X are comfortable with. Like they constantly have this support player in the side of Net. Like Net is playing the Angela, she's playing the Nana. She's fulfilling this support role, and it's hard to play a support role if your team is not doing well early game, right? Because supports usually just fall off if you're up against a snowball team. And looks like here we have it. Phoenix X going to be playing with this lineup right now. They fill in the Nana, and looks like they're going to be running with the Esmeralda, the Lunox, Carry, Nana, and Gadogaka. Whereas on the side of Arrowwolf, they're going to play with the Chow, Grok, Kimi, Jawhead, and Hayabusa. Remember, this is game 2. And what do you think about these two lineups? Like straight up, which one do you think is the lineup that you prefer?
If we're talking about predictions, I would say Airwolf, just in terms of the raw experience that they have compared to Phoenix X. But still, we can't count them out. Anything can happen in this game. Hopefully this time something different. They might try something different. Maybe be a bit more aggressive. Don't let Arrow get away with everything. The invasions and whatnot.
Right. I mean, I'm pretty surprised at the lineup of Phoenix X. I think they have something really interesting right here. They pick up the Lunox. They managed to secure the Esmeralda for themselves. So I want to see how Phoenix X runs. Like early game is going to be the key priority for both sides, because they want to get the Kimi and Lunox up to speed as fast as possible.
Definitely.
But we're gonna see Conlada play the Kimi instead of Amux, who's gonna fulfill the jaw hit role. So pretty interesting lineup that we have coming up for Aru.
I think they're just being a bit safe, saving their strategies and whatnot, trying to mix things up. First blood going out to Amox on the Jawhead.
Really quick first blood coming in, and we're just talking about Amox and how good of a player he is. And just really good as well. And this is going to aid them in the early game, because, they have this jaw hit that's going to be on the top lane all by himself. He's going to be focusing on farming as well. So that early game Q is going to give him the advantage against this Esmeralda.
So typically, what role do you play, Aris?
I kind of fulfill either a MM or tank. I know it's pretty weird. It's two roles at the end of both spectrums.
Exactly,
And I just love being the tank of the team. It feels good to just go in, feel invincible, tank up the damage of the team. That's kind of role like I like. But at the same time, I mean, whenever my team needs me to fill the MM role, I would definitely do it. Right now.
You saw they come in the distraction from the middle, and then the bot lane stole the buff.
Right. I mean, they're just distracting the opponents right here. And Gadagaka just wasting his time in top lane, but Nana in a lot of trouble, just under the tower. In fact, Carry dropping really low as well. They have the Lunox, but he's not level 4 now. And Kimi gonna be pressuring them right under this tier 1 turret. And we're gonna see Hayabusa go in with the ultimate pretty soon. Chao jumping on the backline. They managed to get a kill. And they pick up 2 kills as well onto Arrowwolf. So it's 2 for 2 right now. Lunox maybe pick up one more.
They took down 3 people. That dive was not worth it at all for Arrow. A bit too cocky, I would say, too early on.
Right,
they didn't get the lead that they got earlier. They didn't steal much, and hence the AXP and everything was still on par.
Right, but because of the first blood that you know, the Jawhead kind of got in the early game, so you see the net worth still pretty even. In fact, a little bit in the favor of Arrow because of the first blood. It's nothing too much right there.
Exactly.
Oh, Nana in a little bit of trouble right here. Way of the Dragon being used. Jikundo to follow up as well, but not enough damage. And Gadogaka will come up in time to help his teammate. However, Chao dropping really low. Lunox just laying all the shots onto the Chao, but he will get out just in time.
He was just saying hello to Nana, you know, just saying hi, how are you, give me a hug, give me a kiss, okay, goodbye.
Yeah, he's just making sure that, you know, Nana feels his presence in lane.
Arrow taking the turtle.
And this is just going to spiral.
Uncontested and all.
Right, I mean, there's just no way that Phoenix can contest. They have to go to the mid lane to push the wave out, so they kind of give them the advantage. Jawhead diving in right now, and JX just falling low. Grog coming in with Nature's Rush. They pick up the kill, they pick up another one onto the carry as well. And Freedom has to helplessly watch his teammates die right there.
I mean, there's nothing much he could do. I mean, aside from CCing them and whatnot, his ultimate, it would take a longer time. I would say just being dominant, Arrow.
Yeah, Gadagaka just needs so much setup as well. There's that 1 to 2 seconds delay, and this gives Arrowwolf the kind of the allowance to pick up the kill. They pick up the buff as well in the opponent team. And Chao going in onto the back line. He manages to find all 3 members, kicks the knockdown.
No backup though.
Where is the backup from the rest of Arrowwolf? There's just no follow-up, and Swan has to go back. And Arrow just weren't ready to pick up the fight. I mean, you have this Chao that goes in, manages to pick up the Lunox, but no follow-up from the rest of Arrowwolf. And kind of a missed opportunity right there.
I would say again, Chao being Chao, just saying hello, testing his damage.
And now Jawhead gonna pick up the tier 1 tower on the top side. And Esmeralda just... Yeah, she's just way too far behind right now. She's level 5, you know, the Joy is already level 7. And now Grego jumps right in the backline. He might fall right here, but not before they pick up 2 members. It's 2 for 1. And on top of it, Freedom could be the next one. Kimi just making sure that he stays a safety distance away. Looks like they want to take this tier 1 tower. And Esmeralda going to be rotating all the way to the bottom side as well. Nearly pick up the Kimi right there. But Grog going to come up to rescue. The Nature Wall comes up as well. And that's going to allow Kimi to get away. Nana, meanwhile, has her own troubles to deal with. Hayabusa going to pick up the bot lane, but will fall.
I feel like Arrow may be playing a little bit more sloppish compared to the first game.
Yep.
But they're still coming out ahead, still being very strong.
And on top of it, they managed to pick up more objectives as well.
Exactly.
And Chao is just really greedy right now. He's constantly diving on the back line, trying to find this Esmeralda. Esmeralda a little bit out of position. He's chasing onto the Kimi right there. Not sure if that's the target that you really want to go for. And now Gadagaka comes in, but doesn't find anyone with Avatar of the Guardian. And Grok will get out pretty safely. Now he's caught in the tough spot. He's falling really low as well. Chao getting stuck into the wall right there, but finds Lunox once again. And meanwhile, Arrowwolf just not really wanting to pick up a fight right here.
Definitely. They don't want to go too low, otherwise they'll lose the turtle.
And Jawhead gonna dive right in, gets the throw up. Easy kill onto the Esmeralda.
Goodbye, Esmeralda.
And looks like they're going to go onto the carry as well. The knockout comes in. Jawhead with the flicker and gets the easy kill onto the carry. And looks like they want to take up this top lane. And Chao dives into the back line as well. And Gadagaka falling really, really low. Kimi going to secure the kill right there. And Nana will get the return kill. However, on the bottom lane, we do see Hayabusa pushing in. And what has this Nana gotten herself into? Will get out just in time with a passive.
Definitely one for the Phoenix X, considering how they just lost 2 players just for diving for 1. Or rather 2 for 2. Still, you don't want to give kills to a losing team. You want to snowball. You want to snowball.
And now they can look to take the turtle as well. So that's just snowballing effect kicking in. You know, they get more gold, more experience as well.
It is definitely more of a closer game, game 2. Considering how Phoenix X has just gotten into the game, the feel of the
Absolutely, like
Aerowolf.
I mean, Phoenix X is just doing all these early game rotations that's trying to even out the first blood coming in for the Jawhead, and I do commend them for that. But right now onto the back line we will go. Amux jumps right onto the carry, gets the easy kill as well. Hayabusa might be able to follow up right here. Lunox going to activate the ultimate right here, and the KO shots comes in. But Jawhead getting the knockup onto Gagaka. Grok comes in with the spin and uses the charge, but doesn't find anyone. Kind of a wasted wild charge right there.
Just way too tanky, Jawhead.
I think they're just buying time for the Kimi as well, but they get the knockup onto the Esmeralda. That is a really good target to land on. And now without the Esmeralda, they don't have an initiator except for the Gadagaka. Yeah, Swan in a little bit of trouble right here. Maximum charge coming in from Kimi. Look at that, half HP down onto the Lunox. And Nana going to use the Maluna Smooch as well, but look at how quickly this Nana is falling. Lunox against the wall. Carry in a little bit of trouble right here. Avatar of the Gunner being used, but doesn't find anyone. But Hayabusa jumps right into the fray, picks up the kill onto the carry. And right now, we see Hayabusa getting taken down with all those KO shots, and Esmeralda jumps right in as well. Tries to find the Kimi, who's trying to stay alive in the team fight, but she's sweeping everyone out with that burst damage. One more kill, and he'll be able to get the kill. Jawhead comes in to clear up the rest of the team fight. It's a complete ace on the side of Aerowolf.
I'm speechless. I'm just. This is just way too one-sided now.
Yeah, like Aerowolf is just
they're just running away with the game.
And they have way too much damage on the Kimi as well. I mean, she picked up the Blade of Despair really early into the game.
Exactly.
And you can see she's starting to peel off now. I think she's going for the Ice Cream Wand to kind of help. Or maybe, just maybe, they want to go for a little bit of sustain onto the Kimi. So looks like they're just making sure that their MM stays alive in the team fight. We do see a lot of magical resistance coming in, like Athena Shield coming up on both the Chow and Grog. So they do respect
the Esmeralda, right?
They counter the Esmeralda, they counter the Lunox, they counter the Nana as well. So they really do respect this lineup coming in for Phoenix X. And this, itemization coming in shows that, Aerowolf definitely did their homework. They know how to counter with this lineup.
Yeah.
And it's definitely working in their favor right now. Look at that, Kimi just poking from afar, and there's just not much that Phoenix X can do at this point in time.
Exactly. Once they've gotten the Lord and the Lord pushes, again they're gonna push all 3 lanes, and then we're gonna see a good game there. Hopefully Phoenix X can come back from this. I'd say maybe Nana has to throw out her polymorph a little bit more defensive in a sense, instead of just using it to ward off the enemies.
Right. And now Kimi is just going to pick up the Ice Cream Wand.
Yeah.
So it's going to slow down the opponents every time she uses the first skill. That works really well with Kimi as well. Look at that, Jawhead's just diving on the backline, but it could be a reckless rush. He's managed to dive right in. Avatar of the Garden used out there, but not going to be finding anyone. What was that coming up for Amux? I mean, that was a little bit too early.
Becoming too cocky now, I'd say, Aerowolf.
Yeah, but they definitely can do so. They pick up the Blade Armor onto the Chow as well. So once again, a little bit more sustain going in the way of Aerowolf. And now with the Lord in front, they look to take the first tier tower. Remember, they have the Kimi as well. Look at that. Look at how quickly they're bringing out the tier 3 tower. They pick up the lane. Swan going to make sure that his teammates are covered right there. Going to soak up all the damage. But look at the backline. Hayabusa diving right into it. They managed to pick up the kill onto the Esmeralda as well. And looks like they're going on to the Lunox, second one to fall. And Gadogaka tries to buy some time for the rest of his teammates, but the siege is underway. And Aerowolf picks up 2 tier 3 towers on the bottom and the middle lane.
Up for the third one now.
Yeah, they definitely want to get the mega creeps right here. The super minions being activated on all 3 lanes.
There's just really nothing they can do now, Phoenix X.
And they don't have the rage to deal with the Kimi as well, which is a concern for Phoenix X.
They need the Esmeralda to come in. They need her to come and soak up all the damage, do back the damage, and just be able to hold them off with that. I
mean, 0-6, this is a very, very rough game for JC. I mean, I know he's a pretty decent player, so this is just a really good testament to show how how proficient Phoenix, rather Aerowolf are.
Yeah, definitely.
And they want to dive on the back line with the wild charge, catches all 3 members up on top of it. They managed to get the kill. Kimi nearly falls, but not before they pick up the kill on the Gadogaka. But they do lose the Kimi. And Gadogaka will pay for it with his life. Chow cleans up the rest of the fight. But now...
They still have 4 members up. I don't think they'll be able to end this.
Definitely. Hayabusa pick up the Blade of Despair as well. So back to the drawing board is for Aerowolf.
I would say maybe by the next Lord or before that, maybe the next team fight, get them all together. catch them, catch 1 or 2 out, and then push and go for the dive and then finish the game.
Right, the recent both the recent pushes are a little bit uncoordinated.
Yeah,
I would say coming from Aerowolf. And now looks like they want to go to dive for it. Looks like he's going to use his ultimate, be able to get the kill onto the carry right there.
Doing what Hayabusa do.
32 seconds without the carry.
Yep.
And they can definitely look to take a team fight now. I mean, without the
Definitely
carry,
can force one.
yeah, I mean, carry is the only tank shredder that I see that's on the side of Phoenix X. So without the carry, I don't think there's someone that can deal with both the Grok and jaw hits.
10 seconds before carry comes up. I don't see them ending the game anytime soon. Again, Hayabusa dropping down.
Yeah. But they force out the Lunox ultimate right here, so now the Kimi can just safely push from afar. And they don't have to worry about the child diving in as well. They have all 3 members on the side of Aru that's still alive, can kind of just dive right in while the Kimi just does damage from afar. That's the advantage of having the Kimi in your lineup. And you can see, Phoenix X just doing their best to make sure that the waves are being pushed up for now.
Who would you say have the better late game? Which side of?
Honestly, if you talk about late game, I think Phoenix X has a better late game because of the carry, because of the Esmeralda, and Lunox as well.
Yeah.
But the early game advantage with the Kimi, everyone's just bullying their opponents right now. They're making sure that they don't get enough farm, and they're just taking away the jungle economy as well. So not only are you denying your opponents from moving out of the map, you're picking away their jungle as well.
Definitely.
So that's more economy going in the way of Aru.
For now, there's only so much economy that you would need.
This is just way too one-sided now.
And looks like they're gonna wait for the second Lord, and just to secure the GG right
Definitely,
here, Aru
yeah.
want to make sure that their game
If
goes
it goes
smoothly.
well, I'd say once they push properly, I mean, I have all 5 members coming behind the Lord, definitely end it.
Right. And now we're gonna see Kimi make sure. I think Jorge is just gonna pick up the Lord all by himself, and he definitely has to sustain as well. Look at that.
Yeah.
He picked up the Endless Battle. He picked up Sea of Hepatitis as well, Hepster Sea as well. So
Lord just tickles him.
yeah, I just like the blade coming off of Hepster Seas because Jorge just relies so much on his skills to do damage, and it works really well on both ends. I mean, the item just fits really well into his kit.
Initiate retreat.
And now Immortality getting picked up by Hayabusa, but look at that, Kimi just poking from afar. He picks up the Magic Glaive as well. So that's going to be a lot more Magic Piers going in the way of Aerowolf. And I mean, there's no members on the side of Phoenix X that has the Athena shield. So they're going to have a little bit of trouble with doing the damage output by Kimi. And now with the second Lord, he's going to do a Lord Rush right here. That's going to be really nice. Gotcha comes in every time together. They catch no one out as well, but Kimi clears up the rest of the fight. The Lord is the one that they want to take down.
And
but Aerowolf
GG.
going to clear up the game right here. And it's going to be a straightforward GG. I mean, yeah, that's a pretty rough game for Phoenix X. Any thoughts on game 2?
I would say the second game a bit sloppy on the Aerowolf side of the game. We know they were going to take this game anyways, but I mean, they could have done it a bit more fashionably manner considering how well the first game went. I guess maybe a bit too cocky, knowing the opponent was a little bit less experienced. Still, they got their way, they got their win. 21 kills to 14. Phoenix X put up a good fight, second game especially.
Yeah, I mean, Phoenix X just played really well in game 2. In the opening stages, they lost the first blood, but they did manage to put a lot of pressure in the jungle.
Yeah.
And they did manage to pick up a couple of kills in the bot lane as well, but eventually it is still Aerowolf that will pick up that. So congratulations to Aerowolf. They will proceed into the upper brackets.
Yep.
But it is not it's not over for
It's not
Phoenix
over,
X.
definitely.
They still have the lower brackets to play for.
The muddy waters.
It's going to be a BO1, so it's going to be rough. I mean, the teams have to focus right now. But we're going to a 5 minutes break. Remember, the Ace League is part of EFA, organized by Sphere Exhibits and Game Asia as well. So I'm pretty excited to see what we have for the rest of the day. But that is just the first game. So
round.
we'll go for a short break, a short 10 minutes break. But when we are back, we'll bring you game 2. Or the second match. We'll see what's up on the schedule. It's going to be up on the screen pretty soon.
Wonderful.
But we'll go for a short break, and when we're back, we'll see you after this.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, see you later. right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for Game 2. Today we have Team Absolute and V going head-to-head for their first round. We're here at Funan Mall Saturday afternoon. Mr. Aris,
Yeah, it feels good. Like to see competitions coming out week after week.
definitely.
And it's always nice for the participants as well. That's what keeps teams going. And right now we are, like you mentioned, into game 2 of the day, or rather the second match of the day. Up against, or rather, we have Team Absolute up against Team Envy. And I do like this. Like I like the way, a lot of these teams, we do see a couple of familiar faces in Team Envy's lineup.
Okay.
Like we do see Forza, we see Fenrir, we see Kolia, we see Azura X and James as well. So very, very skilled players.
Yeah.
A couple of players from, the ex Nara Esports, a couple of players from here and there. So I'm pretty excited to see how this one will go. Like Team Envy has just such a strong lineup. Like they have known players as well. So it's gonna be another tough matchup. Like Team Absolute have work on their plate.
You see the Cho going off,
Yeah,
getting banned,
yeah,
seeing him 2 games in a row.
yeah, they're gonna see a ban on both the Kaja and
Yeah.
Chow. And whereas for the side of Team Absolute, they're gonna be picking up the Harif. So the thing about Harif is that he has really low cooldown, high
Yeah.
mobility. He also has the ability to kind of detect the pace of the game, right? Because you kind of get the level 4. You go and gank into the side lanes, and then you come back to the mid lane to farm up even more. So he's one of those mages. It's kind of similar to how Lunox is being played.
Okay.
So you try to pressure the side lanes the moment you get level 4. That's
Yeah.
going to be the key thing that Harif wants to do. But they will remove it, and so that kind of gives Kufra over to the side of Team Envy. What do you think about this Kufra pick? Like we saw in game 1 and 2, we saw the Kufra get picked up in game 1. Game 2 was kind of banned out, but what do you think about the Kufra in general?
I think he's strong. I would typically, not tried him myself. I would say that it's good that they picked him up first.
Yeah, I mean, Kufra is a really strong pick
Yeah.
right now. He does a decent amount of CC. He has damage in his magic ball as well. And so, I'm not sure about this lineup coming in for the side of Team Absolute. Because, Team Absolute has the Kimi. I like the Kimi. But the review of the Lolita is just a little bit too early in my opinion, because you don't really have to grab a Lolita early game, right? But I can see where they're going with it, because picking up the Lolita kind of denies the Lolita away from Team Envy. And Lolita does well against Kimi as well.
Okay.
Because the bulwark kind of just blocks shot coming in from Kimi. So I can understand why they choose to pick those 2 up. So
basically turret down the Kimi, and the Kimi just shoots away, yeah?
Yeah, so basically they have the Kimi that's doing damage from far, and the really good counter is Lolita, so they pick both up. Like you pick the counter to your strength, and
exactly.
And it just work well together as well. They pick up the Gushin, which is always nice. So that kind of puts the ball back into Envy's park. Like they can ban out MMs. They already have a Kimi and they pick up Gushin, so that's kind of like the MMMH. They ban out the D, so I guess they want to go for a little bit more of a CC lineup. They don't want a Diggy to counter the Kufra pick that they had in the first half.
You see Granger going out from Team Absolute.
So they're banning out all the MMs for now. They don't want to give the MM, so like Kimi's already taken. There's some Moskov, Hanabi, there's a carry as well. So if I'm on the side of Envy, I'll definitely pick up the carry, no questions asked right there. Because Granger getting banned out, they already pick up the Kimi. So your next best option is carry for now. Because carry does well against tankers as well. It kind of strats. She's kind of like a tank stratter. So she will do really well into the Gadogaka. She will do well against the Lolita as well.
We see the carry coming up.
So no brainer there coming out from Team Envy. And if I were to say, they will pick up one more mage, maybe one more. Oh, maybe another tank. So double tank lineup coming out from Team Envy. That's absolutely understandable. They ban out the Digi. So they finally pick up the Minotaur and the Kufra. So that's a lot of CC on the side of Envy. And they have burst damage as well. They have the Leomod, which has the sustain in the battle, and they have the carry to kind of provide the burst. So a really balanced lineup, or rather balanced draft in the side of Team Envy. Whereas the side of Absolute, they kind of lack sustain right now. Like they have burst with the Gushan, they have the DPS coming out from the Kimi, but they lack the sustain. They lack a fighter that can really stay in the fight to provide. And I think I think a Hayabusa would be good. Like I know it's kind of like controversial pick right here, but a Hayabusa will allow the split push to come out.
Definitely.
So they
draw away some attention as well.
Yeah, they need someone that can kind of split push coming in from their team. But they pick up the Terrorista, so that's the sustain coming in for the team. That is a decent pick, and it does provide CC control coming out as well. So if you can't counter the CC put up by Envy, you put out your own CC.
Yeah.
So they pick up the Terrorista, so I do like this.
And based on predictions, who you would see taking up the early game and taking the overall match?
It's tough to say. I mean, you have Team Absolute that has the Kimi,
Yeah.
they have the Gushin as well. So once both of these heroes hit level 4, in fact, Kimi can just put the pressure on early into the game. She doesn't really need level 4. But you do see a lot of MCL winners.
Yeah.
The trophy is being flown right here. The bragging rights as well for both of these teams. But in general, I think early game goes in the way of Team Absolute. Like Team Absolute have the Kimi, they have the Gushin as well. They have the Lolita they can deal with carry early game. But as the late game goes, it's going to go in the way of Team Envy. Like the CC, the sustain coming out from the Esmeralda, the Minotaur, the CCs coming out from the Kufa as well. It's definitely going to go in the way of Team Envy. I just don't see Absolute lasting into a late game. So it's a case of, or it's a tale of which team runs the early game.
Yeah.
If Team Absolute can pressure the early game and take it into the first 5 minutes, then they're set to win.
Ooh, walking in blindly to the jungle there.
Yeah, a little bit of trouble here. A little bit of poke coming out from them as well.
Just testing the damage.
And now we do see Absolute just taking the time, going to invade into jungle. Like I said, Kimi, early game advantage they have on this MM.
Yeah.
And it looks like we're going to have Team Envy going into jungle as well. Going to make sure they check it out. Bouncing
More
ball being
people down
used
there.
as well onto all 4 members. But the key story is that Kimi walks away with the buff. And that's going to be a slight advantage in the way of Absolute.
Like you said, Team Absolute has to take it early, otherwise they just let Team Envy snowball and then, or rather just get into late game and then just shred all the tanks.
Right, Team
Carry.
Absolute just making sure that the draft works their way, right?
Yeah.
They're trying to pressure with the Kimi, make sure that their opponents don't really have a step forward. And now she's going to go up into lane as well, make sure she pushes this out really quickly. Look at how quickly she's taking out Kufa.
Yeah.
That's what you really want to do as a Kimi right here. And he has Lolita by her side, so she can kind of be
Be safe,
she can play a little bit more aggressive. Lolita has the shoe bash, so she has the charge as well. So it's pretty nice.
We should have to count on the other lanes as well to push out, create some pressure so that they can play this aggressive.
And now you can see this, Esmeralda and Minotaur. There's a lot of sustain between these two teams. Esmeralda with the, she has the dancing skills that can kind of keep her alive with the shield. On top of that, they have the Minotaur as well with the motivation raw. So that's gonna heal up the Esmeralda every time she's in lane. And now it looks like they want to contest this buff right here. She's hit level 4 as well. Dancing Star Move comes into it. And they will have to back off for now, making sure every time they're gonna get it put right into 3 members. But the Steel gets summoned by Forza, and they will back off. However, First Blood will still go in the way of Team Absolute. Like I said, early game advantage right here. The shield comes up, but they don't find anyone. And Azura X comes down from the bottom lane, making sure he provides a little bit of suspect. Kufa jumps into all 3 members. Where's the time of revenge? He's not level 4 as of yet, and he's jumped into a little bit of a trouble himself. And James gets out just barely alive right here. And he's just gonna clear up the wave.
I think it's just poor decision making going into the jungle like that, being disadvantaged by the man. They're having lesser manpower compared to the Team Absolute having more men up there.
Right, I mean, Team
Just losing out
Absolute,
First Blood. Yeah.
like you said, early game advantage in their way. They want to make sure they stay on top in terms of net worth as well.
Yeah.
You can see them just using this Kimi to shred the HP of
Exactly.
whoever's in front.
And knowing that you do not have the early game advantage, you don't invade like that, especially when you do not have the manpower.
Yeah, but I think they got a little bit too confident over
Yeah.
there. I mean, Esmeralda was level 4, so
Exactly.
they thought they could take a fight in the opponent's jungle, and it just didn't work out that way. And now we do see Project Envy just making sure that the lanes are all pushed out. You don't really see much aggression coming from both sides, but Gushen jumps right into the middle of it. Every time they get been used, catches out onto the Kufa. Kufa will be the first one to fall, but Mino is very willing to all 3 members to catch out the Kimi as well, but there's just no follow-up. Carry just focusing on whoever's on the front line. Gushen jumps right in, takes out the Esmeralda out of the fight. And once again, it is Team Absolute that walks away with all 5 members still alive. Kolya in a lot of trouble right here. He's trying to last as long as possible, but the dive comes in from Team Absolute. Now Leomar looking out to clear up the rest of the fight, summons his steed, dives onto the Garugaka, but he's in a little bit of trouble right here. Garugaka with the coup, he knocks all 4 members, but too much. 1v4. Forza being a little bit too aggressive right there. And it is Team Absolute that walks away with 4 more kills.
And just very good coordination, Team Absolute. Coming down, all 5 members coming to the bot lane, making sure that Team Envy does not get anything out of it.
Right, and he walks away. Now they have 3k gold lead. They have 6 kills on top as well. They managed to pick up the turtle. I mean, Absolute is just making sure that they run their early game right here. They have to make sure that, you know, Team Envy doesn't step out in their comfort zone. They make sure that, you know, on the side of Azura X who's playing this carry, make sure that he doesn't have the breathing space to farm. And on top of it, they're using, you know, Mochichi as a pushing machine. Bloodline X already coming out from Royal Comm as well. And now Fenrir playing with fire right here, tries to go onto the Garugaka. And now they want to dive right in. Minotaur has the rage meter filled up. He has the Minoran's Fury. And on the side of Team Absolute, they have to be a little bit careful right here. They definitely can turn the fight with the Minotaur's ultimate as well. Now they can look to take the Lord. Garagaka being used his ultimate as well. Catches all 3 members coming in, but look at the damage coming off the Kimi. They managed to remove the Krufra, and down to the next member they will go. Leoma caught in the middle of 5 men, and they managed to bring him down. And now Kimi still up and alive at the backline. They bring down 4 more members, and Azura X is the only remaining member. Will have to back off right here. Absolute just making sure that the Kimi is safe and sound. They lose the Gushan, they lose the Garugaka, but more importantly, Monchichi is getting all the breathing space he needs. 3-0 with 6 assists. And they pick up the Minotaur as well.
Very poor decision making, I feel, Team Envy. Coming in a bit late there, after the tank gone in with the dive, and then the whole team, just no backup from the team, Team Envy.
Yeah, I mean, they tried to go onto the turtle right there, but like I said, with the Garugaka, it's just so hard to break it. They have such a defensive lineup with the Garugaka, with the Teresa. The control coming in from Team Envy is just so disciplined right there. They're just making sure that as long as the Kimi doesn't get hit, right, in the early game, Kimi will run the entire momentum of it. And they're making sure that this Kimi is farmed up. They're making sure she has...
They're just giving her everything.
Yeah, they're just getting all the farm. Like, she's getting all the buffs as well. And I think she's working towards a Blade of Despair. The Bloodlust X comes up from Forza. And that was the kind of the major item that he was lacking in the previous team fight. We saw him just getting cornered by 4 members of Absolute. He was just desperate to reach the backline. And now they will summon the Steed, and he goes, and finally he finds Monchichi. And without the Kimi, the tides have turned. Minoru's Fury comes out. Garagaka being forced to use the ultimate to get out of trouble, but they lose the Lolita in that fight.
This is what they need to do. They need to catch out Kimi being cocky, being just farming out of a comfort area, no team ahead.
I think there was just a little bit of a lapse of concentration right there. Garagaka tries to make his way out of it. He picks up the Queen's Wing. So he's trying to go for a little bit of sustain on his part. Terisla pushing onto the top lane. Meanwhile, we see Grushan all alone in the bottom side, making sure that this waves gets pushed out. And now Grushan. Team Envy gonna pick up the turtle right there, and that's gonna ease the goal lead that Team Absolute has for now.
Yeah, 4,000 in lead.
And now look like who they spotted. They spotted Azura X all by himself. And they're gonna pick up an easy kill as well. Terisla in the middle lane providing a little bit of pressure while Team Absolute pushes out the bottom side. And they find the Krufa as well. Blade of Despair getting picked up by Monchichi. And this Kimi is starting to wrap up those damage. And Team Absolute gonna make sure that the middle lane gets pushed up. We do see Athena Shu getting come up with James as well, but Minoru is very being used defensively. So no ultimate for the next 20 seconds, but that doesn't matter. Look at the damage the Leoma is putting out. Avatar of the Garden being used, but doesn't find anyone. And now Kimi can look to turn the fight, but she's in a little bit of trouble. Carrie has her eyes on her. They managed to remove the rest of the fight, and Team Envy can definitely take a fight right now. Teresa in all sorts of trouble, and Forza will clean it up. Azura X comes in as well.
Very poor positioning there by Kimi. I mean, you see her coming in from behind, trying to go behind the tanks, and while the backline is focusing on her.
And this is really bad for Team Absolute. Like I said, they have the early game, but they kind of made a mistake right there, a little bit of a miss positioning coming out for the Kimi.
Yeah.
She has to focus on being in front, right? She can't really just go the back line with that. And on top of it, she ran into the face of Azura X,
Exactly.
who just shreds members so
Melted her.
quickly. Yeah, she just instantly melted her. There's just no impact away from the Kimi from that fight.
No, I think Team MB, all they have to do is just keep farming up, defend their towers, try to get objectives, and try not to force too much team fights, considering how Team Absolute are still stronger than them. It's still relatively early, I would say.
And on top of it, like Team Envy didn't really have any CCs at all. Like the
Yeah.
Minotaur was just
Seems like we
I mean,
have a
yeah, like
technical
Minotaur was
difficulty.
just using his minions very really early as well. So it's just amazing how Envy without the minions can still win the team fight.
Yeah.
It's just the way that the team runs, right? They have the Kurufra with the bouncing ball, with the Tyrant's Madness as well, and on top of it, they have the Fenrir who's playing this Esmeralda to dive right back into the game, and so. They have a really flexible lineup. That's what I was speaking, right? They have that late game, and that's the worry I have for Team Absolute. Is that if they don't do well in this middle part, by talking about middle part right here, they managed to find the Gushan, and Avatar of the Guardian being used, they managed to catch out the Kurofa, but there is no follow-up for the rest of Team Absolute. And
Again,
right now,
Team MB just taking in the lead. It looks like it's going to go for Team MB now. They're going to do the Lord. They're going to try and push up all the lanes, and again, they're going to try and see if they can get those inhibitor turrets.
Kolia are going to make sure that he stands guard while the rest of his teams clear up the Lord.
Smart move there, Team Absolute not coming in to defend the Lord or contest. I would say being coming in, then they would consider wipeout.
Right, they don't have the Gushan, they don't have the
Yeah.
Garugaika as well. I mean, Team Absolute isn't doing too badly.
Yeah.
They definitely can come back from this fight. And could we see a double Blade of Despair coming out of this Kimi? I'm not too sure if that's the one that we're going. She needs a little bit more sustain.
Definitely.
Right, she needs a little bit more sustain, a little bit more burst damage as well. But so she's chosen to just go full burst, right? That's what they want on Kimi.
She has to
And
position
Gushan,
herself very
right.
well that way.
Gushan pick up the necklace of the Durance necklace as well, and Community Reaper. So he's trying to sustain in the fight. Oh, but it's a 5-man knockout right there, but gets Sissy right in the middle of it. But they did manage to pick up Kolia in that team fight. And now Absolute have the upper hand. Terisla making sure that the ball lane gets pushed up, but they kind of risk the team splitting into two.
I think the past few team fights may have discouraged Team Absolute, maybe not knock their confidence out. They're kind of hesitating to engage or not to engage, but they did really well defending against the Lord there.
Right, absolutely. Team Envy now making sure that Carry can push the front. Look at how quickly Exosped is just dropping.
Oof.
And 2 more hits, but the Garugaika would get out just alive. But without the Garugaika, it looks like Project Envy can look to take the bomb turret. Kufa right here making sure that the ball lane is... Oh, looks like Forza has spotted his target right now. They go on to Garugaika. Garugaika being forced to use his ultimate defensively. But Terisla is the next target to go. Look at that, how quickly he's falling. And Zura X doesn't want to dive a little bit too deep right here. And I'm right, Monchichi has decided to go for 2 Blades of Despair. So no sustain, but all burst for this Kimi.
I don't know how I feel about that item choice.
I mean, it is nice because you do have a little bit of damage, but
Yeah.
right now James coming into it, runs straight into the Garugaika, but will back off.
It could be something like a 6 out of 5th item instead of going it straight to double.
Right.
Blade of
I mean, they
Despair.
could play a little bit more
Yeah.
patient there, but they want to get this Kimi. So it looks like they're gearing the Kimi to play for late game. Yes, Kimi does really well early and mid game. She falls off a little bit late game, but with 2 Blades of Despair, they kind of make up for it. So maybe 4 Blades of Despair, maybe, just maybe. And we do see Terisla picking up the Blade of Despair as well, and so there's going to be a lot of burst damage on the Terisla. He has the Queen's Wing as well, so that's a lot of sustain. So they want this Terisla to last in the team fight as long as possible. Meanwhile, Azura X does manage to pick up the golden stuff, so it's going to be increasing her attack speed for now.
The Team MB just playing the late game. You see them trying to stall out, push out all the lanes, take as many towers as they can.
Look at how quickly they bring out the turret though, like a couple of seconds and it's gone now. Kurofa just going to dive in right here, but no follow-up from the rest of
Testing
the
the
team.
damage, I'd say.
And there's just no one that's frontlining for this Kimi right now. Look at where she's at. She's standing all the way in front just to kind of get a look at who's in the brushes.
Yeah.
And now Project Envy wants to take a team fight right here. They go right onto the Gaga, but Terisla is falling really low. Gaga all by himself. Look at how quickly this carry is bringing him down. And Gaga has immortality, but they will come down a second time. They take him out really quickly as well.
And now just in time for Lord coming up. Team Envy really taking up the late game. See here, we finish with the Lord and then they push out all the lanes.
So what do you think that Team Absolute can do right here now to kind of get a foothold into the game?
I would say it's very difficult. Like you said, they had the early game presence. Coming out to the late game, a lot of their characters are going to fall behind.
Right, but right now, what do you see? This Gush is just desperate to try to pick up the Lord, and they managed to pick up 2 kills as well. Lolita will be the third one to fall, and now Kimi will get wiped out. It's going to be an ace, and pretty much this is a GG. Team Envy going to pick up game 1. And I mean, there's just no surprises right here.
Yeah.
They kind of stalled out the early game. We do see Garugaga trying to buy some time for the rest of his team, but they're just going to remove him with the carry as well. And Team Envy just... They played to the strength, right?
Yep.
I mean, that's just what they had to do.
I mean, we see them lose, rather falling behind the early game, but that's not where their strengths were.
Right, like they knew they were on the back foot because there was
Exactly.
a Kimi on the opponent's side.
Yep.
The Kimi was just pressuring the bottom lane, making sure that the carry couldn't farm. But I think the turning tide of the game was when carry died in the middle lane.
Yeah.
I think that's definitely one of the key moments that
The
we
one
have
where
to...
Kimi went from behind, yeah. I feel that team fight was the one that decided where Team Envy would come up in front.
Right, they pick up 4 members. They got the team ace
Yeah,
as well.
exactly.
They clear up the jungle. They pick up the 2 turrets. And look at the itemization coming out from Team Envy.
Yeah.
I mean, they reacted really well. Look at this. Look at this. 3 corrosion sieve coming out from Azura. It's just
she sold all of those and then bought all of those.
yeah, she pretty much, that was just a little bit of fun coming in from Azura X.
Yeah.
But this is it. Game 1 going in the way of Team Envy. We'll go for a short break, but hopefully when we come back, Team Absolute have their strategy.
They have to have
sorted
a better strategy coming up into game 2.
I think they did really well early game. They didn't really do much.
They didn't capitalize on
They didn't
their
do
lead.
much late
Yeah,
game.
exactly.
Yeah, the lineups just fell off, so there wasn't
They were
much.
being a bit passive after the fight, especially the one you mentioned, when Kimi got caught out. Yeah, that was just a very bad turn for them. They lost their confidence, I'd say.
But hopefully they do better in game number 2. So we're going to short 10 minutes break. And when we're back, we'll bring game 2 between Team Envy and
Beautiful.
Team Absolute.
See you guys there. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We got match number 2 for game number 2. We got Team Envy, Team Absolute.
So what were
Oh.
you, who are you rooting for coming into game 2?
I really want Team Absolute to win.
Yeah, it is the best of 3.
uh,
So they have one more shot to go.
Okay. Hopefully they come up with a better strategy. Maybe go something for a longer game, or if they want to do the early game strat, they have to capitalize on their winnings, their lead.
Right, absolutely. I do agree as well. Like Team Absolute were doing fantastic early
It
game
was good.
for game 1.
Very
they were,
fun to watch.
Yeah, they were just doing really good.
Yeah.
Like their rotation was really good. They were 6-0 and they were 6-0 up, and they had they picked up the turtle as well. And then suddenly that they lost a couple of team fights, and that just got Envy back into the game. But now the draft is on the way.
Yep.
So let's just go straight into it. We're gonna see Team Absolute pick up the blue side, and Team Envy gonna pick up the red side as well. And Absolute gonna be banning out both the Esmeralda Minotaur, both
Yeah.
just really good picks. They were major team fights just now.
Yeah.
Your team is
Chow
picking.
going for Team Team Envy.
Yep, and Team Envy gonna be banning out the Harif and Kaja as well.
Yeah.
And on top of it, like you do see a very decent draft coming in from Envy. Like they know they're not gonna pick up the Minotaur
Correct.
and Esmeralda, right? So they kind of pick up like a 1-for-1 exchange. They pick up the Claude, they pick up the Lunox as well, and that kind of gives Absolute the chance to pick up both the Grok and Lolita. I mean, they chose to go for the first pick on the Grok, and they pick up the Leomon as well, so they're denying all these heroes away from Envy. Like, the only reason I see is that really a strategy that you want to go for? Because I know it's good and all that you deny your opponents the picks, and you kind of pick up for themselves, they're really strong
Exactly,
heroes,
yeah.
but are you comfortable with them?
Definitely, that
Yeah.
would be something to think about. But of course, I mean, these players that are coming here today, they have definitely have played all these heroes before.
Your team
I would say
is
they would
out.
have some sort of skill to it, like maybe champions or heroes like Chow is something that you really have to be really good at.
Your team
Yeah,
is
absolutely.
picking.
Like, I think Forza picking up the Granger is a big, huge.
Yeah. He's just
plus for
really
his team as
strong now in terms
Yeah,
of MM.
Like Granger we saw in the game 1, like he couldn't just one-shot the backline. So he one-shotted the Hanabi, he one-shotted the
And he
tower,
just
he
needs one
one-shotted
item, that's
yeah,
it.
he just one-shoots every one. And the moment he picks up his Bloodlust X, he can
Yep.
choose to go. I mean, he's just a MM that's really flexible in terms of optimization. He can choose to go for a bit of despair. He can choose to go for sustain with the Bloodlust X. So you can kind of just build everything on him. That's the good thing, right?
And he's very good with one-on-ones as well. Like you see
Your
MMs
team
going ahead,
is
MMs.
picking.
It would be a bloodbath.
Yeah, it's gonna be really hard as well. Like I said, he does do a lot of output. He's kind of like a Moskov for me, right?
Yeah.
Moskov used to be really strong. Like he was one of the top
Very
highly
early. He
contested.
was so good when he
Yeah.
just came out.
Yeah, and then,
It was so stupid
and then
how good it
after
was.
and then after with the
Yeah.
introduction of Claw, with the introduction
Yeah.
of Carry, and all the other heroes that you kind of see Moskov just
Your
falling off a
team
little bit
is
right now.
picking.
But I think
before-
he's still viable though, Moscow.
he
He's
is a very
mobile.
viable. Like I think he's one of those heroes that works well against Granger, just because of his CC. He has
Yeah.
the Blade of Despair, and so you can kind of just go in and then just pin someone against the wall. Yeah, he's just absolute
or
beast.
against
in one-
another teammate.
Yeah, he's an absolute beast against one in the 1v1 situation. So I think Moscow is still viable, but they choose to go for the carry.
Yeah.
So Team Absolute running that similar comp that they had in the previous game. Not a similar comp, but a similar draft in
Yeah.
terms of the heroes getting switched out in and out.
Yep.
So we no longer see the Kimi. And it looks like Team Envy picked up a really good. They have a better early game right now, I would say. Like they
Yeah.
pick up the Lunox, they pick up the Chow, and Diggy all do really well early game. And with the rework on Diggy with the auto alarm bomb, that's gonna be a really huge presence early game. Like he can clear ways really quickly. He can provide a little bit of sustain in lane as well. And with the ultimate, he doesn't have to worry about the Grok.
Yeah.
So, and honestly, to begin with, Team Absolute don't really have a lot of CCs to begin. Like they have the
They have
Lolita.
quality heroes, I'd say, but lacking on the CC and whatnot. Yeah.
Yeah, but we do see a very nice global 2 for Leomon right there. So it's gonna be a bit interesting to see how this one goes. But
Yep.
this is the draft for now. We're gonna see Team Project Envy play with the James Webb playing the Chow. We have Azura X that's going to be playing the Terisla. We're going to see Forza playing the Granger, Kolia playing the Diggy, and we're going to see Family play the Lunox, whereas on the side of Team Absolute, they're going to be playing the Grok, Panda's going to be playing the Lolita, Royal Con is going to be playing onto the Leomont, Damien going to be playing onto the Selena, and Carrie getting played by Monchichi. So remember, this is game 2 between Team Envy and Absolute. This is the Ace League, part of the EFA, proudly presented and organized by both Fear Exhibits and Game Asia. And now Ace of Spades in a little bit of trouble. Like I said, that's the burst coming
early.
up. That was the burst just coming off on the DG right there. Early first blood. And Team Envy just popping off just like that.
How long you think they've waited on that top bush?
Yeah, I'm not too sure about that. Like, they planted 2 bombs. That's the thing about Kolia, right? Kolia playing on this Diggy has a lot of early game presence with the auto alarm bomb. A lot of people see him just as a pure support.
Yeah.
But the thing about Diggy is that he's really flexible. He's good early game. He's good against tanks as well. He's good against CC. He has lockdown as well with time reversal. So that's just so much packed into one support.
That's why you typically see him get banned as well.
Yep, in high tier games, you do see Diggy get banned
Especially
out.
now, yeah, after
The rework, right. And now James going into the middle lane. Going to make sure that the lane is being carried before Lunox comes right back. Going to pick up the measure boots as well. So what do you think about these 2 lineups? Which of these 2 teams do you think is better in terms of team fights or in terms of lane game?
I mean, we see Team Envy do really well last game. Absolute, they know their stuff. They know their heroes were good early. They did capitalize on the early. It's just that they didn't capitalize on the lead. Going in this, I'd say Team Absolute coming in from the losing end, rather the shorter end of the stick. Hopefully they've learned their lesson.
They have to carry as well, so they definitely can go late game on this.
Definitely.
My only question is, can they last into
Can
the
they
late
survive?
game?
Yeah, exactly.
Because Project Envy is just doing so well with the Granger.
They have the confidence now after winning the first game.
And look at that, they're just trying to bully with the burst.
Exactly.
And that's the issue with having a Diggy in your opponent's team, like, right? Because you can't really face check anyone else.
Yep. Having the bombs planted.
Now gonna make sure that Royalcon gets a run out that team reversal to pull him just back. The Lunox just popping in the background. But Granger, what is that damage? Picks up the kill onto the carry as well. But Lunox will fall, not before they pick up the Leomont. And Selena does land the stun onto Forza, but doesn't really fancy going in right there.
Yeah. Definitely in favor of Team Envy now, that team fight. Already almost 2,000 gold in lead.
Right, and on top of it, they're applying a lot of lane pressure onto the top side as well. What do you think about Granger? I know you love Granger.
I love Granger. I've played him when he came out recently. In just 2 days, I played like over 40 matches with him. It's just a beautiful champion for me.
Yeah, like he does burst damage. He has sustain as well. Look at that. Like even though the crit was just resetting itself, he did manage to pick it up.
You play smart. You don't use your second skill until you have to get away. You have the damage from your first skill. What else you need?
Right. And now we're going to see Ace of Spades making sure that he face checks for the rest of his teammates, wants to make sure that his passive is up at all times.
Seems like Team Absolute are trying to look for a fight or maybe a dive up in the top lane.
And they could just find one pretty soon. They just go to the top side right now. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, we see a small skirmish coming up from Azura X and Royalcon. Nothing too much right there, just going back and forth.
Just testing the damage one another.
Yeah. Just a little bit careful though, but mid lane, we missed out the kill right there. But the Lunox burst comes in as the Lunox Chow combo. They pick up Damien. And looks like they want to pick up the tower as well.
Going down. I'd say first turret going to Team Envy.
And on top of it, we do see this Grok trying to make sure that this tower stays up.
Again, Team Envy with the confidence they got from the first game, just dominating the whole match. Every jungle, every tower, they're just pushing all the lanes.
Right, it's going to be an uncontested tower as well. Meanwhile, looks like they got their eyes on top side. Qualifier just going to start by poking with the auto alarm bombs.
Nothing much really Team Absolute can do now. Being behind.
Oh, but it's spot out Ace of Spades. The knockup comes in and he brings him right on the tower with the Lunox by his side. That's an easy kill onto the Grog.
See how quickly even Grog came down, even though being a tank, still you go down so quickly.
And look how quickly they're taking the tower as well.
Yeah.
They're just going to ignore the protection and pick up the easy kill. A lot of major items coming in for Team Envy right now. They pick up the Lightning Trenchant onto the Lunox. That's going to provide a little bit of a team damage, AoE damage for the Lunox. They pick up the Blade of Despair onto Forza as well, who's playing with Granker.
Now, totally opposite directions how the game 2 is going from game 1. You see Team Absolute with the lead of 6-0. Now Team Envy has 6-1 ahead. I still in favor of Team Absolute. Hopefully they get their late game come around. It's not too far behind. They're about maybe 1,000 or maybe 500 gold in terms of their MMs.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the MMs are the closest for now.
Yeah.
The only issue is that things are just the tags are just so lacking in terms of economy.
Yeah.
Like you see this Grok just starving in terms of farm, and they managed to get the stun off onto the Lunox. This is the fight that they need. Leomor comes in as well, but Lunox activates the Audio of the Brilliance in the right time, and they get the return kill onto the Grok. How quickly did Team Envy turn that one around?
The rotation just came in so quickly, Team Envy there.
Right, and Lolita with the burst as well. The ultimate onto all 4 members, but Kolya is there. And they managed to pick up the kill onto Lolita. 2 members down. And Team Envy.
I mean, you expect to see this kind of result coming from the lineups that they have against each other. Now, I'd say if Team Envy, again, just farm up, try and catch out if they can. Getting it close, but not really capitalizing or getting the kill, it just makes it redundant.
Right, and on top of that, you can see Envy just applying pressure across all. Look at how quickly he's bringing Monchi. And tried to use the charades right there, but doesn't find the Q. He tried to use the roulette to pick up the Q right there, but a little bit too out of range, I would say.
It would have been bad if Carry went down there. Bringing that low as well, I mean, it would be the same as well.
Yeah, like I mentioned, I just love Forza's kit right now.
Yeah.
Like the way the Granger is playing, making sure that he uses, you know, he's just applying so much pressure in lane, using his range, right? That's the advantage that you have as a Granger.
This first skill, I would expect a nerf coming very soon for Granger, I would say.
Oh, Diggy Ping forced to use ultimate right there. Forza going to use his ultimate as well. Just to kind of scout if there's anyone in the brush. Remember, he has Red Sophie, right? So he doesn't really need to risk going in front. Like, he just use Red Sophie into the bush, fire a couple of bullets, make sure that there's no one there.
And the mobility while you shoot and all, like you don't have to stand still.
And now Project Envy looking to starve out the jungle of Absolute. And you're just waiting for the Lord right now, like 40 more seconds before Lord comes up. You don't want to take a stupid team fight right here.
Yeah.
You don't want to lose any members.
Basically not do what Team Absolute did.
In the previous game, in the previous game. And now
Just messing
Azure
around
X,
here.
yeah, Azure is going to spot up Ace of Speed. And Monjichi trying to do her best to push out the lane as well. Remember, the key winning factor for Absolute is to try to get Monchichi farmed up as fast as possible. And now Fenrir into the lane, they find the Grog as well. And Time Reverse is going to make sure that Panda gets kicked back. The Leomor dives in, but changes his mind immediately. And carries in the front line, but she's a little bit in the wrong positioning.
Still doing well, trying to bait the Chow. I would say it'd be bad if Team Absolute, any one of a few of them, were to go down. Again, they would lose Lord.
And on top of it, they're just making their way towards the Lord right now.
Yeah.
On the way, just to make sure that they pick up the buff.
I think look at that. They're trying to camp out Team Envy.
And looks like they want to go right in. They're being forced to use his ultimate to try to get the
just
Turret
Chow
out of
now.
trouble. And Chow onto the back line gets the kick onto the Selena. Oh, that small little gap allows him to escape. Oh, and look at that. The ultimate comes in. Those shots must hurt. Ace of Spade down to a quarter of HP. And without the Selena,
They can't do anything against the Granger.
they can look to take the Lord right now.
Definitely better than what Team Absolute did with the stronger early game team, I'd say.
Right, definitely. I mean,
This is what you need to do when you have an early game team. You need to capitalize on the lead, make no mistakes. Granger played very well. That's it. You gotta get good positioning when you have MM.
Right, on top of it, they have really tanky heroes as well. I mean,
Yeah.
Chow is pretty decent. They have Terizla as well. That's kind of frontlining for them. And And now you gotta make sure that he closes out the bottom wave.
I would take Rengar and push out maybe top lane or bottom lane just to try and see, because you have Lord. You don't need all 5 to be with the Lord.
Yeah, and now with the Lord, they can look to take the middle turret. They are just protecting this Lord, make sure that carry doesn't bring them really early. Yeah, the war is good, but it still allows the Lord to come into the front. Zura X making sure Lolita comes in with the shield as well.
They're too passive, I'd say, Team Absolute.
But it's just so hard for the side of Team Envy to push in. And they will just clean up the bottom turret. And look at where Diggy is just placing all these time auto alarm bombs. Like, he's just making sure that he zones out the rest of Absolute, make sure that they don't have breathing space.
And those things hurt. Look at that. Goes into the back line, boom. All 1 quarter.
And on top of it, they have the Chow as well, so he can definitely just, if the carry is a little bit out of position, the champions is just going to dive the back line and go onto her. And the stun goes onto the turret star, but he will soak that up just fine. They pick up a tier 2 and tier 3 turret onto the bottom lane as well, so that's
They're
2
just
lanes.
healing the base layer by layer.
Right, there's just 2 lanes that have super minions right now. And now Ace of Spades, he wants to make something happen right now. Diggy dropping really low. They managed to get a kill onto the Diggy, not before he activates his ultimate. But that doesn't matter. The Diggy is what they want. They get the stun onto Panda as well. Chow dropping really low. The stun coming in. Stuns up both the tanks. And where is this Granger?
Oh, really bad there for Team Envy, I'd say. Again, you have to capitalize on lead. You make mistakes like this, especially for a team that's you expect to be stronger late game. They're gonna catch up. And then once
what do you think they did wrongly there? Like,
I think they just stayed too long. Now, they did the 2 towers. They're not gonna take the base yet. Why are you staying inside the base? Just move along, farm your jungle, get stronger.
that's very true. Like, the game is getting played out right now.
Exactly.
And we're just waiting for Team Envy to just make sure that they make the final push, right? I assume that they go wait for the last lot to come in as well, or maybe if the crews push fast enough, they can take the top tier 3 tower.
If they're just gonna sit inside the base while Team Absolute has their fountain refreshing their health again and again, they're just
I
gonna
think the
lose
next
out.
team fight is definitely going to decide who wins
Definitely,
again. Like,
yeah.
like if Team Envy can take one more fight and win it, they definitely have the game.
I mean,
But
they are 14,000 gold ahead. If team do not take the next team fight, then definitely.
right. What do you think is the winning condition for Team Absolute right here?
I would say if they manage to get their backline, maybe take out Granger. He is definitely the main damage source of the team. Maybe take out the Doggy.
Right. Yeah. I mean, if they do manage to take out either Qualifier or Framer, that's
Yeah.
fine as well. I mean, Lunox is just hard to kind of go
he's
into.
just a bit too tanky.
Yeah, but Team Absolute is just they don't really have someone that can dive on the back line. That's the issue, right? They only have to
They
deal
would-
with the speed.
They would just have to catch out Granger, just bad positioning from Granger, and definitely they'll be able to capitalize on that.
Right. Either that or they can hope that the Selena's Sting comes
Yeah.
in, tries to get a stun for them.
Now we see Lord coming up in 10 seconds. I would say winning condition for Team Envy. Take out the Lord, do the final push. Maybe
Right.
take out the top tower while Lord come in from the middle.
Do you think Team Absolute should push towards this? Like, should they contest
I
for this
would,
Lord right
I
now?
would say no. If they get caught out and lose, then it's just a wipeout. And
Oh, but it looks like the bait comes through. They're going onto the ground right here. Grog's falling really, really low. They need the Grog to be alive in that fight. But Carry getting one shot by Granger right there. There's no way out for him. They get the stun in though. But Royal Call getting pulled back once again by Time Rosso. And now, with 2 members down on the side of Team Absolute, Team Envy can look to take the Lord.
there was no reason for them to come out and check. They were not going to win the team fight. They were not going to get the Lord. You come out and then you get baited.
They had to do something. Like,
Yeah.
like if not, the Lord's going to push down to the middle lane. So I think that was a really good effort by Team Absolute, but there's just... They have to take the team fight right there.
Yeah.
There's just no way they could back off because Team Project Envy have just so much lockdown in the Terizla, in the Digi, in the Chow as well.
And it doesn't seem like they were communicating well. I'd say like half the team was not engaging, half was engaging.
I think they were a little bit half-hearted onto
Yeah.
that. They didn't really expect a team fight to happen right on the spot right
Exactly.
there. So that was the reason why you saw that.
Yeah.
Grog here trying to push the rest of the team members back with the wall. And Azura X will gladly take that one for the Lunox.
We see the Lord coming in to the base, Team Absolute.
Yeah, it is the second lot as well. Well, look at that. Like team
Going down really quickly.
Yeah, Team
Carry.
Absolute is just doing really well at just making sure that the lot doesn't push into their base. And right now they look to take the top tower. Look at how quickly they take it as well. And Diggy is the only member that is low. All 5 still up and running. Ground comes in with the wild charge. He has immortality. He can come up for a second time. The Emilian being used as well. Gets the stun onto the Chow. And it's going to be a 5v4. And now, looks like we have Team Envy just focusing on trying to take the base. And they managed to pick up the kill onto Chow and both Kolia. Ace of Space though will go down with it. And now, maybe, just maybe, Team Envy wants to end the game here. They pick up the kill onto Selena. And now turn the attention down onto Monchichi. Order of the Brilliance being used. Monchichi could fall pretty soon. Order the kills, 2 more shots to bring down. And Leomont will stay alive, but Granger will clear this one out.
That's all. They were focusing everybody except Granger, and Granger just killed everyone. He just murdered everybody.
Right, congratulations to Team Project Envy. They managed to pick up
Their second game.
the second game, and
Yeah.
they will proceed into the upper
They played
brackets.
really well, I'd say, yeah.
Like, what do you think was the losing condition, or what do you think that allowed Team Envy to win? Because
For me, I feel like Team Envy had the stronger early game. They took the early game, capitalized on mid game with the early game, and that's it. They just pushed for the win. They made some mistakes, but it wasn't too bad. Hence, Team Absolute couldn't capitalize.
right,
on
I
that.
mean, the graphs just show it's a
Yeah.
pretty it wasn't like the previous game where we saw Absolute had the early game
Exactly.
coming in. Team Envy's disruption allowed them to scale from early to late. You can see, it's just so one-sided. I don't think there was any point in time
Yeah.
where we saw Absolute ahead in terms of goal graph. So yeah, a lot of work being done by Forza right there. The highest amount of tower damage, highest amount of hero, and in fact, I mean, I have to give it to
Nobody was
L0X.
focusing him.
Yeah, there was just
No one to jump
think
on
it came
him
down to
anyways,
draft, right?
yeah.
I think it came down to draft, right?
Yeah.
Like there was just no one on the side of Team Absolute that could just dive
Exactly.
on the backline.
You need somebody like that. You don't have someone like that, then you can't take out their main damage.
Right, but that being said, congratulations to Team Envy. They will make their way into the upper brackets. Once again, for those who are just turning in, we have just come to the end.
On match
Between
two, yeah.
Team Envy and Absolute, we have
Absolute.
more games lined up for you as
Definitely.
well. This is the
Throughout the
Ace.
whole Saturday,
Right.
Mobile Legend.
Right. So you are watching the Ace League. Remember, this is organized by Sphere Asbit and Game Asia. And I'm pretty excited for the rest of the day to come. So we'll get the short 10 minutes break, but when we are back, we'll bring you match 3 of the day.
All right, see you guys later. Right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, boys and girls. Game 3, we got SOS Slayers of SG, strong name, NSYNC. Sorry, NSYNC.
NSYNC Esports.
NSYNC
It sounds so
Esports,
nice, right?
yeah.
Like they have this chemistry, we are NSYNC. So there we
good,
have it.
sounds
Like
good.
we have NSYNC up against Slayers of SG.
Let's keep that as SOS.
Yeah, that's what
I
sounds
like
really
SOS,
nice.
yeah.
That's what it sounds like. All right, but that being said, yes, this is still a upper brackets game, so it's gonna be a best of 3, and these teams are already into the draft. So let's just jump straight into it. We're gonna see Slayers of SG pick up the blue side for now. They're gonna pick up the Lunox. They pick up the Tiger, and they pick up the Terisla as well. The Tiger is pretty interesting. I don't think we see much Tigers
No,
nowadays.
this is the first time we're seeing him come on in one of our games
Tiger
today.
is still really important. Though.
He is very good.
He has implosion, so
Yeah.
he can kind of pull all the members in with his
Exactly.
ultimate. And they have the Terisla, so you can see the wombo combo
Yeah.
coming up from the side of
Typically,
SOS.
you see Tigreal, how they play their players. They flicker in, they pull back the enemies, and then
Right.
they stun and do
And
the
then they have the
ultimate.
Terisla with the knockup as
Yeah,
well, so
exactly.
that's a really
They
good
can
wombo
chain
combo.
the CC.
I think Diggy will do really well on either team because
Yeah.
if you look at the way NSYNC, they have this Krufra, they pick up the Growl, they have the carry as well. So decent amount of CC coming off the Krufra. I think Diggy will do really well for either side. It's like it will work both ways.
We see the MM taken. Carry has been picked on NSYNC.
And so that's just really good against both the Terisla
Yeah, exactly.
and it's not exactly
Tank
a
shredder.
direct counter, but she does really well with tank. So I
Yeah.
think that's a good pick. They pick up the Gushen as well,
Yeah.
so they don't really want to see the Claude because Claude can dive from the back line.
Exactly.
And with Krufra and Grok being focused on going into the front,
Mhm.
they need someone who, or rather they cannot afford to allow Slayers of SG to pick up a diver like Claude who can just go in, take out the carry, and then come back.
Now they've taken Moscow for the MM as well as the Cow.
Yeah, I like how they pick both the Minotaur and Moskov right here. I think if they pick up the Minotaur, it's good, but
Oh,
there
they
is
went for
still
Ruby.
there's still a DE on the board, and
Yes.
I'll have to admit, like
Picking.
right now, if I was NSYNC Esport, I would definitely go for the Diggy. But
You
they
definitely
need-
like your Diggy, don't
yeah,
you?
they need the Diggy, right? Because there's the Ruby, there's also the Terisla, there's the Tiger as well. There's 3 heroes that have a lot of CC that I don't see how NSYNC Esports can deal with right now. Yeah, they have the sustain coming in with the Tamus.
Yeah.
They also have the Grok and Kurfa that can kind of soak up damage at the front line as well. But they don't have someone that can kind of sit on top of the carry and protect, right?
Yeah.
But it's not too bad. I mean, if you look over to the side of Slayers of SG, they don't really have someone that can dive as well. They have the Moskov, yes, but only the Moskov can really do damage. So we'll have to see how this Moskov plays. Like,
We have to see how his positioning is.
like
If he's-
Moskov's
yeah,
positioning is so important.
It's
Yeah.
very, very important. His passive is so good together with his first skill. I'd
Yep,
say
correct.
So
Like-
much mobility.
Like you increase his like the first skill increases your attack
Yeah.
speed, and then it allows you to reposition yourself as
Definitely,
well.
definitely.
And with your passive, you kind of lower down his first skill.
Mhm.
So it's a win-win situation for Moscow.
Till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them.
So we're starting the game.
All troops
All the players
deployed.
are moving up to their lanes.
So you see Retribution getting picked up by both the Lunox and Grushin, both mid laners right here. So they want to
See
get them up to level 4.
Little skirmish here, level 1.
And this is just going to be a battle of who reaches level 4 first.
Yeah.
It's either the Lunox or the Grushin, and whichever side sits the level 4 first, we will see a lot of aggression coming out from that team. So
We
you
see SOS pushing in all the lanes quickly, going for the invade to level 1. Tigreal.
Yep,
Ruby.
they cut the wave at the top lane as
Yeah.
well, so that kind of allows them to go straight into jungle, get level 2 on both opponents,
the
and we see a
counter
counter
invade.
invade. Yeah. What do you think about this counter invade? Like, oh, it looks like Tiger is on the wrong side of the wall, but they're trying to focus on it. Gushen will pick it up with the
The
Retribution.
backup came in from top lane, I see.
Oh.
First blood going down. Tigreal.
And now it looks like they're fighting. The fight has broken up into 2 places right now. But Lunox in a little bit of trouble. No level 4 yet.
4 players going down. Very rough there for SOS.
NSYNC Esports, definitely NSYNC right there. They knew they were going for the invade.
Exactly. Immediately went for the counter invade and then assisted mid lane. Very, very in sync, I'd say.
Yeah, and not only that, Bush on the Gushen, he did manage to pick up his own buff. So
Exactly.
they technically didn't lose anything in
Nothing.
that. Like they did a perfect rotation, they
Exactly.
won a team fight, they picked up 4 kills.
They had the mid lane there stalling out for the invade, especially.
Absolutely.
Attack.
And now you see, even while they're taking their own jungle, Slayers of SG has to be a little bit
Exactly.
careful as well. And Gushin is already level 4, while the
so
Lunox
quick.
is still 2
They're
levels.
just feeding him, getting him up level.
To try and make sure this Gushin stays as fat as possible. You can see the goalie right now, 2k. That's probably the difference between the Gushin and the Lunox. And Turtle is going to be up right now. And without the Lunox on level 3 or not even level 3,
No way they could
yeah,
contest this.
there's just no way. They have to give this Turtle.
Exactly.
And they're put in such a tough spot right now. Like,
They
do you,
might try. You see Tigreal coming in.
like, do you go for it?
Nope.
Oh, Grogdo is level
Just
4,
getting
gets
caught
the Nature Rush as well, gets the easy kill onto it. And Terisla will be the next target to go for. Magic Ball being used, and Ruby trying to use those speeds to keep the team under control of the team fight. But now Bush coming in to clear up the rest of it, picks up the kill onto the Terisla. And it's a 2 for nothing on the... I mean, Insync is just playing a really sick game right
They're
now.
playing a perfect game now, right now. They've taken Turtle, they saw the team coming, SOS trying to come and contest. A little bit too late there, ended up getting caught out. Tigreal melted instantly. Gracia with the level 4 ultimate and all.
And now Carry on the top side, he's already level 5. And that's gonna be not a bad... Oh, they pick up another kill onto the middle lane as well. Lunox will fall once again. This Lunox is just struggling, like Implosions being used by Carry with the dive as well to get out just in time. Terisla too far away. Could we see the spear coming in? Oh, barely misses, and she will get out just in time. But it looks like
Yeah,
they
back
want
up.
more. Insync coming in with the spin to get the easy kill. They will pick up the Terisla as
Double
well.
kill going down there for Gracia.
I mean, Insync Esports 9-0.
They're already 4,000 golden lead.
This Gushin is twice the level of the Lunox right there, but I think Lunox just hit level 4, but they're just so far behind right
Yep.
now. Like, Gushin is just running the whole game right now. He's
And-
just running from lane
And
to
they
lane.
have the late game team, and they're already ahead. I don't see this going very well for SOS.
Right, they have Hila who's playing on this carry. She's
Yeah.
gonna be really scary. She's gonna be a monster late game.
She's already a monster. Look at what she did to Tigreal.
Tell me, look at that. Fender just needs so much more farm right now. He tries to go to the backline, but there's just not enough damage on this
Oh.
Moskov.
Double kill.
They lose the Grog, but they fit Bush.
I think he
another
def-
2 kills.
He defended really well. It's just that this Gracia is just really, really far ahead.
And look at that, Lunox tries to find with that. They may be able to get a kill onto Carry, but look at the burst damage coming out for the MM. One more hit, and they will be able to pick up the Lunox. On top of it, the Terisla gets the return kill as well. Meanwhile, X-Phantom getting picked up in the middle of the lane. And even when they lose, they win. The Insync Esports.
That's how far ahead they are.
And I'm sure that they don't mind losing the
Yeah.
killer right there. They still manage to pick up the kill on the Lunox. Eventually, the kill goes to Why So Serious.
Yeah.
So, you know, giving the kill over to the Terisla rather than Lunox is still a good case for
Yep.
Insync.
Second turtle being picked up by Insync. I'd say SS just farm within their jungle, try not to be aggressive.
Oh, Kufa diving into the middle of the fight like here, finds 4 members. Implosion being used by the Tiger, but look at the Nature's Rush getting here. Wild Charge coming in, knocks out all 4 members, although they lose the Kufa. But Gushin, now he has his say in the battle, picks up a Godlike as well onto the Terisla, and looks like Lunox could be the next one to fall. Being forced to use Order of the Brilliance right there early into the fight.
Even though SOS managed to get a kill early,
And Tiger now just gonna make sure that Tamus dives right back in, but look at the burst from Gushin. No one on the side of SOS can handle it. And on top of it, they
Ridiculous.
have Carrie who's just pushing from lane to lane. She will pick up that buff as well. And that's just more goal going in the way
they're
of
just running
Insync.
away with it, Insync. You could see SOS really trying very hard, trying to keep stay in the game. It doesn't seem like they can do very much now.
It's just so hard. Like Fender
Yeah.
needs so much more farm. Like if you compare Fender and Carry, right? They're both pretty even.
Mhm.
They both need sustain. They both need attack damage. But look at what this Gushin went for. He picked up the Community Ripper,
Mhm.
which kind of just reduces the lifesteal coming in
Yeah.
from MMs. And this is just good because it counters the Moskov so hard. Like the Moskov needs... how Moskov works is that basically he has a high attack speed, right?
Yeah.
And he's meant to just out-damage and outlast the opposition.
yeah.
And with the Community River, you reduce his lifesteal, you know,
Mhm.
you reduce his sustain in fights.
He'll just melt.
Yeah, he's just
You
gonna
don't,
be
you don't
random.
even need to reduce. Gracia just jumps in and kill him.
Absolutely. And now Ray up alone in the top side, which means the rest of the teams, They know where Slayers of SG are. They have to be careful. Tamu's going to start by diving onto the service line right there. The sustain coming in for the Tamus.
Where
And
is
he does pick
Gushin
up
all of
easy
this?
kill. Gushin, he's busy hitting onto the back line right now. Marco, the next one, could just fall right here. And now there's just no way out for X Phantom. Right underneath the turret, they find 3 more kills. And Grok nearly takes too many shots right there, but now Healer in the bottom lane pushing into the tier 3 turret. And Fender has to helplessly watch it. And now Healer.
Look at that burst.
I mean, Healer just isn't afraid of
Yep.
Moskov right now.
There's no respect given whatsoever. Even 2 people came up to her earlier up top. She melted one of them.
Right, yeah, you know, Fender has picked up the Phantom Scarlet, but it's just so far away. Like,
Exactly.
he needs so much more. Look at the difference between Carry and the Moskov. The Carry's already got the golden staff. She's already working towards the endless battle.
They're twice up in gold. It's just too far.
That's a 30k goal lead on the side of Insync Esports. And on top of that, Gushin now diving right in, uses his spikes to get the kill onto the Tigreal. They managed to hook 2 members there with the Ruby, and this could be the fight that they need. But now Tamu jumps right in. Gushin going to clear up the rest of the fight, picks up the kill. Oh, Lunox, one more hit onto it. Spear of Destruction comes out, but doesn't land on any of the targets. However, they still managed to pick up the kill onto Carry and Grok. And that's going to last them for quite a while. Fender finally finding those important kills.
As a Tigreal did really well there, catching up the whole team, bringing them to the tower, just catching them off guard, I'd say.
Yeah, just bought so much space.
Yeah.
Marco came in with the hook,
Definitely.
you know, locked them down right under there, made it impossible for the side of Insync Esports to dictate the pace of the fight.
And when you do that, you get so caught up in trying to escape, you don't actually fight back. Allowed Moskov to just rain on arrows on them.
And Ray now just making sure that he cuts those waves to allow the creeps to push in. And the rest of Insync Esports will join him as well. Look at that, he's just trying to draw aggro away from the creeps. Look at Carry as well, just shredding this Tigreal. And meanwhile, in the backline, we do see Gushin diving in. And he managed to pick up 2 kills on both the Ruby and Teresa. Remember, they are key figures. And he's trying his best, but X Phantom has no support from the rest of his teammates.
Rip.
And Carry going to pick up the easy kill as well. Look at how quickly this Moskov is falling. It's an easy kill, triple kill for the Carry.
It would have been GG, they didn't have creeps up and in the turrets.
Slayers of SG, they need so much more to come back in the game. And now I would say, you know, it's all down to Insync Esports. It's not even in the hands of Slayers of SG.
Definitely.
They have to hope for Insync Esports to make a mistake, maybe a little bit of mispositioning for the Carry. But Healer's just playing a sick game right now, like flawless game. Other than the early 2 kills where she gave, you know, Gushin just buying. Look at that, 11 and 0 on this Gushin.
He's just doing really well, Bush.
Spear of Destruction coming in, trying to snipe onto the Lord, but they don't get it. They pick up the Lord as well. On top of it, Implosion comes in, but where's the rest of the teammates? Look at how quickly the Tiger is taken out. They take out the Terizla as well. 23 seconds without the Terizla, without the Tigreal. And Insync Esports picked up the Lord. This is so one-sided.
It's 31-7. I don't see this going anywhere else.
Now you see Ruby just trying to buy time for the Moskov, but I'm afraid there's nothing much can do. Marco goes down. And now it's just
It
going to be...
doesn't seem like SOS is coordinated at all. They're just all over the place. Obviously, the pressure being on the losing end.
I don't blame them.
Yeah,
Like
definitely.
you see all these creeps pushing in. Look at that Carry just zipping left and right. Gushin comes in, takes out the Lunox. They clear up the Tigreal as well. And it's going to be a sweep out right here. I think Moskov does manage to pick up a kill onto it, but there's just too many waves.
And the game goes to insane, boys.
Right. Esports picks up an easy game 1 in under 10 minutes, I believe.
That was about there.
Yeah, just above 10 minutes,
Yeah.
just slightly under 11 minutes right there. Look at the itemization coming from Bush. He picked up the community Reaper first, which does really well against the defender.
It just counted it.
Yeah, way before the sustain came out. And I
Exactly.
think what was the best thing about the community Reaper is that it counters Marco.
Yeah.
How Ruby works is that she needs a lot of lifesteal. That's why you see her going for the Hunt's Claw. But with Bush picking up that item early game, you have no more sustain in this Ruby.
It becomes redundant.
Yeah, and without the Ruby in the team fight, you don't really have that lockdown. Yes, Tigreal and both the Teresa have knockout, but where where's damage? Where's the
Yeah.
sustain coming from the Ruby? The Ruby is needed to lock to keep everything. She is the gel that
Exactly.
keeps the draft of SOS together. With that being said, I mean, end of the day, like I said, is insane. The way they played the early game, the rotations as well.
They controlled the match throughout
Right.
the whole match.
So congratulations to Insync. They walk away with game 1. It is not over though. This is a best of 3.
Yep.
So Slayers of Ashes still has a second chance. Any thoughts on game 1?
I'd say that definitely NSYNC ran away with the game.
Right.
They were the late game team that came out ahead early, and it just went.
I mean, that's
like,
the perfect situation, right?
exactly,
You have a
yeah.
late game draft, but you're winning early game. That's the best, right?
It's GG from then,
Right.
you know.
So we'll try to get the second lobby up, but we're heading to a short break.
Very short break.
Yep, and we'll be back
We'll
after
see you
this.
guys later. Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We're starting game 2, SOS against NSYNC. SOS Slayers of SG not slaying very much last game. I see NSYNC doing. They did really well their first game. They just
first
ran
game
away with
wise, it looked like a routine.
Yeah.
Routine rotation coming from them. They went to the top side, they cut the waves, and then they pick up the opponent's buff, and then they went back into their own buff, pick up a team fight there,
Exactly.
win the team fight.
So coordinated. It was so fun to watch. SOS hoping to pick up the second game. Let's see if they can come back.
Right.
Hopefully they don't let it affect their moral too much. Losing
Right,
the first
I'm
game.
pretty sure they are gearing to go for the
Yeah.
second game. But the draft is on the way, so let's just dive right to it. Like you said, I'm rooting for SOS as well.
Yeah.
We want to see Slayers
We
of
wanna
HG
see-
Slay.
We want to see a more competitive fight.
Right, and I think SOS definitely can provide that. They pick up
Yeah.
the Krufa this time round, they pick up the Asmurda as well.
Strong picks, I'd say. Going Granger for MM on NSYNC. We
Right,
see the
they-
growth
Your team
as well.
Oh, they pick up they're going for the exact same draft that InSync had in the first game.
Yep.
And they banned out the Gushin as well, which was what 16-0 in the previous
He
game.
was just shredding everyone.
Right, I think he
was
went
just-
he went 10 and 11-0. He died at the last
He
minute,
died,
but
yeah.
other than that, a perfect game for him.
So good. It was so fun to watch him play. He just jumped in, killed everyone, jumped back out.
Yeah, which of the players do you think impressed you the most in game one?
I would definitely say game one, Bush did so well.
Right,
It
on-
was
on
just
the
so
Gushin,
much
right?
fun to watch.
Yeah, he was just so clinical. Like he knew where to go in.
Exactly.
He knew how much how much damage he could
Even
take.
on the tanks, he just went in. He didn't give anything. He didn't care.
Right, and this is what you get when you get a fearless
Exactly.
Gushin. You get a flawless Gushin as well. But now into game two, we're gonna see a different lineup right here for both teams. A little bit of a swap here in draft. We do see them picking up the Grok for themselves. They
Yep.
pick up the Lunox and Granger, and they're looking pretty good right now. I mean, they don't have the CC that they had early game, but that is fine.
Yeah.
They still have the Lunox, so that's a lot of burst. Like I said, end of the day, Lunox and Gushin are pretty similar.
Yeah.
Depending on who gets that level 4 first, that's kind of the deciding
Your
factor
team
of the
is
mid lane.
picking.
And this is why we see a lot of majors down the mid lane now. I remember a time where,
It was only MMs
Yeah, it
that
was
was
only
on-
marksmen in the
yeah.
mid game because everybody wanted the marksmen to go into late game.
Correct.
And then they kind of realized that, or rather most of the community realized that, putting the mage in the middle lane makes more sense.
Oh, the
Because
assassins
right.
and whatnot, yeah?
because they reach level 4 first,
Mhm.
they can kind of engage onto the side
Yes.
lanes and they get more farm as well.
Definitely.
So, and they carry the whole team to the late game,
Yep.
and that's where the MM starts to ramp up.
It's typically in the mid game where the MM are left alone to farm or side or split push and stuff like that, depending on the MM as well.
But I mean, it is a bonus if you don't
Yeah.
need your MM early into the game. You can
Definitely.
let them farm in the side lane.
Yep.
Maybe even a fighter, like Hayabusas, they do really
Yeah.
well in the side lanes all alone as well. They pick up the Leo mod. I really like the Leo mod coming in from InSync.
We see
Uh,
Harley as well being
yep.
taken. I'd
Harley
say
is just
more of
really
a
good.
roamer
Right,
role,
but
I'd
the
say.
only issue is that Harley doesn't do well against the Lunox because
Yeah.
Lunox can just use Order of the Brilliance to get out of trouble
Mhm,
if
mhm.
she's if the deadly magic is being used on her.
Yeah.
So that's something that I would say is a little bit questionable about the
Mm.
Harley pickup. But then again, if the Harley hits level 4 first,
Yeah.
then that is a good thing. I can see why they choose to go for Harley, right? You need something to handle the Granger. Try to reach into the Granger's range. Try to take him out before the fight
Mhm.
happens. I'm just a little bit worried about how they can go about doing that because we saw in game 1 InSync they do a really good job
They're
at protecting their
very
backline.
coordinated.
Yeah.
It's just so surprising how in sync they are.
Yeah, and Harley doesn't do well against a
Yeah.
coordinated team because if you dive in at the wrong timing,
Yeah, they just
then-
turn on you.
yeah. So Harley has to be a little bit careful in this game. But here we have the lineups of both sides. We're gonna see Slayers of SG run with the Kufra, the Esmeralda carry, the Harley, and the Bane. What do you think about this Bane? Like we don't see much Bane as
No,
well.
not at all. Typically, I would say it's a rather weak pick.
Yeah,
I would say.
I would agree with you. Like I
There's
think
so
they're
many
badding
more-
heroes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he's not exactly. I get where you're coming from. Like,
Yeah.
he's not weak, but there's
Yeah.
better heroes
Yeah,
out there.
exactly.
Yeah, so I absolutely get it. I think like I don't know. Maybe even Chow would do better, but Chow was kind of
Yeah,
banned
he
out.
was banned out.
So that's I guess that's why. Maybe a comfort pick coming in for the
Maybe,
next
yeah.
It could be a secret pick though.
Yeah. They have to pull a magic card or something out their sleeves, I'd say.
Right, absolutely. Now we're gonna see InSync apply pressure on the middle lane. Remember,
They did stole the buff, I'd say, from
right? They stole their
SOS,
buff.
yeah.
They still have both of their buffs up in their lane. And on top of it, we do see a similar situation where InSync is just
Yeah.
focusing on getting Bush up on terms of levels.
A little bit off, I would say, in sync compared to the first game. They're a bit less efficient this time. But still, SOS is behind. Just by a little bit.
And now Granger gonna make sure that they give the farm to the Lunox, wants to get her up on level 4 as well. They can give it to the Leomon, but I guess, more buff on your Bush,
Yeah.
double the buff, double the damage.
I mean,
It doesn't work that way. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. It doesn't work that way. But I tell you what works. Bush diving on the backline right now and
first blood going to
gets
Bush.
the first blood. Easy kill right there.
Turtle resurrecting soon.
And he goes down.
Like Bane has to rotate down the top side, but that just buys so much space for healer.
Yeah.
Because right now he's going to be able to pick up his own buff. And now Slayers of SG.
Oh, they're capitalizing on the fact that Bush went down and trying to see if we can sneak a turtle.
Oh, but the Leomon comes
Ooh,
out
they
just in
managed to get
time.
it.
They pick up the turtle, but it could be a little bit of trouble. Marco will be the first one to go down. Look at that. Granger coming in to clean up the rest of the fight. They pick up 2 more kills as well. It's a double kill for the Granger, and they certainly can look to take more. Look at that Granger diving in the back line right now. Healer up against the 1v1 against Fender. One more hit.
Triple kill for the Granger.
And they get 5 kills as well.
Ridiculous.
NSYNC Esports clears up the entire team in just one fight. Remember, they didn't even have Bush in that fight.
Not
Bush
at all.
went down early into the
Very
game.
early.
Oh my
They
goodness.
tried to capitalize on it as well as being a bit more aggressive, which is good, I'd say, but
And
it's
just one,
just
quick, just
unfortunate,
one
yeah.
quick rotation coming from Healer.
Exactly.
He finds himself trio up.
getting Granger fed is just not a good sign.
Yeah, it's not a good thing for Slayers of Ashley, definitely. And now you can see NSYNC Esports, they're looking confident, you know,
Yeah.
they're dictating the pace of the game. We saw on the early side, like SOS was still doing well, right? In
Yeah.
the middle lane. And then suddenly, with that fight, like, look at that, like, Bush can... With Bush coming back into the
Yeah.
game, with all the heroes down, she can go and take the buff again. And remember, they're just focusing on Lunox to get all the farm.
Yeah.
So even though Lunox went down there in the last team fight, she still can come back, right? She still can catch up in terms of farm because the team is just willing to give her everything.
Yep.
Like all the goals just go on to Bush.
I mean, they have to rely on her. She's like their key player. In this.
Right, look at how scary the bot lane is. And now
Ooh.
onto the top side as well. Slayers of SG getting a taste of their own mess and getting slain by NSYNC Esports. They pick up 3 kills on both the top and bottom lane. But Granger could fall pretty much.
Ooh.
Marco with the deadly magic and the poker tricks up his sleeve picks up the kill as well. But on the other side, Slayers of SG, they pick up 3 kills, and they pick up the top turret as well. So
Yeah.
it's still a win.
I don't know about Granger's play against... I would say that he could have played that better, maybe sustain a bit more, play kited again. He just stood there getting attacked and brought him low enough so that
Right,
Harley could come in
absolutely.
and just
I
pick
mean-
him
I
up.
mean-
Yeah. You had the goal difference, you have the range. Why would you stand up and let him attack you?
And it's just a little bit hard. Now the Bloodline X comes up for
Yeah.
Healer as well, so that's a little bit of sustain coming in for the
Compared to their
Granger.
carrier. Carrier
Yeah.
just has to pick up on goal.
And now Bloodline X comes out for both the Granger and the Leomon. And this is going to be a slight burst of damage.
Yeah.
And early game, the slight is a lot.
It's
Now Bush
lot.
dives on the back. Look at that. The Steed comes in. Kuva comes in as well, but it's a little bit too late. And Ray is going to pick up an easy double kill right there.
They're
3
just
members.
running away with all the team fights. This is just
Yeah,
brutal.
this is just bad for NSYNC Esports.
It's just brutal to watch.
And I mean, this is a professionalism coming in from NSYNC
Yeah.
Esports. They're not, although they're in the winning end,
Mhm.
they make sure that they don't make mistakes. They make all the
Yeah.
right rotations. They pick up the right team fights. And Bane here just gonna clear up the lane for now. But look at Granger. This Granger is just farming.
It's already so far ahead.
Yeah, Shiny now with the wild charge will be able to get the 3-man stun up. And the Magic Ball will not be able to do much. Another power, a spin of nature will be able to get the job done. Granger picks up 2 more kills for himself. 5 and 1. 7k goal lead in the favor of NSYNC Esports right now.
They're doing better, SOS, but it's not enough. It's not going to be enough for them to defend against NSYNC like this.
I think it comes down to the early game,
Yeah.
right? The NSYNC Esports just applies so much pressure in the early
Exactly.
game that it's hard
And they're so
for...
comfortable doing it.
Right,
You
and right
see
now,
them-
Mobile Legends is a game
Exactly.
that
It's so
does that,
fast-paced.
yeah, it punishes teams that cannot handle snowball. Look
Yeah.
at that, X-Phantom just gonna get picked up here. And this is what I'm saying, like the snowball
This is-
effect coming in from NSYNC Esports is just so strong.
And they know how to capitalize on their lead. You pick an early game team, you have to capitalize, and NSYNC, they know what they're doing.
I mean, even when they did not have an early game
Yeah,
lead,
exactly.
they were still winning. They pick up a late game draft for the carry,
Yep.
and they still made it work.
And now they realize they don't have to. They're taking up on early game.
And now Bush here with the critical kill.
This is the combo I was telling you about, Granger. Just coming in with the dash, auto attack, and first kill. That's it. You look at that. You melt everyone with that combo. It's so
Right.
stupid.
Marco.
Yep. And then if you... Okay, he almost got that.
And coming in once again with the Red Sophie. Red Sodi picks up double kill as well. You saw, Marco trying to go into the daily magic, but his ultimate just landed onto the high loss, which is not the target that you want. And look at how confident Hila is. He's standing in the base of the opponent while the
Just
tank is
tanking
behind
everything. He managed to even get one more kill before going down. It is just ridiculous.
Right, the tank is standing
respect.
behind him. Like usually you want your
You
tank to be in
don't-
front of you,
You
but
don't need a tank. They swap places.
like, Hilas is like, alright, you go and do your
Yeah.
job, I'll just wait here for you. I'll pick you up after 9, right? I'll pick you up after 9.
We'll go for sushi later.
And now it looks like Insync Esports want to clean this fight up. They are clearing up onto the base turrets of all
Yeah.
3 lanes right now. And they're up on terms of only 12k goal lead in the 7th minute mark. That's an average of what, 1.5k goal lead per minute? That's just insane. And they're picking up all the. Look at that. They're just
They're
so
just
uniform.
clearing everything.
They're
They're
just
making no mistakes.
they're working like a
making-
machine.
Exactly. They're not going to engage in their base. They know that might end up losing the game. They're just playing perfectly right now.
Insane Esports, very insane indeed. The wall comes in, nearly traps the Bane, but just that slight hook. And now Granger looking to clear up the rest of the fight. Look at that, his ultimate is just bashing SOS down. And now why so serious, isolated from the rest of his team. Look at that. The Leoma is just running wild around the base. And there's just nothing that SOS can do for now. Slayers of SG getting pressure right underneath their
They're just
tertiary
gonna lose all
turrets.
their inhibitor turrets. There's
Yeah.
nothing they can do against Granger. Melting all the tanks as well.
Right, he's just
Look-
so far.
look
Look at
at
that,
how
2
strong it
shots.
is.
2 shots onto the Ash Murder. And all 5 members still alive. And now they look to take up the carry. One more shot coming in from Bush. And Marco will fall as well. Kufa, the only remaining member that can really stop this fight. Bane, there's not much he can do.
Yep.
Uses his ultimate. But it is pretty much
He got
GG.
melted instantly.
And now Insync Esports gonna clear up this game. Pretty straightforward. 2-0 in the favor of Insync Esports.
There was only one direction in this match, and it was Insane taking the win. There was no way SOS could come back. It was just brutal to watch.
Strongest performance so far among all the games.
I would say the most brutal. Not the strongest, the most brutal. Bush and Hilda.
Yeah, Hila.
Oh my
Correct.
god. This
Hila's
dude,
just insane on this
yeah.
Granger, right? We
Yeah.
saw in the previous game, they were playing the carry and Gushan combo. And this
Definitely.
kind of shows their flexibility because they're doing the same exact thing
Yeah.
with a different draft.
Exactly.
So you don't see any repeat heroes other than the Grok, but overall the team just they work like a machine. Like they know what needs to be done. They have the Leomorph farming the side, and then the Granger is just focusing on split pushing.
And he knows when to go in. He knows he's powerful. He's
Right.
just going to jump
The
in. He's going
early
to do his
game,
combos.
that
So
early game
stupid.
rotation though,
Yeah,
coming
exactly.
in, pick up 3 kills. They lose the turtle, but they pick up 3 kills and they pick up the top turret as well.
Yeah.
I mean, this is just pretty insane. But overall, congratulations to Insync Esports.
Yep.
They are the ones that move forward. I believe we have another game coming up pretty soon after this, but it's
Okay.
going to be a BO1.
Okay.
It's going to be a lower bracket.
Uh-huh.
I'm pretty excited to see whose game we're
Yeah,
requesting.
who's going to be coming up from the bottom brackets and see who will
Okay,
rise up again.
So I'm going to pose you a hard question. Not a
Yeah.
hard question, but among all of the 3 winners that we have seen today so
Okay,
far
uh-huh.
in 3 matches, which team has impressed you the most? We have
def-
Insync Esports, we have Arrow Wolf,
Mhm.
and I do believe I forgot who's the last one, but
I have one in mind, Eris. It's Insync. Definitely
Right.
Insync. Like how coordinated they are.
it's tough to.
You
if-
see them taking a late game team,
Right.
late game draft, and then you see them doing an early game draft. They did the late game; it's a safer pick. Like they know they have to farm, and then all they need to do is get to late game. But it didn't matter.
right,
early game,
absolutely.
they took everything.
I think it's just unfortunate that
Exactly.
Slayers of actually face such a tough team. We want to see them shot their stuff more
Definitely.
in the lower brackets. So we're going to shot 5 to 10 minutes break while we try
Alright.
to get the next game set up.
Beautiful.
But we'll be back as well. For those who are just tuning in, remember to like us on our Facebook as well. You can check out more information on both of the websites of both EFA and Ace League.
Yep.
Remember, this is organized by Sphere Exhibits and Game Asia as well.
Asia.
So we're going to 10 minutes break, but we'll see you right after this.
See you guys later.
Alright, so we are finally back with another game right here. And for the second time of the day, we are about to see Team Phoenix X up against Turtle Killers. So Turtle Killers are going to be on the red side. We're going to see Phoenix X on the blue. And hopefully this time around, I mean, unfortunately it is a best of one. So one of the teams will go home after this. But remember, for those who are just watching at home, if you get knocked out in qualifiers 1, the players can still come back and sign up for Q2. Like we have another round of qualifiers next month. So basically the top 4 of each qualifiers will go into the playoffs, and then for the playoffs we'll take 3 members, and we have a very secretive team that we have invited as a top seeder to the finals. I think most of the viewers and teams would have guessed who we are inviting, but we're just gonna keep it for a secret for the rest of our viewers at home. But yep, like you mentioned, we are in a very beautiful Saturday right here in Funan. And you know, for those who are just here, you know, you want to come on down, you can take a look, you can take a sit. Oh, I mean, it's quite fully booked right behind us. But if you want to crowd around, take a look at what's happening, go ahead. If you want to be comfortable at home, go ahead as well. You can check out all our stuff on Facebook, Twitch as well. So a lot of us.
We have a live stream going on Facebook, I believe.
It's everywhere. We are everywhere on social media. But now we are into the game. So let's just go through it. Oh, Iricho getting picked up rare. We're just discussing a little bit about the draft right now, and I was just saying, you know, it's a little bit rare to see MMs and majors getting banned out. So usually you see tanks getting banned out because tanks are just so important right now. With the introduction of more, you know, bursty majors and MMs, tank has become really important because the tanks will dictate how long you can sustain the fight. You need tanks to sustain, you need tanks to soak up the damage for you, you need tanks to go into the rush.
Even do damage as well, some of them, you know. That's why you see in higher tier games, you see them getting banned out very quickly, especially the stronger tanks.
This could be just a comfort pick event, right? They don't want to face, they don't feel comfortable facing all these major bans. So we'll see how this one goes, but now we will see Phoenix X. Phoenix X is going to go for the Kaja. This is the first time we'll see Kaja as well. I'm pretty excited. I'm always excited to see a Kaja. And on top of it, we do see an Irito as well. Pretty nice skin. Wonder how much you paid for it. I always wonder what the skin, but I kind of missed that period.
Don't judge, man. Don't judge.
Don't judge right there. Pay to win. No, I'm just kidding. The skins don't really give you much. It does give you a slight advantage.
It's like what, 8 attack or something like that.
It's just a little bit minor. But I mean, in this competition, you see most of the heroes, they already have skins.
You see some competitions, they ban out skins. They don't allow, they have to use the default and stuff like that.
Right, but I guess in MLBB, you know, Mobile Legends, it's quite easy to get a skin. They give out a lot of in-game rewards as well.
Definitely.
So it's very easy to get a skin of choice. But right now, let's just go through the draft. We have Turtle Killers that will be playing the Gato Gacha. They will also be using the Vexana, Minotaur, Carry, and Terisla. Where else on the side of Turtle Killers, we're gonna see the Kaja, Aurora, the Krog, the Tamus, and the Irito. So for the first time, we're gonna see a lot of these heroes that have not been picked.
Being banned.
Either not banned or the first time we've seen them today. Alright, so a little bit of a good luck, have fun coming up from both teams. And so coming into this game, which side do you prefer? Like Turtle Killers and Phoenix X. Both of them have a very good draft. I would say, you know, because of the carry, Phoenix X has a later game draft. But among these two, which team do you prefer?
I mean, we've seen a lot of early game, how much early game impacts the late game. And I'm more leaning towards Turtle Killers. I would say Turtle Killers have the better chance, even though they have.
Alright, since you go for Turtle Killers, I'll take the other side. I'll go for Phoenix X. But generally, I prefer Phoenix X. I know why you go for Turtle Killers, right? Because they have the Tamus, they have the Irito as well as the Kaja. But in general, I just prefer Phoenix X to draft. Just because they have Terisla, they have the carry as well. So I just prefer that so much more.
I mean, Carrie has somewhat a little bit of an early game, and she still has her burst.
She clears the wave really quickly, right? The only one that she doesn't do well against is that tanky heroes early game. But once she gets that golden stuff up, man, she's just insane. So what's your favorite hero in the MLBB so far?
I love Granger, man.
Oh my
Granger
God.
is just my favorite. Granger and Moskov most of the time. Moskov is just a very comfort.
I cannot believe you went for an easy answer right there. I'm disappointed in you, Alan. Like I cannot expect a harder answer to come out. But I can see where you're coming from. Like
I'm an MM player, man.
Yeah. What's not to love about Granger, right?
You got mobility, you got damage, you got burst, you have everything, and range on top of that. His ultimate is just so beautiful for champion.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, what's more beautiful is the team names right here. Dawn's Tier. It sounds so good, right? The team Dawn's Tier. You have the owning one. I mean, all these exotic news coming up on both sides. But this is what it is. You know, looks like we're gonna see Phoenix X.
Ooh, they're coming in for the level 4.
Oh, a little bit of trouble right here. Grog as well with the
Almost going
spin.
down. It was so close.
All 5 members. All 3 members in the middle lane still alive, but really low. Oh, it looks like Aurora with the flicker as well. And on top of that, cold destruction comes in.
A bit too comfortable sitting there in between towers. You don't do that. You run back and you base.
Absolutely, the icy wrath coming in from the Aurora to pick up 2 quick kills.
I had chills running down my back watching that happen. Immediately
kills.
going for the turtle.
And I,
Like
I
the
mean,
name is.
like the name is, that they're going for it. But
Taking
I
the
think there's a
first
little bit
turtle.
of a difference right here. I think Turtle Killers are on the red side and Phoenix X are on the blue team. Right, because we saw Freedom, right? We saw
Yeah.
Freedom, Jordan O. I'm not too sure about that. And now we do see Phoenix X going to pick up the... Phoenix X going to be picking up the buff for now. So what do you think about this early game rotation? Like, we haven't seen much in terms of both sides.
Okay. I'm still leaning towards Turtle Killers, even though they have come out short in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite understandable. And on top of that, we have Turista on the top side.
Yeah.
And oh, a little bit of trouble against this Aurora. The sustain could be able to keep him up. He picks up the kill on the Aurora.
Managed to get one.
Yeah, I mean that's the best case you can
Yeah.
ask for, right? Like that's the best thing you can ask for. So for those who are bringing at home, we're trying to get the change underway.
Yeah.
But it is Phoenix X who's playing on the blue team,
Yeah.
and Turtle Killers who's playing on the red right now.
So I'm leaning towards Phoenix X, and you
Oh.
are.
All
Okay.
right, Turtle. All right, so Turtle Killers right here, they
Not living up to their name.
yeah, they
apparently.
lost the turtle right there,
Yeah.
but they still have a chance in this. Remember, they have the carry,
Yeah.
so they can definitely look to take Cold Devastation being used right there on all 3 members. But the buff will still get picked up by the carry right now. And I guess this is where Turtle X are good at. Like,
Yeah.
they know they have to turtle up, and they they have to go for the late game.
Yeah.
I'm trying not to use the word turtle, but they are turtling up right now. And making sure that the waves gets pushed out. Bloodlight X comes up
But
for
they're
Freedom
supposed
as well.
to be killing the turtles,
Right?
not turtling up.
That's the ironic part, right? And right now we do see Minotaur coming in, but no ultimate coming. Minotaur is where is it? Gets frozen up by the Aurora, dropping really low as well. They have to carry all 5 members, all 10 members in the middle of this lane. But Freedom will pick up a double kill on both the Terizla and Gadogaka for now. Phoenix X pulling ahead in terms of farming kills.
That was just the perfect wall right in the middle. Managed to
Absolutely.
CC2.
And Jordan O comes up with the wall as well, just to make sure that they secure this first turret. Oh, Aurora comes in. The cold devastation.
Getting KS there by Ariel a little bit, but it's okay. She's the MM. She needs
Right?
the money.
Right? I mean, Irito's does
Yeah.
need a lot. I mean, Irito and Carry and
Yeah.
Moscow, these 3 are, in my opinion, one of the best late
Yeah.
games for now. Alongside Granger as well. So these are the 4 heroes which I think are really good
More
late
typically
games.
being picked.
The thing about Irito, she needs so much farm. Right?
Yeah.
She does really well against tanks. The only issue with her is that she has such a short range.
Yeah.
So she has to be a little bit careful about her positioning. She doesn't really have a escape mechanism as well.
Request backup.
It's quite similar to how Granger works if you think about it. Like,
No, Granger has
they can
mobility
rotate.
though.
Yeah, they can rotate while they're
Yeah.
attacking. And now in the jungle we go. Terizla coming in with the jump. A cold devastation catches out all 3 members. And this allows Talmus to dive right in. Avatar of the Guardian being used, but it lands on no one. Too far away. And Kaja will pick up the kill. 4 kills in the favor of Phoenix X. And now they want to go after the Vexana. The freeze comes up as well. It's going to be an easy kill. And there's just no way out. A small ace for the side of Phoenix X.
Again, you see the meta of how the fast game is being played, Mobile Legends right now. Freedom with the 5-0, can you believe it? They are
mean-
just running away with this.
Yeah, I mean, it's just insane. And on top of it, he picked up the assassin buff as well, which kind of gives you more kills, more gold every time you get a kill. So he's getting way more farm as compared
Yeah.
to the opponents and his own team as well. And
Yeah.
it's no surprise that he's leading in terms of killing.
Exactly.
His
5K
nearest
gold.
teammate is 1,000 away from him.
Oh my god.
And he's picking up endless better as well, so he can spam those skills
Yeah.
out. He can stay longer in team fight. He has life steal, and on top of his he already has his ultimate, so he's gonna be one hard fella to take down in team fights.
Typically, even when I play Granger, I also use the Assassin Emblem just for the goal lead,
Yep.
and then the more you get, because Granger doesn't really rely on items, but
Yeah,
once he gets his items, it's just so super.
Yeah,
how
especially
strong he is.
the Blade of Despair as
Yeah.
well. Like, you don't want that on your opponent's team.
Exactly.
But now, I tell you what's going to happen. Jordan caught in a little bit of a pickle right here, but Irito going to make sure that he comes to his rescue. Cold Devastation once again, catching 3 members out. Minotaur, where is the Minotaur's Fury? Gets taken down before he can unleash his Fury right there. And Jordan going to sweep up the rest of this team fight. And looks like Vexana going to back off for a little bit. Going to summon the Kaja. But there's just no way that Carry and Vexana can do anything on their own.
It's just very poor choice going in like that. I feel like they should just be turtling up, even though they're turtle killers. Turtle up, farm up, don't go in. You go in like that, you're just going to get caught out.
Right, absolutely. But now it looks like we have Turtle X pushing once again. Cold Devastation picking up all
No
3
respect
members.
whatsoever.
XXJC with those ultimates coming from the Aurora. He's constantly catching like
Exactly.
2 to 3 members.
It's just so well placed out.
Turtle Killers has to be a little bit careful right here about how they position themselves, especially when you have Aurora under your position.
It feels like Phoenix has something to prove going against Arrow Wolf early in the tournament. And now it looks like they're just coming on strong. 15 to 1.
Right, they finally
much
got the
of a lead
rhythm
there.
going.
Yeah,
I think this
exactly.
is the comfort draft that they
Yeah.
want. And remember, in the first game, or rather in the first 2 games that they played against Arrow Wolf,
Yeah.
they got their Kaja banner.
Yep.
I think Kaja is kind of like the gel that works together. Once again, Kaja onto the carry as well. They managed to get the MM, and Minoru's Fury comes out, but your MM is dead. You're lacking your tank as well.
Exactly.
Terisla in the team fight, but how long can it sustain for? Gonna be using the sprint to get out of trouble. But speaking of trouble, bot lane, those creeps are knocking onto the base turret.
Again, going for the jungle farm, knowing your enemy team is all around you. It's just poor decision making.
I think it's pretty hard for Turtle Killers to
Yeah.
make the move right now because you see Phoenix X just establishing that, you know, that map dominance, that
Exactly.
map presence as well. The moment Turtle Killers walks out of their base,
Yep.
they're walking straight into
Into
trouble.
team fights, exactly. They're just gonna get engaged.
I think it's not as much as team Turtle Killers' fault
Yeah.
as it is, you know, a good thing by Phoenix
Yeah.
X. Like the way they play, they're forcing Turtle Killers to come out. Like
Yep.
they're giving a false choice to Turtle Killers. Either you come out and snatch for your farm, or we're just gonna take it all away from
Exactly.
you. It's
And
just
having
tough.
the early game lead, 18 to 2. I mean, it's not looking good for Turtle Killers.
I mean, XXJC has been playing pretty insane as well. Look at that once again.
Yep.
He's just waiting for the setup right here. Gadogaja comes in but catches no one. And Carry is a little bit exposed. We know he's very onto the backline. But the Kaja is already working his way towards the owning one. The Carry will fall. Dawn's Tear follows as well. Relentless will drop pretty soon. Tries to run, but runs straight into a wall.
Again, it doesn't matter. Look at how much early game they have and the difference. It's
On top of
too
it, they
much.
managed to pick up the Lord, but looks like they don't need the
Lord's
Lord.
like
They,
going to cross.
they managed to get the team wide, and looks
And
like
we have another 10-minute game, ladies and gentlemen.
Phoenix X making their way in the lower
Proving their
brackets.
point. They are coming up.
I mean, you saw this coming, right?
Yeah.
You saw Phoenix X and the way they play. You saw
Yeah.
the potential in their lineup as well. I had faith in Turtle X. I think Turtle X draft is pretty decent.
Yeah.
I mean, the Gadokaka and the Minotaur combo is pretty good. You have Gadokaka, you know, having a Minotaur to set up for you with the Minotaur's Fury, and then Gadokaka following in with his ultimate as well. That's the wombo combo that you want. And you have Terisla as well with the knockup. On paper, I would say Turtle Killers had the better draft.
They had the better job.
Right.
They just needed to be passive a little bit. Don't let the other team get
Right.
ahead of you.
The
and
only
try-
issue is that they don't have someone to rotate early game.
Yeah.
Like if you look at Phoenix X draft, you know, they have the Aurora. She can kind of rotate early game with the ultimate as well. But on the side of Turtle Killers, they don't have someone that can hit level 4 and straight go into team fights. Like they need someone to open for them, but it's all 3 tankers.
Yeah.
So it's pretty tough for them. But that being said, congratulations to Phoenix X. They fight to see
They did
another.
very well this game.
Right, they
proved
did
their
really
point.
well.
They're back in this.
Right. So, are they your favorite underdogs right now?
I save my favorite for
For the time
I'll
being,
save
right?
the slot, yeah.
Yeah, you gotta
I need to
finish it.
see more.
You need to see more action coming, and
Yep.
plenty of action is what we have coming out for the rest of the day. We are only done with
That's
our
good
fourth game.
news. Yep.
We still have a couple of upper brackets. Remember,
Yep.
you can check out the brackets, the live brackets, in fact, and on our Facebook page. Remember to check out both Ace League and EFA. EFA
Yeah.
comprises, once again, 4 leagues that's happening. We have
Mhm.
the Ace League, the CMEL, we have Extremes Land, and we have FSL as well. So plenty
So
of games
much,
that's happening.
yeah.
That's going to be happening in September right at Comics. Remember, it is organized by Sphere Exhibits and Game Asia. And yeah, any thoughts on the game?
Just wow. Phoenix X, they proved their point. You know, they got beaten by Airwolf.
I think they got cheered on by the crowd
Yeah.
as well. If you look around, like we have a couple of ongoers.
Yeah.
And you can see the steps right behind us. It's filled with contestants and participants as well. So hopefully
their
they enjoy
supporters as
themselves.
well,
like
yeah.
hopefully they're enjoying themselves
Yeah.
like I am. But we're going to short
Definitely.
break. But when we are back, we'll bring you more games of Ace League MLBB.
See you guys later.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Ace League 2019. My name is Aries, and once again, I am here with Alan Walker. That's a pretty
Hello.
interesting. How do you get your name?
Actually,
Big fan of Alan Walker as well?
no, my family name, my mom is British, so Walker's the family name.
Oh, that's
yeah.
nice. That's really nice.
Yeah.
Alright. How I wish you were Alan Walker. I'm just kidding, I'm just kidding. Alright. But now we are finally into our, I would say, fourth game of the day. We have a lot of the brackets being played already. We are about halfway there. So if you want to check out more about the brackets and what Ace League is all about, all you have to do is head on down to our Facebook page and you can check out all the information about not only Ace League but EFA as well. We are here at Funan Mall, and if you want to do you check out Funan Mall? I mean,
Definitely,
it is
if you all want to
newly
come down,
revamped.
it is a nice event, a nice afternoon, beautiful mall, beautiful place, a lot of food, fashion, stuff. Not much
Right.
IT. I'm still sour about that. I'm
Ah.
still salty.
You can't please everyone, right? You can't please everyone. But we are currently into the draft right now,
Yeah.
so we have Team Absolute
Mhm.
up against Team Slayers of SG. We saw both teams drop into the lower brackets a
Yeah.
couple of games ago, and this is it. This is crunch time for both teams.
I would be more inclined to go for Team Absolute. I feel like they have the more coordinated play.
Right, and
among-
I think they have a game plan in mind as well,
Yeah.
which is really nice. Like Slayers of SG, yeah, they have a good draft from time to time. They have a good rotation as well, but they need to be a lot more aggressive early
Exactly,
game. Like
yeah.
they cannot allow their opponents to just detect the pace.
They need to
And-
be slaying.
Kimi.
Right, but now looks like
Minotaur.
we have a very
Your
interesting
team
draft coming up
is
from Team
picking.
Absolute. We mentioned about early draft.
Yep.
They have the earliest draft possible right here. They pick the
Very
Chow.
strong early,
They pick
yeah.
up the Kimi as well. Those two are really good early games with the Chikundo coming out from the
Mhm.
Chow. You can clear waves fast. You can go to opponents. It's a pity that they removed the slow on him,
Mm.
but I guess it was necessary by
Of course, it
Moontan
would
as
be
well.
too strong.
Yeah, he was just a little bit too strong before the patch, but now I think he's in the right spot right now,
Yeah.
right?
He's
He
in-
he does
he's in-
decent damage. He has a bit of sustain, and like I said, we no longer see him fulfilling the tank role. He's more into a warrior right now.
Yeah.
Your
And for the
team
side of
is
Slayers of
banned.
Ashe, they pick up the Gushan, the Kaja, and the Leomon. And
Again, we're seeing the Kaja. It's for the second time today. How you think he'll do well with this draft for SOS?
honestly, I think it's pretty good
Yeah.
because they pick up the Gushan as well.
Mm.
And Gushan and Kaja works absolutely together,
There's
work
some
well together.
chemistry.
Yeah, because Kaja can just go with Divine Judgment. He pulls someone behind, and
Yeah.
then you allow the Gushan to just go in and focus for the kill. So I like the chemistry right there. They ban out the mages as well, which can kind of avoid. So they ban out the
team
Grog
is
and
banned.
Lunox, who both have some sort of counter to CCs.
Yeah.
We have the Lunox with Order of the Brilliance. You have Grog with the immunity, with his power of nature. So I like how Slayers of Ashe, they finally have a game plan in hand. We'll ban out the heroes that do well against the Kaja, and then we'll pick up the Kaja for ourselves.
It'll be interesting. See what they pick next. They've banned out. Was it Alice?
Your
Yeah, they
team
ban out the
is
Guinevere,
picking.
and
Yeah,
this is interesting. Like Guinevere, we haven't seen yet. We
Yeah.
haven't seen any Guinevere
Even
in the
if
game.
she wasn't banned.
Yeah, even though she wasn't bad,
Why?
she's
Typically,
pretty.
she's very strong as
Your
well.
team
On top of it,
is
another
picking.
hero that we haven't seen is Esmeralda. Like
Yeah.
Esmeralda was really strong in the first few games,
Yeah.
and I'm just pretty surprised that she's been let through the draft throughout. Maybe none of these teams are pretty
Hayabusa.
Yeah, they're not
confident.
comfortable
They're
with-
not comfortable with the Esmeralda.
Yeah.
She is, after all,
Have a
I wouldn't say a
catcher.
pretty new hero,
Your
but
team
it's
is
not that
picking.
easy to use them as well. Now we are into the second phase of the draft. We're gonna see Hayabusa getting picked up from the side of Team Absolute, and looks like Arkai is gonna complete the draft for us. So, I mean, straight up, I would say Absolute has the earlier game advantage. They have the Chow, they have the Kimi,
Yep.
they pick up the Hayabusa as well, which kind of fulfills that late game role. So they have a very good mix, right? On top of it, they have a Minotaur to kind of set up for the Gadokaka. So once again, they're going for that wombo combo.
Yes.
They're not exactly greedy,
Yep.
but hopefully this time they will make it work out. For the side of Slayers of Ashe, what do you think about the draft? I mean, they pick up the Claude, they have the Arkai as well. We saw in game 1, Arkai being a very strong contender. And I think,
I'd say both would still have somewhat of an early game.
yeah,
I'm leaning towards
Absolute.
Absolute.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards Absolute right there. I mean, this is a bit of a... I mean, you can put up for discussion that, Slayers of Ashe, they have the Leo mode, yeah, they have the Kaja as well, and the Claude combo, but then again, they are all the gamers, like
Yeah.
Leo mod, Gushan, Claude. Other than Gushan, the rest of the lineup need a decent amount of farm, a decent amount of economy as well to come into effect. Whereas if you look at the side of Team Absolute, they
Yeah.
have a draft that's so viable early game. I mean, they pick up the Kimi, the earliest game hero possible.
Exactly.
And then they have the
Chow.
Chow as well. On top of it, they pick up a Hayabusa to kind of do a
Yeah.
split push. So they don't really need a lot of... They don't need the whole team to be there, right? The
Exactly.
Hayabusa can just focus on farming because they already have that Kimi and Chow who's already inside. So we'll see how this one plays out. End of the day, we're just theory crafting. But I mean, both of us agree that we do like Team Absolute's draft.
Yeah. Little skirmish going on. Level 1 in the mid lane, 3 against 2.
Right, absolutely. And now we do see Claude, you know, being in the bottom lane all by himself. I always like Claude to be alone, right? Because even as an MM player, you're an MM player as well.
Yep.
We do understand that as much as we need to share farm,
Yep.
MMs are just greedy pickups. Like
Very
they need so much farm to be effective. So I like to see, you know, I like how, you know, Slayers of Ash is just allowing Claude to farm in bot lane. As long as he stays out of the way, he's fine. Like the lane matchup against Chow is pretty easy for him as well, because
Exactly.
as long as he doesn't get caught up by the way of the dragon,
dashes, yeah.
that's fine. Like there's just no way that this Chow can kind of put pressure onto him. And now Royal coming in, trying to contest for the gold buff right here. But the Garo comes in with Unbreakable. Oh, the Untouchable comes in, manages to get the double kill for the rest of his teammates. And now it is Absolute that leads the early game. Like I said, on top lane though, Eric does manage to pick up a double kill in fact on both the Leomon and Kaja. What on earth was happening in top
You
lane?
just rushed level 4 and you just overpowered both of them.
Yeah, this is going to be rough for Slayers of Ashy. They already have the Kimi who's already getting the, you know, helping with the early game and the bottom lane, and then they have Eric who's a late game and he's winning the early game as well. Pick up a double kill for himself.
And Team SOS, they really require that early game farm. If they're not getting up, they're not going to be able to fight mid-game.
Yeah, all
Against-
eyes on Claude right
Yeah.
now. It's going to be the carry for the late game. We see Gushan still trying to get that level 4. And Chow going to kick that Kaja back right under the tier 1 turret. No way out for the Kaja. I think Fender is just trying his best to get those levels up as well. If you compare him to the Kimi, he's doing pretty decent. The only one that's really way ahead in terms of farm, I would say, is the Hayabusa. And speaking of the Hayabusa, this Leomon has to be a little bit careful. He's already level 5. The Leomon is still level 3.
SOS was doing well up in the top lane. And they defended their buff pretty well, I'd say. Just a little
Yeah.
bit greedy down in the bottom lane.
And looks like we have a Garugacha that wants to go in. Ace Speed going to be charging up. He has his ultimate as well. He can definitely set up for them. All 4 members of Slayers of Ash in the middle, and the knockup comes in, catches all 4 members. They don't even need to use the Garugacha's ultimate, and they're going to clear up 3 members right here. I think there's no way out for this Leomon, and looks like Damien then he just took out double kill for himself, and yeah, Team Absolute just...
They contested the turtle pretty well, just had to back out. There's
Honestly,
no reason for them
I
to
think
push
Team
the fight.
Absolute wasn't even going for the
Yeah,
turtle.
exactly.
They're just hanging around the area looking to see if Slayers of Ash would take the
Yeah.
bait, and they certainly did. I mean, none of them expected the Minotaur to come up, and I think that's a little bit of
And it was
unawareness to come
so
up.
perfect, the
Yeah,
timing of
yeah.
all.
You have to be a little bit careful when you
Yeah.
know that there's a Minotaur on the other side. They can turn the fight
And
whenever they
level
want.
5 Minotaur, by the way.
And that's the dangerous part about having a Minotaur on your
Yeah.
team.
What do you think they need to do, SOS, for
Right,
them to
right
stay
now,
in this game?
I mean, right now, all they have to do is just focus on farming. They need to get the Claude up and level now, and now they're trying to do so. They lose the Kaja on the bot lane, but look at
Yeah.
that, the lack of damage on this Claude is costing them the game. I wouldn't say it's their fault, but they need so much more time. But time is not what's given to them. Absolute right here, trying to clean up the fight in the bottom side. Kimi though, and Avatar of the Guardian will catch the Gushan out. Now they turn their attention down onto the Claude. Look at how quickly Hayabusa is just sticking onto him.
Just shredding them.
Yeah, it's just making sure that there's just no way that this Claude can run away. Hunter Strike comes up for Eric. That's a really quick Hunter Strike.
4-0. Too far ahead, I'd say. Absolutely.
And now all 3 members on the bottom lane getting cleaned up. Team Absolute.
You see a typical trend going on in our tournament today. Those teams that are taking all the early games heroes are just pushing too far ahead.
Right, they know the power spike of the heroes. They know that they have
Exactly.
the advantage in the early 6 to 7 minutes of the game.
Yep.
Kimi right here just... I mean, Kimi is one of the heroes that if you're willing to give her up, you
Yeah.
better have a bad plan B, right? You better have a way to either shut her down or turtle into the late game. That's what you need to do against a Kimi. And it seems like none of these teams are able to handle her so far.
I think it was InSync during their first game. Their opponent was Kimi. They
Right.
managed to take her out.
But I think it was just
Yeah.
came to the place where they knew they didn't have the early game against the Kimi, so
Exactly.
they kind of just stayed patient.
Yeah.
They didn't rush the
Warmed
team
up.
fights. They were comfortable with losing one or two heroes as long as their main carry survived.
Turtle
It was fine.
resurrecting soon.
And now you have a Chow as well.
Again, they're baiting the turtle, seeing if the
Launch attack.
opponent would react.
And now they have a dangerous combo coming in. All 5
Save
members
the-
gets called out. Gacha comes in with Avatar of the Gunner, but it is not needed now. The Kimi is going to clear up. Hayabusa with the ultimate as well. Gets 2 members. Look at how much damage the Kimi is doing. Oh, Claude, I'm not too sure if you really want to do that. Tries to go in with the Blazing Duet, but gets removed from the front line. Hayabusa going in for one more kill.
Legendary.
Oh, that was rough. Kaja just taken out underneath his tier 3 turret. On top of it, we have the Kimi taking up the Lord as well.
The base is just right there. The fountain's there. You just walk. It'd be faster if you recall.
Right, he could have
I
just
don't
backed up a little
understand
bit.
that.
Has to be a little bit careful. They pick up the second turtle of the game. That wasn't the Lord. I got a little bit too excited there for the Lord to make his appearance. But look at that, Kimi is just using maximum charge to just bully your opponents right underneath the turrets. You know, just making sure they make use of their superior range for now.
It's 6.5 minutes in the game, and already Team Absolute has 5 turrets.
Right. I mean, there's just no response coming in. 17 and 0.
Exactly.
It's pretty one-sided so far. Kaja's still level 5. We already see this Minotaur going to level 8. He's just going to use it on the Goshen, and they're going to get the easy
No
kill.
respect.
Oh, nearly getting the
Managed to
Goshen.
survive.
Nearly getting the Goshen there. I think that was a very big setback.
That was all the Minotaur. he didn't have any support, and look at how low he got.
And now they want to go in as well. Kaja tries to pull someone out. Blazing Duet getting a follow-up as well. Damien dropping really low, but just out of range for the Claude. And they come back with the return kill. Hayabusa sweeping onto the backline right now. Chow can go in with the Chikundo. Gets one more hit. Clears up the archive. And now Hayabusa can dive onto the backline right now. Uses his second skill to get out of the way.
They did really good. SOS, they tried to pull the Kimi in into the turret and try to take her down. Sad enough that she didn't fall down, and still she did so much damage after exiting the fight.
Yeah, Team Absolute here
And it didn't matter.
outplaying. They're just outplaying their opponents right now.
It didn't matter. Minotaur, Chow, everybody's strong enough. Even the Hayabusa just go diving into the Nexus.
Right, I mean, we could say that Team Absolute wanted to bait
Yep.
the side of Slayers of SG to come out right there, and I would say they successfully did so. They used the Kimi as a bait, they drew all 4 members out,
Yep.
you know, that kind of allowed the Hayabusa to go onto both the Grushan and Claude, which is pretty surprising. Usually you see the Claude going in, but
Lord resurrecting
this is a tough
soon.
game now though. The Chikundo comes in, look at the burst damage coming in from both the Kimi and the Chow, and now they're just sweeping up the rest of the fight. Hayabusa goes in with the ultimate. What can they do? Maximum charge to the face,
This
and
is
the
game,
Mino is
ladies and
free
gentlemen.
to clean up the rest
That's
of the
it.
fight.
Kill.
I don't see them coming back from this 25 to
There's just no way.
8
They're
minutes.
probably going to end the game even before the
9
Kaja comes up
minutes.
as well. Yeah, the Kaja's going to come up, but we have all 3 waves getting pushed in. The Kaja's just given up in base. Take me, he says.
Game over, ladies and gentlemen.
And
25 and 0. 9 minutes.
Team Absolute, just
Yes.
domination in this lower bracket
Their
game.
victory was absolute.
I mean, what were your thoughts on that?
I would say that it was just too much overpowered by the early game heroes that were picked. The draft was in their favor at the early game, and they were just giving too much up. SOS, that is.
Yeah, I mean, Team SOS has a good draft, I
Yeah.
would say. You know, they have a Claude, but it's so late game, it's so
Yeah.
greedy as well. You need so much farm,
Exactly.
and picking up both the Claude and you know what? Yeah, it's a good idea.
Yeah.
You have the combo with the Kaja and Arca as well, but we just didn't manage to see a proof of. Like, you look at the difference in terms of farm of both MMs, right? You have this Claude that is struggling to just get the Demon Hunter sword out, whereas on the other side, you already have this very fat Kimi that's already building towards the second blade of despair. That's just the difference between
It's
the 2
ridiculous,
MMs,
yeah.
right? It's close to more than double of the net worth of the opposite MM. So that just speaks volumes about how comfortable Team Absolute is on their early game draft.
And of course, when you have an opponent with an early game draft, and early game heroes that would capitalize on all this lead, you cannot afford to make all this kind of mistakes and giving kills up and stuff like that. And they'll just snowball like crazy.
Right, absolutely. I like I appreciate the effort and bravery coming
yeah.
from SOS, but unfortunately this is the end of the road for them. Congratulations to Team Absolute, they have one more chance in this.
Yeah.
Any thoughts on the remaining teams that are in?
Um,
I mean, we still have Arrowwolf inside.
Yeah.
We have Project MV that's also inside as well.
Yeah, they definitely showed what they can do, what they're capable of. Hopefully, when they go against Aerowolf, they come with this confidence and they utilize this early game aggression
All right,
that
but
we
they
missed during the first game we
Right,
saw them
absolutely.
play. Yeah.
But there's still quite a long road for them in
Yeah.
the lower bracket, so hopefully they get themselves out of muddy
Definitely.
waters.
Yep.
And so we're going to shut 5 minutes break before we bring you the next game. But remember to stay tuned with us because we have plenty of games still coming up. On top of it, we want to catch the top 4 that will be happening.
Yep.
So we'll see you right after this break.
See you guys later. All right, we are back here again. Game number 5.
Right, and finally we have these two teams in the upper brackets. It's gonna be Alchemy Esports up against Eximus Esports. So tough upper bracket so far. It's pretty competitive. I was just looking at the brackets right there. We still have a couple of teams. Too sad we wouldn't be able to see this game. I wouldn't want to see. I want to see Project Envy up against Aerowolf.
Yeah.
But I mean, the next best thing we got is Alchemy Esports versus Eximus Esports, and these two teams going head to head. And finally, we see a lot of tankers getting banned out right here.
Yeah.
In the draft, we see Kufra, Minotaur, and Esmeralda getting banned out. Harry getting banned out as well.
Yeah.
Which hero would you like to see in the draft right now?
I want to see Granger, man. I want to see how they play Granger.
Yeah,
I typically want to see
honestly, Granger is just really
it's
good.
fun to watch.
And I can understand why you like to see it as well. But right now, we do see Alchemy Esports, they pick up the Chow, the Lunox, and the carry.
Going a bit of a mix, Alchemy, going with the Chow the early game, carry with the late game.
Carry, right. So it looks like we're going to see Eximus play a little bit different. Eximus going to be playing the Grog, Kaja, and Claude. So very similar draft to what we saw in the previous game with the introduction. Guinevere getting banned out as well.
No surprise there.
I mean, she's just a really good mage as well. She has decent amount of CC with Violet Requiem. She's kind of like a Minotaur, but a shorter range one, but more damage packed. So obviously, you do see Alchemy Esports. They're not really interested in playing that team crowd control style, playing against it. They ban out all 3 tankers, or rather, heroes that have team CC. So they ban out the Guinevere, the Minotaur, the Kufra. All these heroes are very good at crowd control and team fights. So they don't want any huge team fights. They want to have that one-on-one fight that they have. And this is why you see them picking up the Chow, the Lunox, and the carry.
I think a lot of their strat is going to revolve around Chow. How he's going to come in, initiate the fight, kick one person out, and then roll with that team fight. You know, losing one team, you're going to be 4v5.
Absolutely. And this is why they pick up the carry as well, because the carry can just focus on whoever gets kicked out. Yep. But for now, it looks like it's going to be a bit hard for them to execute a game plan, because just based on these 3 heroes, if you look on the other side of the board, you have Eximus that has this Kaja and Grog. It does very well frontline, right?
Exactly.
They have this Claude that's very mobile. They have the Leomod that has a lot of sustaining team fights. So in general, they just cope so well with a Claude, right? Rather against the Chow. And this is where we see Alchemy step up the game. They pick up the Johnson.
This is the first time we're seeing it today.
The Johnson pick. I'm a little bit... Okay, so I have nothing against Johnson, but I'm always half-hearted when I see a Johnson, right? Because he either works really well and he goes into a wombo combo, or he just goes in without a teammate and he dies. So it's kind of a tough... I don't exactly have a soft spot for him at all. Like, he's not one of my preferred heroes. He needs a lot for his cooldown to come down as well.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of how the meta is going, definitely. But I'm very boyish boy. I can't wait to see this Transformer get into action, this match to start. I want to see him play.
Right, and to conclude the last draft, it looks like we're going to see we do see a Gusion. And what do you think about this Gusion pick? I mean,
hopefully he's as good as Bush. I want to see Gusion. I mean, he's fun to watch.
Yeah, he's
just a very fun hero.
He's a very exciting hero to play, like you said. But look. Okay, so look at what Grog picked up. He picked up Execution, which means that he's going for more of an assassin build, I presume. So the only thing that we will see could be the Kaja that goes for the mage build. So very interesting builds across. I'm pretty surprised to see that we are looking at a Grog that picks up Execution. I mean, if he goes for Assassin Grog, that makes sense. But then again, you look at his emblem, he's going for a support emblem. So it doesn't really tally in the books. But maybe Raymond has something else in mind. So we'll see how
they
that
have something up their sleeves, we hope. Let's see what they do. Match has started. Everybody's moving up to their lanes.
Right, so Alchemy Esports
Raymond
up against
trying to be a
Eximus.
bit stealthy.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe trying to pressure that Lunox early game. Maybe try to force out lane while Gusion focuses on farming. And what do you think about this matchup? This Leomod up against this series. Now, what do you think about Leomod? I mean, we've seen plenty of Leomods now. What do you think about this how do you think about this hero? I mean, I know you don't play Leomod much, but from the looks of it, how do you feel about this hero?
I would still say I would have to see more. He looks pretty strong, pretty good. Like I said, just a bit more.
I mean, this current meta Leomod is just strong. He's a split pusher. He's pretty decent late game as well. He fulfills that fighter role pretty well. And on top of it, he has a horse. Like, who does?
Yeah.
I'm on a horse. Like, that's the
That's the
best thing you
only-
get as an assassin. Like,
Or a car.
right. I mean, it works both ways. You see Joker here with the.
Johnson.
Hopefully, he's not a Joker on this
Yeah.
Johnson. It could turn out pretty bad for his team if he plays like a Joker. And now you just see both teams playing a little bit more passively as compared. I mean, you don't want to make mistakes, right? This is where the top teams show what
Exactly.
they are made of.
Now, very quickly, before the game gets into fights, predictions, Eris.
I love, as much as I don't favor the Johnson, I like Alchemy Esports lineup
Yeah.
because they have the Lunox, they have the carry, on top of it they have the crowd control with both Terisla and Johnson. So if they can pull the Johnson off well, I think they have a really good advantage.
I'm really hoping for the Gracia. I just want to see him in action.
Yeah, and right now he misses his spike right there, but
Oof.
looks like we see Alchemy Esports work out just fine.
Defended pretty well against the 4-man gang up top.
Oh, Lunox has to be a little bit careful about entering that bush right here. The wall comes in, but she's pretty fortunate that Kaja is not level
A
4
bit
now.
overconfident there.
Has to be a little bit careful about positioning, about face checking that brush right there. Could have just gone down pretty easily, although she has Order of the Brilliance, so she should get out just fine. Look, she can just probably activate the ultimate to just get out of trouble. And this is what I like about Alchemy Esports lineup. Like, they don't really have to worry about their backline because they have an escape mechanism in the
Yeah.
Lunox, and the carry can just get babysitted by the Terisla.
Exactly.
So it's just fine. Like, their lineup is just so well balanced now. So both sides being pretty even, though it looks like Eximus Esports want to go for the first major objective of the game. They go for the
Not
first
getting
turtle.
contested at all.
Yeah, they pick it up pretty quickly, especially when you have a Grushan on your team.
I mean, at least get a turret. If not, then you're just losing the turret in vain.
Yeah, and on top of that, they have the Grushan with this buff, so I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure that he wants to go for the a team fight pretty soon. He has his natural buff as well, so both the turtle buff and the medium buff.
Yeah.
So it will be pretty decent to take a team fight right now. Leah in a little bit of trouble. The wild charge comes in and looks like Blazing Duet will allow the squad to pick up the first blood of the game. And now they look to take the second one. Kaja falling really, really low. But where is the follow-up? The Luno is going to get the first kill onto the Kaja. Second one to fall will be the Grug. And the top lane, you see this Claude in all sorts of trouble right now. Will get spotted out by the Lunox. One more shot. It's going to be a triple kill for Silent, who picks up the early game advantage.
All she did was just came up and clean up.
Yeah, and you
Sounds
see
good.
the skirmish between these two heroes in the bot lane as well.
Not going anywhere.
Up against the Leomord, both with a lot of
Yeah.
sustain. Although it is Leomord that has the higher damage.
Yeah.
Launch attack.
And now in the mid lane we go. We just saw Lunox went 3-0 in the blink of an eye. And now the Leomord wants to pick it up. Look at the level difference between these two bot lane. And now, the Chao comes in, picks up the easy kill with the Chikundo. It's going to be easy kill for the side of Alchemy Esports. 4-0. And on top of it, we have Joker, who's carrying the Chao. They're looking for a stray kill right here.
Or maybe just a quick.
Oh,
Top
he's just
lane
he's just
transportation.
clear up the wave right here. Lunox down in the middle lane though, has a little bit careful. Doesn't have Order of the Brilliance, gets dive upon by the Gushan. Picks up the kill right underneath the tier 1 tower right there.
Initiate retreat.
Easy kill for
Very
the
close
side.
game. We're going into mid-game now. We see both teams, even though the Alchemy is ahead in terms of kills, still goal-wise, Eximus
Yeah,
are still...
Papa Bear here trying to create space for the rest of his team. Gushan here tries to pick up the easy kill onto Joker, but gets stunned up. So won't find the easy kill right there. Terisla gonna rotate down to the middle lane as well. We see a kind of like a lane swipe coming in from both sides. Terisla going into the middle lane. We see Carry going to the bot lane as well. So I guess they want to have that range against that Leomord, right? Because
Yeah.
Terisla is just getting pressured. That's good thinking from the side of Alchemy Esports. You don't want a bad lane, lane matchup
Yeah.
for your Terisla. And right now Johnson comes in with a rapid touchdown, but Claude escapes with his second skill, dives right back onto the Chao. Oh no, gets picked off by the Lunox right there. Those KO shots comes in.
Launch attack.
He should have just ran. I don't know why he stayed and fight.
And now Alchemist Esports, they want to pick up this tier 1 turret. And this Grog is trying his best to clear up the lane for now. They pick up a straight kill down to the bottom lane. And looks like this carry will get picked up. They have the Kaja, so I guess the ultimate was kind of used. It's on cooldown. So So what do you think, Eximus Esports must do now to come back in the game? I mean, we do see Alchemy Esports up on terms of farm, up in terms of rotation, but they are lacking behind in terms of goalie. So what do you think is Eximus Esports doing right? I mean, they have this Leomon that's just constantly farming the bot lane.
Yeah. I feel like they're just doing, what they're doing now is fine. It's Alchemy that needs to catch up. They're looks like they are the stronger team in terms of fighting, but it's just not working out for them.
Yeah, look at that. Like the Johnson combo isn't working out too well for now. And now they want to go for it. Kaja has the Divine Judgment. Has to be careful about where he's going to aim that. Lunox picks up the kill onto the Gushan though. Without the Gushan, they have no sustained damage. Kaja going to get the hook onto the Johnson as well. Second one to fall. And looks like we could see a pretty dead Terisla. And 3-0. Eximus Esports picking up the pace right now. Remember, they didn't have the Claude in that team fight, and they can look to take the middle turret as well.
Like I said earlier, they're doing everything right now. They're just being very patient, even though they seem like the weaker team. Still, they're hidden farm. And Johnson is just not lending his ultimate.
Yeah, like I said, I don't really fancy the Johnson pickup right there. Eximus just playing a little bit better. Although, I would say if they can make the Johnson work, they have a better lineup. But the Johnson is just not coming into effect. We haven't seen a rapid touchdown that has landed onto any single member of Eximus Esports. And that's what's, it's kind of costing them the team fight. And speaking of team fight right here, Leomon comes in with the dash. Look at how quickly they're going to remove that Chow. And that's the Queen's Wing coming in for the Leomon. They pick up a double kill onto Lunox as well. Terisla trying to buy some time for the rest of his team. Look at the burst onto the Kaja, but they do not matter because the Gushan is still up and running. Look at that Claw just bullying this carry right now. And looks like they're going to have that easy turtle. They're going to pick up the middle turret and they're going to pick up the turtle anyways.
Not contested at all. There's nobody to contest them.
Right, and he picks up his golden stuff as well.
Yeah.
So that's going to be more going in the way of Eximus Esports. They're ahead in terms of farm, in terms of EXP as well.
It's still anybody's game though. It's not so one-sided as what we've been seeing the last few games. Pretty more exciting, I'd say.
I'm pretty interested to see what Leomon will go for because he's actually going for Endless Battle, which is pretty interesting pickup in my choice. I thought he would go for, Blade of Despair, but going for the Endless Battle is pretty decent as well. You reduce your cooldown, you have sustain in those team fights. So I guess if I'm going for, but talking about sustain, look at that, Leo just instantly gets dropped. And on top of that, fleeting time onto Papa Bear as well. They pick up 3 quick members. Although he has immortality, Gushan will clear him up pretty quickly. It doesn't matter right there, like you mentioned. Terisla now trying to keep this middle wave up and alive. And Lord going to come up in 71 seconds as well. Carrie trying her best to get whatever farm she can on the map.
Rather fortunate, Lord's not up yet. If not, they would have lost Lord there. Alchemy still rather behind 8,000 gold, still has a chance in this. They just need to land that Johnson's ultimate and they might turn the fight around.
Right, on top of it, we do see this Grog that's trying to push out this middle wave. I think they're doing pretty good job at it as well. But for now, Leo once again jumping in. It hasn't been an easy game for this child.
Yeah. And they're not getting that early game lead that they need.
Yeah, Eximus is just making it so hard for them to go into the late game. But right now, Kaja going to get the hook onto the right member right there. Luno's nearly falling, but gets out just in time. Not before he gets picked up by the Leomon once again. It is the side of Eximus Esports that makes it hard for Alchemy Esports to do anything outside their base.
They just need to be passive, I'd say. Take carry, let her split first, let her farm up, and then play the late game.
Johnson carrying Terisla in his pocket, but once they land the rapid touchdown, they have to be on the back line. They do not get the Claude as well. They will be able to get it, but they lose 2 members right there.
That was a rather poor choice.
Yeah, it's a very costly choice as well. Yeah, they pick up the Claw, but look at that. All they need is the Gushan. And Eximus definitely looking to end the game right here. The carry cannot fall.
Seems to be going for the Lord now. If they're smart, I would push for the Lord.
Right, absolutely. I mean, Eximus is leading in terms of net worth. They're leading in terms of map presence as well. I mean, none of their towers has been taken down. If you realize it was 7-0 for the turrets. And now Silent getting mucked.
There's no reason for them to waste time playing against the base there. I'd just go for the Lord and finish it.
Honestly, I think they're just waiting for the Claw to come back up.
Yeah.
So they're gonna send the Lord down to the, or rather send the Claw down to the Lord after he picks it up. Concentrated energy coming out for the Lunox as well, but it could be a little bit too little, too late in this case.
Initiate retreat.
And you can see, you know, Eximus Esports doing a good job. Oh, and talking about good job. Papa Bear gets the kill, hook onto the Lunox, and Grusha diving into the backline right there, gets the kill as well. Do they even need the Lord at this point?
Well, they got it.
They pick up the Lord, and more importantly, they pick up 2 important kills onto both the Lunox and the...
I don't know
Johnson
how-
is just not working out this game though, but I'm with 4 idiots. He managed to pick up a kill right there, but Claude comes in with the blazing duet, picks up the kill, carries the only remaining member alive, gets taken out,
That would be GG.
and it's
I don't
GG.
understand how Luna keeps getting caught there.
Yeah,
It's just very poor
Lunox of
positioning.
all the members on the side
Exactly.
of Alchemy Esports should be the hardest.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it is pretty much the first game going in the way
Our
of
predictions,
Eximus.
we got smashed.
Yeah, I honestly thought that if Alchemy
Yeah.
Esports could have done, like I said, the Johnson pick is the one that I
Yeah.
don't really fancy. Like, I know the Wombo combo is there for you. You have the Terisla, Chow, and the Johnson combo as
Yeah.
well. But it just didn't pull through. It was just so hard for them to make it work. Yeah, so any thoughts on for game 1?
I really expected Alchemy to do a bit more better. They had the early game with the Chow and then the late game with the carry, but still very disappointing. Not to take away anything from Eximus, they did very well.
Like
Early game, late
yeah,
game,
one thing is one thing that Eximus did right. Like,
Yeah.
like because we saw them lagging behind the
Exactly.
early game, and then suddenly they just came back up.
No, but they were ahead in farm. It didn't look like it because obviously these numbers were not with them. They would have, I would say, lose the team fight early because of the Chow and whatnot, but then managed to get into mid game and just wrecked. They just
Right.
wrecked everything.
I mean, honestly, if you look at the lineups on both sides, like I said, I actually did favor Alchemy's Esports lineup because of the Wombo combo that they had.
Yeah.
But then again, I did point out this is the reason why I do not like Leomor.
The
I rather I do not like Johnson, right? Because his cooldown, number 1, is not
Yeah.
easy to use.
Exactly.
Number 2, it has a high cooldown. And number 3, you need your team to work around the Johnson. You need the team to kind of anticipate the Johnson ultimate coming
Definitely.
in. And unfortunately for them, they did not make it work. So what do you think should change in game 2? Do you think, you know,
Definitely no transformer this game.
I think Alchemist must change.
Yeah, they have to do something.
Yeah.
I'd say maybe start with some strong early game heroes and just try to get ahead early. I mean, that's.
I mean, they had the Chow.
Yeah.
They could have tried to fit a Kimi in. I'm not too sure if it was banned out. I
Yeah.
kind of missed that out. But yeah, I guess it came down to Grushin just playing a really good game.
Yeah.
When we saw Hydra just play a really good game, it was kind of hard for them to even
I
make.
think everyone in that team did very well.
Right, absolutely.
Yeah, it
like
was
I agree
very
with that.
coordinated.
Right, but looks like we'll go for a short 5-minute break.
Okay.
When we get the teams into lobby, we'll get the games cut off. Remember, for those who are just tuning in the stream, you are watching Ace League. This is just day 1 of Ace League. Remember, we have Dota Unlocked as well for tomorrow. But before we talk about Unlocked, we have more games to go.
Yeah.
Remember, Ace League is actually part of EFA, and we have more links coming up as well. You can head on down to our Facebook page and our website to check more. We have Esports Festival Asia, and that's where we have all the information right there as well. Remember, it is organized by Sphere Exhibits and Game Asia, and we'll see you right after the short break.
All right. See you guys.
Alright, so we are finally back. Getting hot. The action is getting hot, right? We're just mentioning. It's a bit hot right here, but I think it's due to the team's just...
Tense.
It is a very, very intense afternoon
Yeah.
so far. But finally, we are into game 2 between Alchemy Esports and Eximius. We saw Eximius walking away with game number 1. Remember, this is a best of 3 for the upper brackets, and we are already into the draft. So let's just jump straight into it.
Wonderful.
What do you think about game 1?
I would say that again it was
Your
quite
team
close
is
during the early
picking.
game, and then just Exum was just taking it away with the mid game.
Right, absolutely. I mean, I think, Eximius just... They knew the spike of the
Yeah,
power, that's why the
exactly.
Gushen is level 4. Yeah, they lost the early game because, they didn't really have the Chow. They didn't have someone that could deal with the Lunox as well. But after the Lunox got the triple kill, it just went downhill.
Leo
from there.
Exactly,
Like,
yeah.
the Alchemy's
Your team
Esports just had a
picking.
downhill game.
I guess they realized that Lunox was just getting ahead among all her teammates, so they just took her out. And you see her getting picked out very early in all the team fights, and that's what brought Alchemy down.
Right, and now Eximius, they're just going to remove the Lunox. They
Yeah.
don't want to give the Lunox over. They want to pick up the early game as well.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
Team
Like
is
the
down.
focus coming in from these teams. Remember, they have to battle for tick as well. They're going
Yeah.
to be playing a lot of games. So I'm pretty interested to see which of these teams will come up on top of the rest.
Your
Carrie
team
getting
is
banned down
bound.
by Eximus.
Yeah, they don't really want any of these, late gamers to be, or rather not late gamers, but any of these pesky, MMs and Mage to be part of the draft. They ban out the Esmeralda as well. They pick up the Leomon, the Claude, and the Grok. I like it. I like how they are kind of adapting to their opponents right now. Remember, we saw in game 1, like, Leomon was just left to farm all alone down the
Yeah.
bot lane. And I think they're looking to do something a little bit similar this time around. So
They're not,
Leomon
not getting out of their comfort zone, just playing what they know, playing
Your
their
team
game.
is picking.
right, and
And
they don't really have to
Yeah.
switch things up as
Exactly.
well.
It worked for them.
Yeah.
Now you see Alchemy coming a little bit different, I'd say. The Aurora.
Yeah, they ban out the Kaja,
Yeah.
and they pick up the Chow as well. So it's pretty similar to what we saw in
Yeah.
game 1. But they did manage to pick up the Gushan for themselves. They banned the Kaja. So those two are the key changes in this draft.
Yeah.
I'm not too sure if they really want to go for the...
I would stick with the Aurora.
Yeah, even the Elders will do pretty well because they need someone to go onto the claw right there.
Yeah.
But then
Your
again,
team
Elders
is
is one of those
picking.
heroes that although he's powerful, you can just deny him with one weapon.
Yeah.
Like if you go for the Wind of Nature, you kind of just negate any physical damage that comes out of the Elders, and you kind of just render him useless as well. So although Elders is a good pick-off hero, good zoning hero as well, but it's just so easy to counter him. Just pick up the Wind of Nature and you're good. Yeah.
Hopefully we see more synergy with the heroes picked from Alchemy.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the synergy is pretty decent.
Lonely
They need
Kenny.
one more crowd control to kind of
Your
work with
team is picking.
the claw right there, or rather the child that comes in. They kind of like they sustain because they have the child, they have a lot of burst damage, right? Even with the Elders and
Yeah.
the Gushen, but they kind of like this sustain. They need a warrior that can really stick into the team fight. But they lack an MM as well, so it's pretty hard for them to draft. I think like Granger would do pretty well for them. Granger can definitely deal with both the Kimi, he can do well with
And
the...
apply some CC as well with the ultimate.
Either that or pick up Moskov. Like
Yeah.
either one is fine because with the Moskov they get a little bit of mobility. He can kind of catch up with the fight
There
as
we
well.
go. We got Moscow.
Moscow.
So definitely the Moskov, I think it's a good pick right here. The only thing is that he's going up against a Lolita.
Yeah.
That with the bulwark you can kind of just
Negate
dodge.
the damage.
Yeah, you can just
basically any MM that goes against Lolita, I mean, they're kind of screwed a little
Yeah,
bit.
it's a little bit hard for them
Yeah.
to deal with. But then again, it all comes down to the early game.
Yeah.
Like, for Mobile Legends now, the first 5 minutes of the game is
So
so
crucial.
important. It's gonna decide. It's gonna dictate the pace of the game. It's gonna decide which team has the advantage coming
Yeah.
into the first hurdle, coming into the first major team fight.
Very quickly, before we get into the match predictions, Mr. Harris.
It's tough, but I'm gonna go for Eximus right here because they have the Lolita. They can block the Moskov basic damage. They have the Kimi as well for the early game, and on top of it, they have the Claw for the late game. So very well balanced. On the side of Alchemy, yeah, they have the Elders, but you can negate the damage comes out with the Wind of Nature. They have the Gushen, but who can they really dive on? Like,
Yeah.
like the only one that I see them diving on is the Kimi. But then if the Kimi has a good
5
early game,
seconds till the
then
enemy
it's going to be
reaches
hard for
the
them to even
battlefield.
pick anyone else.
Smash
Definitely,
them.
definitely.
All troops
Right,
deployed.
but-
Seems to be
Yeah, but looks like we will go for a pause right now.
Yeah.
And
seems to be be a bit loud here.
Yeah, it is a little bit low, but that's fine for now. We do see Eximus Esports. Looks like they are ready to go, so let's just jump straight right back into it. So you asked me for my predictions. I told you I like Eximus Esports. What do you think? Like,
I'm rooting for Alchemy. I'm hoping they can come back. It looks promising. The draft, they just need to be a bit more cautious, minus the mistakes.
Request
Play their
backup.
early game and see how it goes.
which other thing? Oh, I mean, in Alchemy Esports, which hero do you think is the key hero for them?
I think Chow just has to come in. Level 4, jump in, make some plays, and hopefully they'll be able to take the early game.
Right, absolutely agree with you
Yeah.
right there. I mean, Chow is the key for them to kind of stop this Kimi early game.
The
And he's-
playmaker.
Right, and he's certainly looking to do so right here on the top side. I mean, he's trying to pressure this Leomon
Yeah.
so that he has a bad early game.
Mhm.
And it comes down to how well Alchemy Esports can cope with this Kimi.
Yeah.
And you do see this Claw that's just farming up the jungle. So now they want to put all the farms into the Claw. It's a little bit different than the
Yeah.
first game. And right now, Moscow going to be clearing up the lane as well. What do you think about this matchup? Like the Claude and the Chow. I think it's a really good matchup.
It is. I feel that if they do it well, if Chow manage to get some plays in and get the Claude fed, then they pretty much have it.
Initiate
Yeah,
retreat.
definitely. Look at the Grushan
Oh.
just getting pressure right there. One more hit. And they could be able to
Very
find a kill.
close.
Initiate
Kufra has to
retreat.
be a little bit careful about where he's walking. He doesn't want to
Yeah.
attract the attention of the Kimi. I think,
Request backup.
honestly, I think Hydra could have been a little bit more aggressive right there.
Yeah.
If he decided to go for the kill, he could have just picked up 2 quick kills right.
Definitely. Ooh, coming very close there for the Kimi.
Oh, nearly picking up with the maximum charge.
And she
he
hit
gets-
level 4 just there and then.
Oh, the wall comes in as well. The Moskov
Oh.
is trapped in the tight corner, but will use the Spear of Despair to get out of the way, right? Just in time as well.
Launch attack.
They're still
Request
going for the
backup.
invade. They're not giving up.
Request backup.
I don't know about this. They are 2 men only.
Yeah, a little bit of trouble right now. Will summon the Steed to get out of trouble. I mean, oh, the spin comes in. Look at the burst damage coming in.
And
it
first
looks
blood
like it
goes
is
down.
Hydra that picks up the first blood. Grape comes in as well with the Goshen, but I'm not sure if that's the thing that you really want to do. Eldos comes with the ultimate. Oh, but he's trapped out there. The contract. And he's trapped right in the wall behind the Grog. And look at that, he's gonna pay for it. Well, a good wall coming up for Raymond over there to kind of trap the Elders in such a tight spot.
Again, the choices of timing going in. You see they're going in one by one.
Right, and it looks like they're gonna give the Q over to the Claude.
Yeah. These are the mistakes that I was talking to you about, Aries. If they don't make this kind of mistakes, they don't come in one by one, they play as a team, be more coordinated, they have it.
Absolutely, I think Irene is just playing so well on this
Yeah.
Claude right here. They're not rushing this Claude to really take part in team
Yeah.
fights. They want the Claude to farm out as much as possible, and Irene is definitely doing a good job at it.
Yeah. They're just playing off Alchemy's mistakes. That's all they're doing.
On top of it right now, Lolita goes in with the charge, stuns up, and the wall as well to kind of stop Grushan in place. Oh, the ultimate comes in, but they just managed to get out just in time, but not before they catch the Kruva. Ultimate, they're catching absolutely no one, and the Grog with the spin! And they pick up the Grushan, although they could have just picked up one more kill. This Kruva is just escaping time and time again.
It
We're
won't matter
just
because he's
here.
losing time. He has to go back to base, he has to heal up. Then they are being more efficient by going back to farm.
Right, absolutely.
Whether you die or not, it's still a loss.
And this is where the power of Kimi comes in with the early game. I'm not too sure if you really want to be there, Moskov. You're going to be forced to kind of leave his
Yeah.
lane. That's not the situation that you want on this
Exactly.
Moskov. He wants to be farming in the top lane.
You want to be able to build up your items, otherwise you're not going to be effective.
Oh, and look at this. This Grog is just walking onto the backline now with the spin, brings down to half HP. Maximum charge comes in as well. Leo dropped to a slither of health, but the Grushan in a little bit of trouble. Leomon onto the backline. Kimi going to be able to pick up the kill. And Joker, however,
Double kill.
will get dropped as well, but not before they pick up the Lolita. I mean, this is a really good situation for Eximus right
Exactly.
here. They have the perfect early game. Yeah, they lose the Lolita in that fight, but they
Doesn't
still
matter.
they allow the Kimi to pick up
Exactly.
3 and 1.
They're just doing everything perfectly. Of course, they could be more perfect without losing the Lolita, but still, they are getting ahead that early game that they need.
Yeah, Irene now is going to be using a flash farming method, using the ultimate blazing duet to kind of clear up
Yeah.
the waves as fast as possible. And you have this Leomon just charging down the tier 1 tower. Looks like Leo wants to go. We're going to be face checking.
Request backup.
And Lasher just going to get out there just in time.
I don't think the flicker was needed, but better be safe than sorry.
You don't want to take a risk right there.
Yeah.
I mean, the Leomord is
Turtle
way ahead in
resurrecting
terms of farm. If you
soon.
look at that, the counterparts on both teams, if you compare, both the Chao and Leomord are pretty similar.
Yeah.
However, the Leomord already has the Bloodlust Axe,
Yeah.
and Chao is still working towards his first major item. So what do you think about Tarsa right now? I mean, he's doing a good job on this Kufra, but it looks like he's kind of
Yeah.
struggling with the pace of the battle.
Exactly. I mean, it feels like he's just shouldering a lot of the weight in the team. He is surviving the team fights, but still it's not going to matter because he's not able to farm and he's not getting his items. He won't be effective.
Right, and honestly, as a tank, although you
Yeah.
don't need so much farm,
Exactly.
it is better to have a little bit than
Exactly.
never. Look at the Raymond THD on this Grog, right? They're kind of they're both counterparts,
Yeah.
but Grog already has that rapid boots. He's already working towards his first major item.
Yep.
Turtle now getting taken.
Launch
It's just
attack.
going so well for Examers, and Alchemy just has to minimize their mistakes. You see what I'm talking about?
Right,
Getting
Cloud
caught out
coming
in the
in.
jungle.
Picks up the last hit onto the Chao as well. That's going to be 2 quick kills on Eximus Esports.
Yeah.
And Grog going to trap them in base with the wall as well. The only one that's outside the base for the side of Alchemy Esports is honestly,
Launch attack.
it's only the Leomord that can do anything right now, right? And he's pushing the
Yeah.
sidelines. You see this Elder struggling to try to make plays from the side of Alchemy. And what can
I think
what
it's a
can
bit
they
too
do?
late.
Right.
You know. There was no support there. If there was support, then maybe he could do something. But
But right now, in the middle we go. Krufa diving into the backlines with the bouncing ball. But look at the burst damage coming in from the side of Eximus Esports. They do lose the Lolita in the team fight, but look at that. Claude getting a double kill all by himself in the top lane.
there was no respect there by the Claw. Just going into the base, taking a double kill, and just walking out like nothing happened.
And on top of it, they will pick up the tier 2 tower in the top side. They nearly pick up the Elders as well.
Oh,
but with the
Very
Elders,
closely.
with the Elders in base, this
Yeah.
gives the Leomord a little bit of space to push down the bot lane.
And they're just capitalizing on their lead. You see, they're just pushing all the lanes.
And now Kimi with the superior range will pick up the first kill onto the Kufra. And Claude dropping really, really low as well. Has a little bit careful about where he stands. Although Irene will fall right outside the base of Alchemy Esports. When Alchemy Esports just coping a little bit well with the fights now. Although they have to be very careful. Oh, the stun coming in for the Lolita. Stuns up 2 members. They pick up 2 quick kills. And Leoma going to the backline right now. Will clear up the rest of the team. And Eximus Esports picks up all 5 kills onto Alchemy.
We'll see how well he can stall this way. Tasa trying his best. It doesn't seem to matter. They're gonna lose all their inhibitors.
Do you think this is GG right here?
Sorry?
Do you think this is GG right here?
I don't think so. I think they still got a bit more time. They don't have creeps up in the base. They may be able to stall something, but I'd say that I don't see them coming back from this.
Right, absolutely. Wild charge
Yeah.
coming out from Raymond THD as well to try to knock out. But remember, the rest of his teammates are not there. And the Eldos will be able to pick up a kill. Although Leomord is all by himself. A
Yeah.
little bit careful about where he wants to stay. Make sure that he doesn't overextend. They already
He's
lost both
5-0. I
Right.
don't think he cares.
Irene now with the corrosive scythe goes to the back line.
Look at that. They're down 2 people. It's 3v5 and still they're just walking all over the map.
And they pick up the Moskov as well with the mask. Goes in.
It's game.
And Tasa uses the Tyrant's Madness to try to waste a bit of time, but he will still fall. There's just no way out for this. Leodo dropping really low and looks like it's going to be an easy kill for the Leomord. Now going back to the base. We have those super minions pushing into the backline right now. Claude trying to end the game right here, right now. And Eldos being forced to use the blood contract
It's
to
not
go to
done,
the backline. But Irene doesn't care. They clear him up and he will take game 2. Congratulations to Eximus Esports. They will proceed in the upper brackets.
Victory.
It's brutal, Eris.
It is pretty one-sided.
Yeah.
And honestly, I think, Alchemy Esports, they had a more chance in game 1.
Yeah.
What do you think about this game 2?
I think Eximus, they just got their groove in game 1. They were a bit, I'd say, shaky during the start of game 1.
Right.
But then after that, they just picked it up mid-game. And then they just showed what they can do, what they're capable of in game 2. And they just took off. I mean,
Who's your MVP coming into this game? I know the game states that Leomord is the MVP, but who do you think is the...
I think they all play a part. Definitely Claude for me. He did a lot of damage. He went in. He was so aggressive.
Right,
It was
absolutely.
really exciting watching.
Well,
play.
I'm going to vote Raymond THD as my MVP right there. I mean, the
You're
space they created on the
biased.
Grok. Now, I'm not being biased right there. Like, it is true. Like, we saw in the mid
He
game.
definitely
Yeah, the
mid-plays,
Grok just walked into the back
Yeah.
line right there. And he was just so tanky.
Mm.
And honestly, Grok is to me, it's a really, really good top pick, tier
Yeah.
pick right now. I mean, he has immunity to CC when he has his first skill on cooldown.
Definitely.
And then on top of it, he has the ability to do a little bit of burst damage. He doesn't even need to go for assassin items,
Exactly.
right? He has the burst damage with just his items right there. So, predictions, like coming to the top brackets, there's not many more teams in top,
I'm leaning towards Aero.
right? So, Arrow will be your favorites for the competition,
I mean, in sync, I feel they're very strong.
right?
I don't know how they do against Aero. I want to watch that.
Right, we'll have to see how
Hopefully.
that one plays
Yeah,
out. I think the
exactly.
game is being played while we speak. But
Yeah.
this is it for between these two teams. I
Mhm.
mean, we will still have one more chance. We will see Alchemy Esports come back again in the
Okay.
world brackets. So hopefully they do a
Hopefully
lot
they do
better.
well, yeah.
Yep, so we'll go to short break, but when we are back, we'll bring you more Mobile Legends from Ace League. Don't go
Stay tuned.
anywhere. We'll be back.
Yep. See you guys here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Intense Saturday afternoon, coming evening now. Wow, just wow.
Yeah, it was so hot that you had to take out your jacket, right? I'm definitely going to take mine off at top 4. We
Yeah,
are
it's
so
really
close
yeah.
to see the top teams
It's
play
intense.
now. And honestly, I'm pretty excited for the next match that's coming up.
Mhm.
It's going to be a lower brackets, BO1.
Yeah.
And it's crunch time for these two teams. I know I said it a lot, but we're going to say it again. We're going to see Phoenix X play for the third time right
Yeah.
now. And they're going up against... is it Esports? Is that what we're seeing come up? I'm not sure. I'm sorry about that. But it looks like both teams are already into the draft.
Yeah.
So let's just jump straight into it. We're gonna be seeing Phoenix X play in the blue side, and we're gonna see Insync play on the red team.
Yeah.
So what do you think about these two teams?
I think they're both strong. Phoenix X did definitely prove their point. Even though they lost against Arrow, they are proving that they are capable. Insync, very strong. Apparently they lost to Arrow, I believe.
I mean,
Yeah.
you faced up what I would
Yeah.
say, in my opinion, the
The top
toughest
dogs,
matchup
yeah,
in the top
exactly.
bracket as well. I think
So they
in-
both went against the
yeah,
top
and not only
dogs.
that, the next match is pretty exciting as well because
Yeah.
we see Project Envy
Okay.
up against Arrow Wolf.
Ah.
And that's the next match after this. So it's going to be a really hotly contested matchup.
Very
I'm
intense.
pretty excited to see how it will go. But for now, it is between these two teams. Remember, this is a BO1 in the lower bracket. So what do you think about this matchup? I mean, like you mentioned, we like how Insync plays.
Yeah, Insync.
But how do you think
Definitely
this
my
matchup?
favorite underdogs, I believe.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Would you consider underdogs because they perform so well in the upper brackets? I mean, the only member that
Yeah.
has really posed a threat to them so far
Exactly.
is Arrowwolf, right?
I mean, if you're coming from the under brackets, you have to be considered, in my opinion, yeah.
yeah, it is.
Yeah.
But I get your point. Like,
Yeah.
like they are
Your
pretty
team
strong
is
as
banned.
well.
Exactly.
So hopefully they make the top 4. But for now, it is Phoenix X that, for the third time in a row, gonna be fighting for their life in the lower brackets. Wouldn't
they've
it
been
be
doing well.
wouldn't it be
Yeah,
a fairy tale
exactly.
story if they make it all the way down to top 4?
And win?
That is a good
I would
story
get
to write on,
chills.
right? This is a pretty interesting story. It is a good situation to think about.
Yeah.
But right now, we'll see how this one goes. They are already into the draft, so let's just take a look at it. We do see Phoenix X going to be banning out the Lunox,
Yeah.
Ranger, and Carry. They pick up the Kaja, Tamus, and Irito as well. So falling back onto the comfort draft with the Irito. Whereas for Insync Esports, they pick up something a little bit more flexible. They pick up the Kurufa, the Grok, and the Gushan as well alongside the Leomod. So I think a Granger will fall really well, although it's been banned
it's
out
been
already.
banned, yeah.
So I think the next best thing they can ask for would be a Carry, who's also banned out. So
Yeah.
Phoenix X just knows their stuff, right?
Yeah.
They did their homework. They're just banning out all the right heroes. I think Claude will do pretty well as well. Claude up against Irito. But then again, Claude just jumping into the backline means that, Irito is just free to just
Exactly.
burst him down. So it's a tough matchup for the side of
Nana.
Insync
Your
Esports. But I'm
team
kind
is
of adopting
picking.
I don't really like this Nana pick right here. I think there's better heroes they can go
Yeah.
for. I think Angela would be good as well. Onto the Irito.
Kimi.
So they managed to get their Kimi.
All the way down to the last pick.
Yeah.
Like, that's the last pick. I'm pretty surprised
rather
that
surprising,
she
yeah.
hasn't been picked up
Exactly.
earlier.
I mean, Irrital has already been picked out for this Phoenix X, and Insync just got their chance to get Kimi.
Right, absolutely.
Yeah.
But this is the draft that we have for this game. Predictions.
Interesting to see how Insync will make this work. It's rather different from their usual lineup. Bush, very excited to see him play. And I would go for Insync. They're my favorite.
Insync, right.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm with you on the draft. I think draft-wise, Insync has a better draft because they pick up the Kimi.
Yeah.
They have a lot of bursts in the Gushan as well, but they have to end early, right?
Yeah, exactly.
If they don't end early, then you see Phoenix X comes in with the ultimate late game. They
Yeah.
have the Irito, they have the Franco as well. They can kind of put one member, and on top of it, I know it is pretty rare and it should not happen. I
Yeah.
repeat, it should not happen. But
Welcome to
if the
Mobile
Franco hooks
Legends.
onto the Kimi,
Yeah.
it's gonna be really bad.
They
Till
would
the
still have
enemy reaches
Gushian,
the
but
battlefield.
still he's a burst.
Smash
Right,
So
them.
once his rotation is
Right,
done,
there's no sustaining in the lineup as
yeah.
well. So they're going for a full, early game rotation right here. And they have to Grok with the early game damage as well. So I like where Insync is going with this early game draft.
Look at Insync trying to get in the middle, being stealthy, might go for an invade later on.
Right, has to be a little bit careful about how they want to go about doing this. Remember,
Yeah.
Phoenix X has a really good late game.
Look at Kimi getting really low there.
Oh, I'm not too sure if that's the burst that you wouldn't want to go for. But God
Very
comes out
lucky
just
there.
in time to kind of provide support for his teammate. Franco,
Yeah.
though, trying to go onto the back line right there. Hila gets out just in time. And Irito joins the party a little bit late, but had to do a little bit of a cleaning up in the middle lane before she could join the rest of the team.
Now both teams has got knocked down by Airwolf. It feels like they both have something to prove now,
Right, yeah.
coming back up.
It's only Aeroof that can beat us.
Exactly,
That's the only
yeah.
reason why we're here.
Yeah.
Yeah, but both teams are pretty decent, I think.
Yeah.
In terms of rotation, they have different game plans.
Exactly.
But then again, there can only be one, right?
Yeah. And this match would determine which one would face Airwolf again, or potentially face another team.
Initiate retreat.
And right now, Kaja right here in a little bit of trouble, getting wrapped around by all four members inside of
Initiate
Insync.
retreat.
They pick up their first blood, and Kimi now has that early game advantage. We spoke about how scary Kimi could be in the early
Exactly.
game, and she's proving once again to be the deciding factor in the opening 5 minutes.
Again, there was a mistake, and Insync, they're just very on point on mistakes. They know how to capitalize on them, and that just proves why early game is so important as well. You make mistakes early, you're gonna lose your lead.
Right, Ray kind of used a sprint a little bit early into the game. In fact,
Yeah.
all three members, or the three members on the side of Insync, they really do love the
Turtle
sprints.
resurrecting
Yeah.
soon.
I mean, it proved useful. Kimi almost died earlier.
Now a little bit of cleaning up from both teams right now, but Kimi gonna get countered. And Kaja as well, although he's not level 4, they don't need the Divine Judgment right there. Kaja coming in to pick up the kill onto the Kimi as well. And Don in a little bit of trouble, but not before he brings down the Kaja. And Bush will clean up. I mean, Bush is just
Rotations,
insane
yeah.
on this Gushin. So I can't understand why Phoenix X allowed that to go through.
Exactly.
Because it's just so scary on the Gushin right here. And Bush not even interested in that team, but he's just going to lane. Nope, I'm out of here. I'm just going to clear up my lanes.
Oh, getting hooked there by the Franco.
But no level 4 for the Franco as of yet. And that's going to be a bad hook as well. Brings him
So
straight
close.
to the Nana.
Yeah.
I think that hook kind of backfired. Because he brought the Gushin closer to his
Yeah.
Nana as well.
Initiate retreat.
Again,
Okay.
proving Bush why he is so capable with this champion.
Hila and Dawn right here applying a little bit of pressure up to the top lane. We're going to see a little bit of a defense coming in from the Tamus. But both sides pretty quiet so far other than the skirmish that we saw in the early game. Oh, Freedom in a little trouble, but will use this jump to just get out just in time. Maximum charge, not going to connect onto Freedom, who gets a free pass
Getting
this
away
time
there.
round.
Yeah.
One thing about Irito in the late game though, do you think that Insync will allow Phoenix X to get into the late game?
I think that Insync knows they have to capitalize on all the early game fights. So it looks pretty good now for, I'd say give them another 6 minutes.
Once again, Kaja going on to Divine Judgment. Somehow they could not bring Bush down, and Nana will be the first one to fall. And Kaja as well getting jumped onto the backline by the Krufra. Is that an execution I see coming from the Krufra? Yes, it is an execution.
Again, you see the early game, how they capitalize on the mistakes, and so quick in sync, rotating down. It really are in sync, their team, their coordinations.
On top of that, they have the Kimi pushing the lane in the middle side. And I mean, this Kimi is just getting farm on both the top and middle lane. So this just buys so much space for the side of Insync Esports while they're taking up the turtle.
Again, in terms of farm, it is not so much one-sided. They're just under about 3,000 gold, I would say, for Phoenix X. Not too bad, considering they are more late game later.
Initiate retreat. Backup.
And now the teams want to apply pressure onto the bottom side. We do see this Kurva jumping in the back line right here. The Steed getting summoned by the Leoma, but he's diving a little bit too deep. Franco comes in with the bite. And that's going to be the kill onto the Leoma. And the hook once again
Another
comes
hook.
through onto the Kurva. Bouncing ball to get himself out, but not before he takes too many tower shots. And one more hit before the tower goes down. Just take down the tower. And they can go onto the...
Again, Bush with the
Irito.
Gusion, making it pointless, or rather pulling it to their favor by playing execution.
And while all of this is happening, we see Healer just quietly farming in the middle lane.
Don't mind me, I'm just taking down your turrets.
Right? If I just do the same thing over and over again, they might not notice me. And Franco trying to go for the hook right there, doesn't connect onto the Kimi.
I mean, he's had his 50-50 in terms of the hooks, I think.
Absolutely. I mean, it's not that easy to catch a Kimi out
Exactly,
as
yeah.
well. If a Kimi has perfect positioning, it's pretty impossible to get a Kimi
Yeah.
hook, right?
And her range as well.
And we have this Leomol who's just constantly pushing on the top side as well. Insync just in control of the momentum of the game right now. They have the map advantage. They have the Kimi as well.
Yep.
Which
In
is
just 2
constantly pushing
minutes,
in.
they've doubled their lead now to 6,000 from 3. We see them taking this lead, the snowball very well. This is what they're really good at.
I mean, Phoenix X is just trying to get as much farm
Yeah.
as possible onto Ace. That's where they really need the farm to be on.
Definitely.
Not to be confused with Ace from EVOS. Two completely
Turtle
separate players.
You see Hila getting her first Blade of Destruction.
And Ray now going to be spotting out this Tamus. I'm not too sure if the Tamus can withstand this fight coming in from the Leomon as well. Look at the items for now. Leomon already has his Bloodline X going for the Endless Battle.
I was like, oh no, Bush is there.
Yeah, Bush is just going to make sure that he scares it away. But Kufa once more right now. Grog dives on the back line, but a little bit too far away for him to find anyone.
You see now Phoenix X is getting more familiarized with the rotation of how Insync plays, backing off and not being greedy, taking the fights.
But they're
Being
just
more
giving
careful.
a little bit more space to
Yeah.
Insync as well, which is pretty hard because you don't want to give them too much leeway, right?
Correct.
If not, they're going to get all the fun. But the hook comes through, and they managed to get the hook on the healer. The impossible is been done, and now the ultimate comes out for Phoenix X, but they're just getting out damaged at every single point in time. Busha then getting a kill, going to use his flicker right into the base, picks up 2 kills right there, and it's a 1-for-3 in the favor of Insync Esports.
You see, that's what they need to do. They need to get one pick, back off. They don't engage the whole fight. They engage the whole fight, then there's no way they're gonna win. Bush is just too strong. He's 6-0 now.
And with that, he's going to pick up the Magic Wand as well. And Grog will be able to pick up the Blade. Oh my god, the armor comes out as well. How is Phoenix X going to take the next team fight? Because
They need
Insync Esports won without a Kimi. Remember,
Exactly.
Kimi got removed earlier into the team fight.
They just need to hope that Insync makes more mistakes like that, and they need to capitalize it smart. They can't make more mistakes after capitalizing on Insync's mistakes.
Right, Grog here just hiding in the lower bush, right? Shiny doing a good job at, front lining for his team. And that's the thing, right? That Grog does so well into the Franco as well. He can just
Yeah.
stand in front, not he doesn't really have to fear about the Iron Hook.
Even if you get hooked, so what?
They don't really have the burst damage to take
Yeah.
him down as well. Like, Kimi is the only one that they can substantially take him down. And now Maximum Charge comes in, does quite a number of damage onto
Ooh.
the backline.
Gushan almost getting hooked there.
Like, either one's fine. I think if they hook either the Kimi
Yeah.
or the Grushan, that's fine.
Like I think Grushan is more of a priority because he has so much burst. If Kimi, then it's just constant damage that they're taking out.
Resurrecting soon.
Right.
But they need to take out somebody that's not going to be able to come in and just wipe out the whole team,
Right.
which is
Nana-
Gushan.
Right, Nana also picks up the Lightning Trenchant, which means they want to go for a little bit more AoE control in this team fight. But, I mean, there's so much more battle mages that we
Yeah.
And I must say, the one mage that will surprise me right now is Eudora. I mean,
Yeah.
Eudora, although she's quite low pick, she does so well against a single target. So the
Exactly.
moment the Gushan jumps in, she stuns him up, she uses the Thunderbolt, and she goes for the lightning damage. I mean,
You
that's-
immediately eliminate a threat from your team.
right, I think Eudora is just underrated.
Yeah.
And it will fit really well into Phoenix X lineup as well.
Yeah.
Whoever the Franco hooks, the Eudora can just remove instantly.
Exactly.
Initiate retreat.
See the Lord coming down to the bot lane. Now the whole team's pushing down middle. This is what ideally you want to do. You see the goal difference now. It's just ridiculous. 32,000 on Insync and just barely 20k on Phoenix X.
And now,
I-
probably the next team fight. Oh, they get the hook on it. Oh, Divine Judgment comes through. And they
Oh.
get a kill onto the Kimi. But remember, the last time Kimi got caught out, they lost the
Exactly.
team fight. And it looks like it's going to be a situation right here. Kaja gets stuck right outside his base. And Insync now looking to clear out the rest of the fight with the Lord on
And
their...
what timing? Lord's just pushing into the base. This is game. There's no way they're going to defend on this.
Although they have Irizo, but she's
Yep.
caught out in the bad position right here. Has to use the flicker to get out of position. And the Kufa jumps in with the magic ball. However, it is down to Irizo right now.
It's definitely game here.
It's just such a tough matchup for the side of Phoenix X. Even though they managed to pick up the Kimi twice in a row now.
It's pointless. Gushan comes in and wipe out the whole team.
I mean, what can Phoenix X do? I mean, if you were Phoenix X, what would you be
I would
instructing
try
her
and
to do?
focus Gushin because Kimmy is more constant damage. Like I said, it's damage over time. She has a lot of DPS. But Gushin is just one big burst coming in, wiping out the team.
Right, like there's no one on the side of Phoenix X that can
Yeah.
deal with the burst right now. And Ray now going for more sustain, picks up the Athena shoe. And look at that, he's not even going for a lot of damage. Like,
Yeah.
he's going for more sustain with the Bloodlust X, with the Endless Battle. So he wants to stay in the fight as long as possible. He's giving Bush the main role of the damage dealer. 8-0.
Bush. So entertaining to watch.
And now they want to push on the top lane as well. Freedom has to be a little bit careful about where he stands.
Another hook by Franco there.
And not too sure if that's the target they want to hook now. Kaja gets the hook onto the Kufra. And more importantly, the Franco will drop. Shiny diving the backline right now. Gushan removing
Legendary.
the Irrital from the rest of the team fight. Hila taking a little bit too many shots from the turret.
I would have to give that one to Phoenix X. I think they did really well. Managed to catch out, isolate one of their members from Insync.
And look at that, Gushan is just constantly trying to push up this top wave.
Yeah.
And even though he's just half HP, he's just going to heal up really quickly with all these waves coming in. And once again, he goes for the Calamity Reaper.
Yeah.
Calamity Reaper, he pick up the Durance Necklace as well. So he's trying to go against the sustain of the Tamus. And oh, they managed to get the fight onto the Gushan.
I think that was just very poor decision making by
But
Bush.
he did manage to pick up the middle tower though.
Yeah.
So it is still a win, I think. But a little bit greedy. He
Yeah.
didn't really have to throw his life away for it.
Exactly. I mean, they would have gotten it in the next wave. And I mean, still, Lord's not like another 40 seconds, so it would be worth, I'd say.
Shiny 3-0-12. What do you think about Shiny on this girl?
I think he's doing really, really well. He's really serving the purpose of being a tank, coming up front, just protecting the main damage dealers.
And I think he hasn't used his immortality once as well. You can see
Yeah.
he's still up.
Exactly. Being 3-0, that is.
Freedom going to be going for a little bit of a defense build right now. He's transiting into the same kind of build that Leomord has.
Yeah.
Both with the Bloodlust X and the Endless Battle.
Lord,
And it looks
resurrecting
like Tamus and Leomord are going for the same build.
Now, goal difference has somewhat slowed down, I'd say, but still Phoenix very far behind. We're going about 15,000 goal.
Right, I think this is where we see Instinct Esports play the patient game. They already got super minions on both the middle and bottom lane,
Yeah.
and now they're just waiting for the Lord to push out.
Lord coming down the middle lane. We see bot being cleared out as well.
Maximum charge comes in, but Freedom's gonna soak that up with the Athena shield.
No problem there.
Request back.
And honestly, at this point, I don't think Instinct Esports don't really have to wait. They're just gonna go for the back door right here. They
Yeah.
have the Grok the front line for them. They pick up the super minion in all three waves, and now here's crunch time for the side of Phoenix X in all sorts of trouble. They get the hook onto the Grok, but that's the wrong target they want. Goes in with the wild charge as well, knocks him up, and Kimi going to clear up the rest of the fight. Look at how low the side of Phoenix X are, and with the Lord still at half HP, it is pretty much GG. They clear up all 4 members, make that 5, and the Lord is going to clean up the game. Congratulations
Perfect
to
final push.
Instinct.
Beautiful Instinct.
They proceed in the lower brackets, and unfortunately for Phoenix X, this is the end of the road for them.
Of their journey. They put up a good fight, but Insync, just being Insync,
Well,
it was
I
rather
mean-
unfortunate, yeah. I mean, Nana being their final pick, rather underwhelming.
yeah, I think they
Not
could have gone
effective.
for a little bit
Yeah.
better mix right there. I think, either the Eudora
Yeah, exactly.
would have done well. I think Harley would have done well as well. You try to go to Kimi or the Gushan. Both
think
are pretty
They were
paper
trying to
against the
go
Harley.
for the CC maybe a little bit.
Yeah,
the
and
polymorph and all.
she although she has a little bit of burst with the ultimate coming
Yeah.
in for Nana, but she's very situational,
Yeah.
right? She can't stay in battles. She
Exactly.
doesn't have a lot of sustain as well. If you look at the items, they're going for very late game items. They pick up a late game draft as well with the Tamus
Yeah.
and Iuto. It's pretty surprising to see. I mean, it's not surprising to see that Insync had the better early game with the Kimi, with the Gushan as well. The moment he hit level 4, he's gonna do so
He was
much
just
more.
popping off.
Yeah, he's just going to do so much more compared to the Nana at level
Yep.
4. So even though both are level 4, Gushan just has way more burst damage.
Yeah.
And he's just provides so much more utility to the team in the mid.
He was
middle
just more effective.
Yep. So congratulations to Instinct Esports. They will proceed in the lower brackets.
Yep.
Unfortunately, like I mentioned to Phoenix X. However, they can come back for qualifiers too. So I'm hoping they do come back.
Yeah, definitely
And-
want to see more of Bush. Bush has been so entertaining. 10-1 and 10. Can you imagine? 24. And he's almost like in 90% of all the team fights.
Right. I mean, yeah, he's close to 90% of
Yeah.
the team fights. That's a right number there. But we'll hit this short break.
Yep.
But when we are back, we'll bring you more Ace League. Remember to like us on social media
Yep.
and to share with your friends as well. We have the top 4 games coming up pretty soon, but not before this short commercial break.
I might be able to take off my shirt now.
All right.
A bit too intense.
just losing more clothing
clothes,
as the
yeah.
game goes on.
I'm just kidding. You got to be PG-13 here.
All right, but
might
we'll
kick
see
us
you
out.
right after this short break.
All right. See you guys. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are doing the top 4 games.
Right, and we are finally into the heavyweight
Yeah,
of the day. 2 heavyweights on both ends.
very excited.
We have Arrowwolf up against Team Envy.
Yeah.
So for those who are wondering why I call them the heavyweights, Arrowwolf, no introduction needed.
Yep,
MPL players in the Indonesia scene.
yep.
But let me give a little bit of introduction to Team Envy, right? For those who do not know about Team Envy, let me just describe their lineup to you. They have Fenrir, they have Forza, Kolia, Azura X, and James. For those who follow the local scene,
Yeah,
you will find that a lot of their names have very familiar resemblance to the
Correct.
team Nara.
yeah.
Right? They kind of just no longer there, but the members are still together in this competition. And top of it, guess who's their backup? They have Ken from XRG as well.
Wow,
That's
wow.
that's a heavyweight lineup over there.
Yeah.
And it's an all-star team as well.
Exactly.
But without further ado, let's just go straight into the draft. You see the draft being completed right now. Arrowwolf going for the Kimi and the Lunox, and they pick up the Arkai as well. They constantly go to Arkai. Miss Swan,
Yeah.
who actually came from RSG into Arrowwolf. So a little bit of a lost love for both sides. Whereas we've looked on to the side of Team Envy, they have the Kurufra and Lolita as well. So the Lolita a very hard counter, I would say a good stopgap measure against the Kimi. So both sides just, I wouldn't say comfort picks, but they're just outdrafting one another at this point. Like you see Arrowwolf, they pick up the Arkai, they can kind of go into the backline as well. They have the Terisla with the AoE control, and they're just going to allow the Tamus to sustain in the fight. Whereas in the side of Team Envy, you kind of see a similar draft coming up, right?
Yeah.
You see the Leo one that it's quite similar to how the Tamus will operate. He's going to be split pushing throughout the entire game. You're going to be seeing... Right, you have this Lolita that's going to be up against this Kimi as well.
Yeah.
You have the Kurufra, and then you have the Granger. So both teams are pretty even in terms of draft. If you were to ask me, I think Team Envy has a better lineup because they have someone that counters the Kimi directly and the
Definitely, yeah.
Lolita.
I would say Arrowwolf, their early game is strong. Arkai, they can make some plays there. I would say maybe a 4-man dive and bot.
Now look at that, they're already using the Kimi
Yeah.
to kind of invade into the top lane. Just going
Definitely.
to cut the waves out there. And if Project Envy can kind of last onto the late game, I would say they have a better lineup.
Definitely.
But it all comes down to how Fabi plays this
Exactly.
Kimi. Like, look at that. They know the routine, right? They know they have to capitalize on the early game. James is going to make sure that he tries to secure the buff for his team. Kolia coming
Stalling
up as
there.
well. And Fenrir will join. Remember, they have a Selena.
Doesn't
And
look
this
good
is a
for Arrowwolf,
really
yeah.
bad spot for Arrowwolf right now. They're dropping all really low. And they get the stun onto...
First blood
Oh,
going
that's
down
going to be
there.
tough. The Terisla gets picked up. The Selena stun connecting through as well.
Not what you want to see from your heavyweight champion here. You don't want to get a knockdown on the first round. We'll see, we'll see. It's still very early.
Right, Swan's still level 1.
Very good defense there by Envy. You must give it to them. I mean, Arrowwolf coming in strong, aggressive. They are not going to let you just walk into our jungle and just
Yeah,
let
I
you
mean,
take whatever you want.
James did an excellent job at buying time as well for his
Exactly.
team. So the amount of time needed for Lolita to come up, you see the rest of the team just rotating really
Exactly,
quick.
and they just collapse on
They
Arrow.
kind of realized that, oh no, our buff is under siege.
Yes.
We have to do something about it, and they
Exactly.
just went for it. This is going to be a pretty even lane matchup between these two teams. And now you see Force up against Xian right now. I mean, this Tamus and Neomon, we're not going to see them in any team fights for a very, very long time.
Just going to sit down there and do their thing.
Just going to farm as much as possible. Fenrir right now hitting that crucial level 4. So which lineup do you prefer? Like I know I back Project Envy up by a lot, but which lineup do you prefer for now?
I mean, I still in favor to Arrowwolf. I really like Kimi and their Arkai pick. I think that once they hit level 4, they can make plays and see if they can snowball the game.
Right. Honestly, I prefer Envy by so much because they have the Granger.
Exactly.
They cope very well with the early game as well. If the Kimi had actually done better in the early game, I would say they. I mean, it is still early into the game, but we saw how well Envy did with the early invasion coming in from Team Arrowwolf.
It would be a shame if Arrowwolf got knocked out.
I mean,
during
this
this
is still
meta.
the upper bracket, so they have a second chance. And once again, we see Forza and Xian just trading a little bit of damage back and forth.
Redundant damage.
Remember, Xian was actually, if I am not wrong, he was from ex-Nara as well.
Okay.
So he's practically up against his teammates. his ex-teammates, if I put it that way. Do you think that will affect the side of?
No,
I mean, you have a little get a little bit into your opponent's head.
Exactly.
You know, you have an opponent that used to play with you on the opposite side,
Knowing your strats and all, but I don't think it would matter too much.
right? And it
Ooh.
definitely doesn't seem to be affecting them at all. Look at
Exactly.
how well Forza is dealing with this. He's in the back line, and now, or rather, Azura X on this Granger.
I think they're just being too aggressive. Arrow, they're just making too much mistakes, knowing that they're behind, trying to get that early game lead, but they're just giving it up to the Team Envy.
And Forza keeping up with Tamu's push as well. You see Tamu's pushing the mid lane, and the moment that Forza knows that the Tamu's in mid, he joins them instantly. And now looks like they want to dive on the tower at this. They could have just dived a little bit too deep,
1 for 1 there.
but it is a pretty fair trade
Yeah.
for the side of Project Envy. They lose the Kufra, but they pick up the all-important kill onto the Kiwi, and this is going to set her back even more. Like 4
Exactly.
minutes in, it is still Project Envy who has that lead in terms of goal and experience as well. Remember, they managed to pick up the turtle.
Yeah.
And this is going to be a huge momentum for the side of Project Envy.
And then leaving Granger down just to solo farm, building up his items. That's one thing you don't want to do, is let Granger solo farm. Once he gets his items, it's game over.
Azura X right here just gonna be swapping
Turtle
lanes.
resurrecting soon.
He kind of swapped lanes with the Leoma, and I
Yeah.
really like that. Like, they know that the Granger can kind of bully the
Exactly.
Tamus with the range. And you look at that, the instant reaction to kind of swap lanes right there.
Yeah.
The call to swap the lanes instantly. Just a really good call.
And he can even bully him under tower. Like, it's easy to poke with
Right,
Granger.
and with Leomon on level 4, he can
Yeah.
just join team fights right now. He's at level 7 already. And right now we see Conlada in a little bit of trouble, gets caught up with the Tyrant's Madness as well. Granger rotating down to the mid lane, picks up an easy kill onto the Lunox, and looks like the Teresa will be the second one to fall. Nothing that Amux could have done there.
Exactly, and now Turtle goes to Team Envy. Looks very good for Team Envy early on now.
Team Envy suddenly taking the game in the lead. They have the early game
The
advantage,
second Turtle that they have in their pockets now.
and they're looking to pull ahead as well.
Up to 5.5 minutes to the game, they have a 4K goal lead. It would seem that they are again now starting to take the first third of the game.
I mean, there's just no way they can contest this or kind of
Exactly.
defend the top lane as well.
4 people up top.
I like this rotation coming in from Project Envy. They constantly swap lanes between the Granger and the Lomon, depending on the situation.
Exactly.
Oh, Swan wants to jump in with the Hurricane Dance. Will pin him against the wall, and there's just no way out for Forza right there. Good pickoff. But this means that showing 3 members in the bot lane kind of allows Selena and the gang to push down the mid side.
Not getting much though from the mid lane. Let's see if they can force a team fight.
Oh, they try to go onto James right there. The ultimate coming in from Lolita, but will not connect onto Swan. And now Arrowwolf trying to kind of set up the bait. Oh, Granger kind of showing himself right there as well. And look at the damage coming in. He could be able to
the
pick up.
snipe.
Oh, the mega kill comes through for the Granger, and 1 goal for more. Double kill onto the Lunox as well.
It's just way too strong. He's way too far ahead to be able to just walk on the turret and just take out a person.
Right, Hurricane Dance being used as well, but we do see Granger up against this Tamus, and just a little bit more, but
Killing spree.
Azura X just getting away in time.
The beauty of Granger.
I mean, look at the net worth right now. It
Yeah.
is 5K in the favor of Project Envy.
almost
You have
6,000.
this, yeah, you have this Granger who's already picked up his Bloodlust Axe. He's already working away towards the Blade of Despair. And it's about 1.3 more thousand gold away. I mean, 1.3 thousand gold away from getting the Blade of Despair. And that's where the power spike comes in for Granger,
Turtle
right? The moment he gets the crit,
resurrecting soon.
it's gonna hurt a lot.
I feel like Arrow just made too many aggressive mistakes early on, leading to Team Envy just taking
I mean,
away.
they had the Kimi, but
Yeah, exactly.
it comes down to Project Envy dealing
Yeah.
really well with the early invasion. They use the Granger really well as well to kind of
Mm-hmm.
pressure top. And the rotations though, like I'm pretty impressed that
Yeah.
Azura X and Forza is constantly swapping places.
They're just pulling out all the stops because they know they're going against Arrowwolf. They are heavyweight, and they know that they just need to bring up their game.
Oh,
which they are
Forza
doing.
though got a solo kill onto Chonlada. And that's going to be a really big pick-off as well. Kolia now. Gonna be in the middle lane, clearing up for the rest of the team, and that's a Blade of Despair for Azura X.
Yeah. You still can't count Aerowolf out regardless, even though they're down, they're still very capable players.
Right, absolutely. Yeah, I'm sure they have been in this position before.
Definitely.
But now Project Envy making sure that they stamp their presence in the bot lane. And the Selena once again gets the hook and onto Swan. No way out for the Archive, for the Panda. And now Xian in all sorts of trouble. Tamu is trying to sustain, but the knockout comes in from Lolita as well. Look at that. Foresight going to rush him right against the wall. And Amok will fall for the second time. Now Granger going to clear up the rest of the team fight. Goes in for the rest of the
90% of that team fight, Granger wasn't even there and still they won that team fight. It was 4v5.
Right,
James, what is going on?
I mean, James just does a really good job at going in, soaking up the damage, and the moment that all of the skills of Aerowolf has been laid down, they allow the Granger to come in and take charge of the battle. I mean, this has been a really tough game for Chonlada playing on this Lunox. He's constantly being the target of the opponents.
Just
and Project
shut
Envy,
down, yeah.
just Project Envy is just constantly bullying this Lunox. They know that she's kind of like the carry right now because Fabi hasn't had a really good early game. So in order to kind of counter that, they focus on the Lunox to make sure that both the carries are being taken out.
And Granger is making sure all his shots are going onto her. Just the ultimate alone is just already 3/4 of her health. And
like you
nothing
constantly
much
see
can do from that.
if Chonlada is just put on the tough spot right now, if he uses the chaos, goes for the chaos shots, then he doesn't have the escape mechanism.
Exactly.
If he goes for Order of the Brilliance, then he doesn't have the damage to take part in team fights. So it's kind of like a damn if you do, damn if you don't situation for Aerowolf right now.
Let's see what they can do. What can they come up with?
Aero X gonna pick up the Lord uncontested right there.
And the cooldown on Granger's ultimate is just way too low. So much damage, low cooldown.
And with the Lord coming out, I believe that Project Envy, they can definitely look to take the game by storm.
I think Aerowolf might be able to defend this still. They seem to be very patient now, knowing that they can't be so aggressive. Being under-farmed by 12,000, if I may add.
Right, the issue now is that, you see this very tanky Kufra who's on the back line.
Yeah.
He comes in at the right time.
Yeah.
And whenever he comes in, he makes space and plays for Project Envy. And that's the issue for South Arrow. They have no one that can deal with this Kufra right now. We see Swan jumping in, trying to use the Hurricane Dance, but there's just no way. Look at the burst damage from the Granger, one-shotting him. And they are going to clear up the rest of the fight right now. It's going to be a triple kill. And on top of that, it's pretty much GG. Looks like it's going to be game one in the favor of Team Envy. No way out for Aerowolf right there.
I'm out of words. I'm surprised. The
I
results
wasn't.
of this game.
Like the moment the drop came out,
Yeah.
right, I kind of saw. Okay, so Aerowolf did really well early game by trying to capitalize on the pressure from Kimi. But like I said, the moment that they failed to take that top fight, they were kind of out of the game already because.
They
From
needed
then
the
on,
early game.
From them on, Team Envy had the momentum of the game.
Yep.
They could get the Granger up on farm. They're trying to pressure this Kimi. And on top of that, they recognize that, we've already won the early game. Let's just deal with the rest of the draft right now. Let's just go straight onto the Lunox, constantly aim her and take her out of the game. And with Chonlada out of it, now you're only left with Xian, who can't do much as a Tamus all by himself, right? Because there's just no way that, Tamus just doesn't do well standing in 5-man, right? So that's just... I'm not too sure if it could have gone either way. Like the top lane wise, it all came down to the first team fight. There's just not much to it.
I mean, even after the first team fight, you lose it. Okay, fine. Go back, farm, play the level 4, and then make plays. You go in too strong, you go too aggressive. You're level 3, your opponent's level 4. You're going to lose.
Right,
it's that
absolutely.
simple.
I think it's just down to Team Envy just executing what I would say a perfect draft right here. 11 minutes game, not something that we'll expect coming up from
Exactly. I expected at least 20 minutes, 25.
Yeah, but it shows the experience of Team Envy. What do you think about going into the game too?
I think they're going in strong and they're in a very good position, coming out on top on the first game. Aerowolf, I mean, we can't count them out. They've been in this situation before. They know what to do. They need to know. They need to re-strategize, change their pace a little bit, and be a bit more defensive. Don't go so aggressive. Knowing Team Envy, knowing their stuff, they're going to be able to counter you.
Right. So,
they're not just gonna let you walk all over them.
I mean, do you think like having a teammate in your position, kind of ex-teammate in your opposition, kind of played around their minds a little bit?
Maybe I think they were just a little bit too cocky going over their games, thinking about it. They've just been winning non-stop, right? So
Absolutely.
they think they have the upper hand, they're being aggressive, but Team Envy is saying no to them. I said, no way, I'm not going to let you walk all over me.
Right, absolutely. I think Aerowolf still had the better early
Yeah.
game draft. It was just that it didn't come true because
Exactly.
of how well Team Envy kind of managed that first fight.
Definitely, yeah.
And the moment that the Kimi went down, it's just the same story all over again. What do you think going to game 2 should Team Aerowolf do? Do you think they should switch the draft up, or do you think they could have done something different in the opening stages?
I think they just need to respect their opponents, not play like as if they don't matter. And then from there, take it and assess the situation from there. Go into the jungle, be aggressive like how you used to, but after using your cooldowns, back off.
Right.
Don't come in. Don't engage when their whole team is collapsing on you.
Right, absolutely. But it looks like both the teams are ready for game 2.
Yep.
So let's just jump straight into the draft. We see Team Envy gonna pick up the blue side this time round. We see Aerowolf on the red side. I know Aerowolf is just still your favorite team of the competition.
I'm being swayed now to Team Envy, but still,
You can't do that, right? You can't just take it. You can't take it.
No,
You can't take it back.
I
right?
can't switch. Yeah.
But it all comes down to the draft. Like I
Yeah,
said,
definitely.
I think Aerowolf had the upper hand as well until the draft came out. Like I said, if they won
Your
first team
team
fight,
is
down.
Aerowolf would have the momentum
Definitely.
game.
They know how to capitalize it.
Right.
Yeah.
But unfortunately for them, it didn't play out as they hoped.
Yeah.
Hopefully it does better in the second game. But now let's just jump straight into the draft. We see Aerowolf now taking up the raid side. They're going to ban out the Harif as well. Do you think we'll see a Kimi ban?
No, I
Your
don't think so
team is
because it doesn't seem like Team Envy is afraid of Kimi. Like,
But,
she didn't
but
do much.
do Team Aerowolf, do they want to give the Kimi over to Envy?
So,
Your team is
like I
picking.
said, they might just ban the tanks and whatnot. They're more focused on that, Kimi. If
And this is the high tier games that we're
Yeah,
talking about,
exactly.
right? You see tanks constantly
team
getting banned out in the opening
Definitely,
stages.
yeah.
You see the Chow getting banned out, the Kufa getting picked up,
Yep.
the Grok and Harif and Kaja are getting banned out as well. So a lot of emphasis on tanks
Yeah.
on the opening stage of the game. And this is no surprise because, like I said, tanks are now just
Your
a
team
major
is
part of the
picking.
game. The two roles which I think really decides the early to late game right now are the tanks and the mages. Mages being damn big in the mid lane, the
Yeah.
ability to rotate to kind of dictate the pace of how the game will go.
Definitely.
And secondly, you have the tanks who kind of buy space for the
Yeah.
team, right? We saw James play that insane crew
It
fight
was
right there.
insane.
He's the reason why Team Envy won that first fight. Him coming in to delay the
Yeah.
buff take, to distract Team Aerowolf, and this is what you want in tank.
Mhm.
It's just the perfect combination in
team
crew
is
fight, right?
picking.
He has damage, he's sustained, and he's tanky enough.
Yep. And you see here, Team Arrowwolf being swayed to first pick Granger.
Right, now they want to pick up the
Opening up
Granger.
Kimi for
They pick up
Team
the
Envy.
Lolita as well.
Yeah.
So does this draft
Your
look
team
similar? It
is
looks like they kind of
balanced.
swap sides right now. They pick up the Granger and the Lolita, and they kind of realize that, you know what, we're going to give the Kimi over to
Yeah.
Envy. So we're just going to go ahead, give you the Kimi. We're
Your
going to take the
team
Lolita
is
for
balanced.
ourselves. So we're going to play the late game right now. It's going to be a very, very different game. But they do pick up the Lunox, so
Yeah.
they still retain to one of their comfort picks.
I think what they were trying to do maybe was trying to ban Kimi, stop from Team Envy from picking her. But since they went with Granger, immediately Kimi was picked out. Just
Yeah,
so,
so
that, yeah.
so it looks like Team Envy now want to execute the plan that
Your
Arrowwolf
team
had in the
is
first game.
picking.
They want to pick up the early game, put pressure in the opponent's jungle,
Yeah.
try to cut the waves a little bit,
team
try to make it
is
hard for the
picking.
Granger to farm.
And we'll see how Team Envy plays the early game. Hopefully they don't make the same mistakes as Arrowwolf. If they do, and Arrowwolf being formidable as they are, they might be able to capitalize on that.
Right, absolutely. What do you think about Kimi right now? I mean, let's just take game one out of the way. Let's just talk about Kimi. What do you think about Kimi? I mean, we haven't seen much of her today.
Yeah, I'd say
Hayabusa.
that she is strong early, but she has to get the lead. If she does not, she becomes she's not effective enough to be handling
Estes.
MMs like
Granger.
Granger and
Right.
stuff like that.
Picking.
It's just
Right,
gonna fall
absolutely.
off.
Yeah, I understand where you come
Yeah,
from. Like,
exactly.
Kimi is one of those situational picks where
Yeah.
you do either really well early game or
Yep.
you're going to fall so badly to it. Like, we saw towards the end of the game one,
Mhm.
even though they were not focusing on Kimi,
Yep.
there's just not much impact from
She
her
didn't do
anymore.
anything.
Right?
She has a lot of constant damage, right? Damage per second, whereby people like Granger and all, they have a lot of bursts.
Yeah, it's just so hard for Fabi to
Exactly,
play that late
yeah.
game as well, because even though he had the items,
Mhm.
we saw just how badly Kimi falls off. And on top of that, you have a Lolita on your opponent's team. So, number one, you don't do well in late games.
Yep.
Number two, you're getting controlled by this Lolita who's just frontlining with the team.
And she's very reliant on her teammates for opening up positions or opening up opportunities for her.
Absolutely. Just avoid the Kimi, go for
Yeah.
the Lunox. That's the game plan for Envy in game 1. But now into game 2. We have the draft finalized right here. Envy going for the Hayabusa and Estes. Estes, interesting pick right here. What do you think about him? I mean, he does provide sustain the team. He does a lot of healing factor as well.
A lot of CC as well. I mean, generally good amount of CC.
Right. I mean, he is one of those heroes that if you combine with Minotaur, that's quite sick combo. Because you have the motivation raw, you know, you have the heal coming for Estes. The sustain in lane is just
It's just going to be overpowered.
it's just tremendous right there. But then, coming into this draft, we're going to see Arrowwolf pick up the Lunox, Angelo, Leomord, Lolita, and Granger. Kind of a carbon copy of what we saw in game 1 coming up
The
from
exact
Team Envy.
copy.
Yeah, and Team Envy going to be playing with the
5
Krufa,
seconds
Yeah.
till the
Bikini,
enemy reaches the
Esmeralda,
battlefield.
Estes,
Smash them.
and the Hayabusa. I want to see how Kolya plays
All
this
troops
Estes. We know
deployed.
Kolya is a very good support, but I just want to see how good he is to use this Estes.
Yeah. It is situational and it has to have a lot of synergy. There you see the Kimi coming in.
He's trying to apply pressure onto
Just
the top lane
bullying.
as well.
Yeah.
Trying to make sure he cuts the wave pretty decently. And now Kolya going to make sure that Forza can sustain in the top lane. This is a really good pairing as well, but he's just taking a little bit too much damage from both the Angela and the Granger as well.
Estes is pretty squishy, I'd say.
Yeah, he's pretty squishy by himself. Yeah, he does provide sustain, but he can't really stand, higher on the
Correct,
burst.
yeah.
That's the counter to Estes. You go for burst, you take out the Estes first, or you take out the carry that Estes is trying to keep you.
See a little counter jungling here, Kimi being the bully she is.
Oh, Xian just nearly going under the tower right there. And Azura X just making sure that he doesn't get caught out. Kimi though, yet to kind of invade the jungle right there. So I guess this is where we see Team Envy not wanting to make the mistake
Yes.
that Arrowwolf did in the first game. They're playing a bit more,
Passive,
patient
actually,
right
yeah.
here. Yeah, they realize that we don't really have Arrowwolf showing themselves on the map. They have to play a little bit more careful this time round. And I'm keeping a lot of focus in the top lane because we want to see how this Kimi function in the opening stages of the game. We won't see much action for the rest of the map for quite some time. So all eyes on Forza and Kolya here up against this Granger and
I mean, it
Angela.
is fine
Angela,
doing
yeah.
this for Kimi, but I'd like to see more aggression from Team Envy, which we're not, because rather they're just waiting for Arrow to make mistakes.
And now the team fight will happen. Esmeralda jumping onto the back line right there. They try to pick up the kill onto the Granger. Granger falling really, really low. The shield comes in as well by Krufra just in front. Once again, James buying so much space for the rest of his team. Team Envy will now kindly back off after they pick up the buff.
Now here you see the respect Arrowwolf is giving Team Envy, knowing that they are ready to take them on, and they're not afraid of Team Arrowwolf.
But they kind of bought some space for the Hayabusa.
Yeah.
And they had to summon Xian up to the top half of the jungle. And this gives, Azura X the space he needs to kind of farm up on this Hayabusa.
Some
And
action going
Swan
on in
now.
the middle.
Oh, the burst damage coming in from both the Esmeralda and Krufra as well. Which is pretty hard. They both have really good lockdowns.
Yeah.
They have entry point as well for
Definitely.
themselves.
There's
so
nothing
both,
she could do.
yeah, she just got caught out in a really bad spot in the mid lane.
Now they're going to lose Turtle. First Turtle going to Team Envy.
And Team Envy right now taking up the first turtle of the game, and now they can look to take mid. I mean, Fenrir's already at level 6,
Yeah.
and they might be able to find the
Ooh,
Lolita
getting caught
as
out
well.
there.
They're throwing everything on the Swan right here, and they will be able to do so. Nothing that Chonlada could do in the mid lane. And she's already used her ultimate as well. Angela coming in to support for a little bit. But look at Forza, just making sure that he uses his range.
You see again the lack of respect from Arrowwolf, walking like that, knowing that the whole team is in that bush. I don't see that decision making very wise.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about pathing issues right here. We see, once again, Azura X and Xian going face to face in the bottom lane. Nothing much that either of these teams can do. Both Leomon and Hayabusa are quite greedy characters. They need quite a decent amount of farm. I mean, it is the case for most fighters / assassins in the bottom lane. And Forza right now trying to bully Amux right under this tier 1 tower. And looks like Krufra will jump in as well. Going to use the ultimate, and can Fabi get out of this? Yes, he will be able to do so. Swan comes in with the stun as well, but doesn't catch anyone. And with that rotation, this means that Fenrir can kind of take out the middle turret and kind of rotate down to the top side.
Pretty big turret.
Not too sure if Arrowwolf knows what's in store for them, but looks like they want to dive on both members as well. They're going to zone out onto this Angela, who does a good job at making sure she gets onto Xian, I believe.
How insane though that dive, being Estes, being able to use his ultimate, healing up everybody. It seemed like the turret wasn't even there.
Kolia doing a good job as well, like you
Yeah.
mentioned, just making sure that his team sustains in those tower
Exactly.
takes. And now you see Esmeralda going for the Committee River. I mean, the Reaper is just a really good item against
Yeah.
sustained heroes. For example, like the Lunox,
Turtle
it does really well
resurrecting
against
soon.
the Granger as well because you kind of reduce the lifesteal that they get from items.
Yeah.
So it's a 50% reduction, mind you, and that's quite a bit coming out from MMs.
You see here that the Aeroof team knows that they're doing the turtle, or rather trying to bait the turtle.
Right, once again, a lone kill on the top lane though. Hayabusa coming onto the Granger, that's not what you want.
Yeah.
And on top of it, Team Envy did manage to pick up the turtle.
I want to talk more about this Estes. You mentioned earlier in one of our earlier games that if you have a support and your team is falling behind, it becomes redundant to support. But you see how good it is when the team is ahead.
Right, they pick up the easy kill on this one, and it's the same case for Angela, right?
Exactly.
Now you see Angela in a tough spot right now because she's fulfilling that support role,
Yep.
but the team isn't doing so
Exactly,
well.
so she's falling off.
Yeah, it's exactly what I said. Like support heroes are good if you're winning.
Yep.
Right? It's a similar. I know it sounds redundant, but it sounds similar to most heroes.
You're taking one hero or one teammate out of the equation in terms of damage and providing support. Now, if you're losing, then the damage becomes very crucial.
Yeah, correct. You may have damage on support,
Exactly.
but then again, your team is just under pressure.
Yep.
There's technically no one to support because you're on the losing end. And it looks like Team Envy now want to clear up those lanes, make sure that they have the advantage in terms of lane pressure. Esmeralda doing pretty well as well. Not many kills in this opening stages,
Yeah.
but just look at the map. Look at how how far Project Envy is just pushing.
Exactly. They're just 4
Aeroof back.
towers ahead. You see them trying to focus the top tower, trying to bait out the engagement.
And Team Aeroof doing what's right for now, but they get caught right underneath the turret. Xian going to be the first one to fall. Granger trying his best to push them back, but they still lose the Leomont in that fight. I mean, Team Project Envy just knows what works for them.
Yeah.
They didn't really force that Kimi pick as well.
Exactly.
They made it work really naturally, and now on the top side, we see this Kufra. It's going to be a 3-on-4. This means that, hey, you have a higher booster that's farming somewhere else, but never mind that. And we're going to dive right in as well. Falling Star that's just dancing right around his opponents. Picks up the kill. James once again goes in with the bouncing ball. And Fenrir going to clean up the rest of the fight. They pick up 3 kills onto the top lane. Project Envy.
It was a beautiful play. You see Estes going in, baiting all the skills from Team Aerowolf, and then after that Esmeralda just coming in the middle of all of it, and just doing the damage that she does.
And now Xian just trying to push up this bit. But look at how front, how far in front the Kufra is just standing, right? He's just making sure that his team doesn't soak up all the damage. He's doing and they have Estes, mind you.
Yep.
So they're just constantly going to heal up. None of the members have to really return back to the base. And while all of that was happening in top side, you have these Hayabusa just farming in the jungle
Split
silently. And when he comes out, he's going to be a beast.
Yep. He's just going to jump in your back line and just destroy everyone.
He only has 1 kill, but look at how far he is in terms of net worth. 6.7k as compared to the Leomon, who was just, they were just neck to neck.
Exactly.
And now he's almost 2 times the net worth.
See them pushing the bottom middle lane now. They might be able to take this middle inhibitor turret.
Right,
Lolita trying
absolutely,
its
I
best.
believe they can do so. One more hit comes down, they pick
They might not want to
one more
boss
hit.
it though. Estes using the ultimate.
And now they want to pick this fight right here. One more hit coming in. I think Force are just raring to go right here. Estes poking it. He will claim the middle tower though.
They tickled the tower.
And now we see Krufa jumps in as well, catches all 4 members, and it's going to be a team wipe. Lunox down to half health as well. He tries to make his way back into the base, but that is pretty much the GG. James, you cannot do that. He goes in for a 4-man, and congratulations to Envy. They 2-0 Aerowolf. I mean, when it comes down to 2 heavyweights, there can only be one standing.
Definitely.
And Team Envy stamping their mark here in the upper brackets.
They're showing their worth. It's that simple. Aeroof not out yet. They're going to go to the lower brackets. Hopefully they can come back and show what Team Envy they're missing.
I mean, what was that? Tyrant's Madness going in and then using the Tyrant's Revenge as well to catch out the whole entire team of
that was
Aerowolf.
so beautiful
That
to
was the
watch.
play of the
Hayabusa.
game. I mean, that was pretty much GG. And
Yep.
then, you know, with all of them in one spot, Pharaoh could just follow up with the Esmeralda. And, you know, Kimi's first skill just allows her to do AoE damage as well. So it just played into the hands of Team Envy. And then Hayabusa could just go in to clean up the rest of the fight.
It was a perfect game. Team Envy played so well. 12-0. There's nothing much you can say about that.
Do you think it was kind of like a draft issue?
I wouldn't say so. I mean, they did everything what Team Envy did the last game, and still they came out short.
Yeah, I think it came down to a case of Team Envy
Exactly.
just being very comfortable. They have been playing with together for a longer time as well. I think the only member that Aerowolf is not, maybe not saying comfortable, but a little bit of a new addition to the lineup is Xian. So it's always tough, right, when you have a new lineup with both Swan and Xian just newly joining the team. So hopefully they do better in the lower brackets. I'm sure they'll do a lot better.
Definitely. I think that they're just taken a surprise by Team Envy, knowing that they've been winning throughout the tournament, and all of a sudden this heavyweight comes in and start punching back. I'm like, what is this? Why am I getting hit? Why am I losing?
Where is this damage coming
Exactly.
from? And it's definitely coming from the from Forza, right? He's playing this Kimi, and we have Azura X. Because of the Kimi advantage early game, Aerowolf was kind of forced to ask the Leomord to move to the top side. And with Aerowolf, you know, making their Leomord leave the lane, Azura X had all the space and time in the world to farm up. And by the time he came back, he was just fed.
He was just 1-0 and then all of a sudden got a triple kill and win the game.
Right, so pretty much GG to both teams. However, it is Team Envy that will be proceeding into the semi-finals of the top of bracket. So they have already confirmed their spot in the top 4, but we will have the other games being played out as well. So remember, the top 4 teams of Qualifier 1 will proceed to the playoffs. What do you expect going into the final games?
Team Envy, very strong. Aerowolf still not out yet. Hopefully they can come back. Just got to re-strategize and know what they've done wrong coming into their next few games.
Do you think there's anyone in the lower brackets that can kind of stop Aerowolf?
I don't think so. I think Aerowolf is still very, very, very strong. They just need to work more on their chemistry, I'd say.
Yeah, I think it was a case of them not really wanting to go into the fights, but, but with Team Envy's rotation, it was just sucking them in. So nothing they could do about that. But with that being said, we will go for a short little break. When we are back, we'll bring you most of the games in the upper brackets. Remember, if you want to check out the brackets and the other games, you can go on down to our Facebook page and check out the brackets that are released there right now. Remember, Ace League is part of EFA. That's going to be held in COMEX. And I'm pretty excited to see where this goes. Remember, it is organized by Sphere Exhibits and Game Asia. So we'll see you right after this break.
See you guys. right, welcome back, everybody. We are going to start. I have lost count of how many games we've had, but it's been intense. Eris.
We saw just what could have been our greatest game yet
Exactly.
in the Premier League. A masterclass coming up from Team Envy as well.
Definitely,
That's kind of unexpected, like 2-0.
Exactly. Yeah.
And I kind of expected them to either go game
And it was
three.
a stomp. It
Yeah,
wasn't
and,
like
and
a,
both games were
exactly.
like 10 minutes, 10 odd minutes. It was pretty surprising to see, Team Envy
Definitely.
be so dominant in that matchup.
It was surprising.
But now down to the second quarterfinals of the upper bracket. We have Team BB up against Team Eximus. So we have watched Eximus play a couple of games already. What do you think about them?
They seem pretty
Your
promising.
team is banning.
Definitely towards my opinion, my favorite going into this match. Team BB, I'm really excited to see how
Yeah,
they play.
we haven't seen
Exactly.
any match of Team
Never.
BB yet, but they have been proceeding in top brackets, and all of their matches have been 2-0.
Wow.
So they haven't lost a single game as of
Going
yet.
in strong, I'm guessing.
Yeah, they are going pretty strong. So most of the upper brackets have been 2-0 so far. We haven't
Yeah.
really seen a... so in fact, all of the games have been pretty one-sided if you put it away.
Yeah.
I'm
Well, 10-minute
Yeah,
games.
I'm pretty surprised though. Like I thought there would be a similar game right here.
Yeah.
But we're gonna see Team Eximus on the red team,
Mhm.
and we're gonna see
Your
Team
team
BB
is
on the blue
picking.
side. What do you think BB stands for?
I have no idea, boy.
Boy,
Baby boys.
bye bye. I mean, there's just so many
Team bye-bye.
combinations out there coming out. But we'll find out. We'll ask the teams
Definitely.
after to find out. Hopefully they make it to the finals.
Yeah.
I want to see more of Team BB.
Team BB.
Team BB. All right.
Team
Or maybe,
bye-bye.
or maybe Boba. It's possible. It is possible. Team Boba. Maybe they love bubble tea so much. I see
Yeah.
them drinking bubble tea as well.
Your team
But
is
let's just
picking.
go. Let's enough of the chit chat. Let's get down to business right
Yeah.
now. You see, Team Eximus pick up the
Dig.
Kadra. They pick up the Chow, Minotaur, and Guinevere as well. So first time we're gonna see a Guinevere in the game.
Your
A lot
team
of
is picking.
CC though on the side of Team Eximus.
Yeah.
And for the side of Team BB, they pick up a lot of damage. They have carry. They have the Lunox as well, and they kind of recognize the fact that there's CC coming out from Eximus,
Yeah.
so they pick up the Digi. And to counter that, they pick up the Minsita as well. So they got to
Exactly.
fight with their own CC alongside the Digi as well.
And it looks like a good mix of late game and early game on Team BB. They definitely know what they're doing.
Yeah, they pick up
Going
the
against
Lunox,
Yeah.
who pops off at level 4. They
Yeah.
pick up the carry. They can carry them in
Moscow.
late game.
Mhm.
And then on top of it, they have the Kurufa that's just effective from early to late game.
Yeah.
What do you think about Kurufa? I mean, James just played insane in the previous game.
Yeah.
He called out all 5 members of Arrow.
Exactly. I mean, it was so beautiful to watch. It was very, very exciting. You just see damage and just health going down like nothing. I mean, I was so surprised. I wanted to scream and get off my chair.
Right,
It was
but
a beautiful game.
yeah, it was.
Yeah.
And that last team fight as well was a really good team fight.
Yeah.
But now, coming into this game, predictions for this lineup?
I go with Eximus.
Right, Eximus, they have that Moskov.
Yeah.
And on top of it, we have seen them
Very
execute
heavy.
really well.
Yeah.
And but this is the first time that we will see them play the Guinevere.
Yeah.
So any thoughts on that? Like we haven't seen any Guinevere or
Actually, at all, never.
I mean she's a
Very
she's a
strong,
fighter mage,
actually,
right?
yeah.
And she does fulfill that role pretty
Mhm.
well. She has sustain coming out. She has Violet Requiem that has a CC. She has everything that you want in a fighter. Decent CC,
Exactly.
Welcome
high
to
burst, high
Mobile
sustain
Legends.
as well. On top of that, she has an escape mechanism.
5 seconds
so,
till the enemy reaches
I mean,
the battlefield.
How
Let's just
many,
smash
how many
them.
fighter mage you think they have here, Mobile Legends?
All
I
troops
can't think of many.
deployed.
I mean, there's a couple of few which I
Yeah.
think that are really good. I wouldn't consider Gurshan a fighter mage,
Yeah.
but he does assassin mage pretty well.
Exactly.
I think maybe Dyrov, but Dyrov is more of a physical damage hero. So he's kind of similar to how Guinevere works.
Yeah.
They both have really decent amount of burst. They have sustain as well.
She's
but
just one
once-
of a kind, I
Yeah,
think.
just there's one that's magical, there's one that's physical. That's
Yeah.
about it.
All right, looks like we're getting into the game. Guinevere taking a little bit of damage early on in the mid lane. Just seeing some farming being done.
And now it looks like
Trading.
they want to get the buff away from their opponents.
Yep.
Obviously, we do see Team BB playing a little bit more aggressive. Remember, this is a best of 3. It is an upper brackets match after all. So hopefully these teams... Oh, the hook comes in.
But no turret shots.
Yeah, and just a little bit out of
Yeah.
range as well. Hydra's going to be
And
fine right there.
Moskov being Moskov, just jumping away.
And look at how much pressure they're putting down in the mid lane. Although we do see this Kaja zoning him out, I think this Moskov is just doing a little bit of a good job to make sure that the Lunox is a little bit under pressure. Could have
Yeah.
just overextended a little bit. Guinevere coming in to secure the first blood onto the Lunox. Yeah, that was
Beautiful
just
play
good
there,
rotation
yeah.
coming in from Eximus Esports. they saw that the Lunox had actually just overextended a little
Yeah.
bit, and there was just a little bit of a punish coming in for Pao Pao. Zero and this bomb lane going up against the Chow in a 1v1. I think
I think he's doing pretty well.
Yeah,
Going
he
against
is.
Chow, I mean, typically Chow, you don't want him to be sitting down there. You want him to be making plays, coming and joining the team fights.
yeah, he does provide a lot of CC as well with Way of the Dragon. So I mean, you want to see, like you mentioned, you want to see Chow in team fights.
Yeah.
But for now, Chow will have a little bit of a breathing space with the rest of Team BB rotating down to the top side. And the middle lane looks like they want to focus on this. I'm not too sure if Team BB realizes that the Chow is pushing on the tower.
Attack.
I mean, it's Chow. There's not much he can do to the tower.
I think
As of now.
Yeah, I kind of realized that Team BB has just left the middle lane, so just going to take a little bit of a precaution, back off a little bit.
Yeah.
Kaja doing a good job at babysitting the middle lane as well as Guinevere goes to a jungle. So what do you think about these two lineups? Like, I know you do prefer Team Examus Esports, but what do you think about this?
It seems like both teams knows what they're doing.
Oh, I tell you, who knows what they're doing. The Violet Record comes out from the Guinevere and they take down the Lunox pretty quickly. There's nothing much they can do. Zero going to go up to the mid lane, but that's not where you want your carry to be. You want her to be down in the bottom lane farming as well, and that's going to draw Irene, I think Team BB has no idea that the Chow is coming up. And Krufa going to come up as well. Moskov going to clear up the middle jungle. The stun comes in with the Spear of Misery, but the ultimate is being used. King's Calling has been used as well. And looks like we have Guinevere who's going to rotate to pick up the kill onto the Krufa. Lunox popping an ultimate right there and will pick up the kill onto the Minotaur. But Violet Record once again not landing on anyone. And Chow now focusing his attention onto the Lunox. And with Way of the Dragon will be pick up the kill now. We see this Diggy who's trying to pick up Irene right here. Run straight into your father. Not sure about the name right there. And on top of it, you see Examus Esports picking up the turtle.
Exactly. Like, I don't see how they come up short. Team BB, they have two members going on the turtle, and still the team fight went fairly well for Examus.
Yeah, I
It's
mean,
rather disappointing.
I mean, Examus Esports just managed to walk away with murder. They got
Exactly.
away with murder right there. Like, Irene should have fallen,
They
man.
should have been punished.
Yeah, they ran straight into the Minzita, but I think it was a little bit of a lack of reaction time coming in.
I think
And-
what happened, the Team Eximus have very heavy CC, hence stalling out the fight, and then after they're done with turtle, just took back the fight.
Yeah, that's the advantage that Eximus have on their lineup, is that
Exactly.
they don't really have to force team fights
Yeah.
because of the CC that they have, and they can always turn the fight with the
Yeah.
Minotaur's Fury. And even with the time Rosso getting locked down onto Guinevere, she can kind of just escape as well. So yeah, so she has to be a little bit careful. Like, or rather, the side of Team BB has to be a little bit careful about how one to take this team fights, because Guinevere can just turn on them. And remember, they have the support as well. And it looks like they get the hook onto the Krufa, not the target that they want, but they do decent damage onto him as well. Now you
Definitely
see,
taking him out of the team fight, out of the equation.
you see this Minotaur just getting ready, gets the hook in as well. If Minotaur's Fury comes out, gets 4 members. Lunox is the only one to escape that. And King's Calling will be used. Kaja will be the second one to fall. And now Guinevere sends on the run. Carry will secure the kill right there. A good team fight coming up from the
Beautiful
side of
team
Team
fight.
BB.
It shows that Team BB knows what they're doing.
Absolutely, but Chow now, he knows that all 5 members on the side of Team BB are in the middle lane. They find a kill onto the Moskov as well.
Yeah. No, again, I don't understand why Chow's down there. I feel like he should be in the middle of all of this, right?
I mean, this is a pretty good trade after all. Yeah,
Yeah.
you lose 4 members, but you
Exactly.
pick up the one tower. So it depends on how Eximus Esports want to play this. Do
Yeah.
they want to win the team fight, or do they want to win the
terms of
objectives, right?
objectives, yeah.
So I would say Team Eximus still got a little bit more out of that,
Yeah.
because Team BB failed to pick up the middle turret. If they did manage to pick up the middle turret, I would say it
would have
is
gone
in the
their
favor,
way, yeah.
because they will equal out the turret getting taken down in the bot lane.
And what do you think about the teams utilizing the jungle? Like, they don't seem to be clearing it effectively.
Yeah, a little bit of trouble here for the carry. Uses Way of the Dragon coming out from Irene, but he will be the first one to fall. Minotaur's Fury, but getting countered by Diggy as well. This is the power of the Diggy, the ability to negate the Minotaur pick. And that's going to be the concentrated energy for the Guinevere, but
And then you see again Carry popping off the late game.
right, you
Coming
talk a
in
little
now.
bit. You talk a little bit about the jungle right there.
Yeah.
And honestly, I think both sides are pretty passive when it comes down to
Yeah.
the jungle play. They don't really want to do a lot of invades. It's all the action has been in lane so
Yeah,
far.
exactly.
Eximus Esports right here taking a little bit of a step back with Team BB ramping up with damage. They're
Yeah.
making use of the Lunox as well.
This is what you don't want to see. You don't want to see Carry and Lunas all this popping off, because then again you're gonna go into late game, and this is where they really shine. Carry, that is.
Absolutely. I mean, Mincetar right there with the Spear of Glory not being able to find anyone. So who do you think is the key figure here coming in the side of Team BB? Like, I know you have the carry that's a really good late game. They have the Lunox that's carrying as well. Do you think Mincetar is going to be a really big figure in the later stages of the game?
I mean, definitely he would be in the front, I assume, and Carry being popped off and being fed. It would be just an easy end game, a late game for them.
Right, absolutely. But now it looks like we see Team BB wanting to step up in terms of pressure across the map. They already cleared up the middle lane, so that kind of negates the tower tech coming in. But look at how quickly the monster gets taken down. Lunox with
just
the
popping
ultimate.
off.
Yeah, she's just using the ultimate right there to kind of bully this Moskov. And they have to carry down the bot lane. And this is going to put Eximus Esports in a tough spot. Look at how quickly Iron is going to fall. One more hit coming out from Zero to clear up the fight as well. Violet Requiem comes out from Leisure. But Kufa is tanky enough to survive the team fight. And now Kufa can look to turn the fight for this carry. It puts up a double kill as well. And carry could be the second one to fall. Ultimate doesn't land onto the Kaja. And that just bought so much space for them on top lane.
Look at how strong she's already is, Carry. And she just kites an opponent. Doesn't matter if she was half health. She didn't go down.
And now you see them pushing onto both lanes. This is the best of both worlds for the side of Team BB. They pick up the top tower, they pick up the bottom tower as well. And Carry is just going to farm even more. And this being a siege wave means that Carry can kind of push through towers.
Exactly.
Look at how quickly Carry is just taking out the bottom tower now. And looks like Lunox has finally managed to pick up her Lightning Trajan. Kaja being used, being forced to use the Divine Judgment right there. Diggy using the ultimate to get out just in time. Kaja, a little bit of trouble right here. Two more shots coming out for Lunox. And they pick up the kill onto the Kaja. This is a messy fight for Eximus Esports. They lose the Kaja. The Minotaur is about to fall as well, although that's a really good Violet Requiem. But they fail to find any kill. And Zero will be able to pick up the Guinevere.
Again, going into the favor of Team BB.
Right, and
Having the
now
late game team.
Eximus Esports just trying to throw bodies in the way, but what are they doing?
Monster kill.
They're just fitting all these heroes to the side of Team BB.
Looks like they're gonna do the Lord, trying to push for the end game.
I mean, that was a little bit reckless coming out from
Yeah.
Eximus Esports. It was a little bit of a desperation coming out. Like, you know that with the Diggy, you have time journey.
Definitely.
You have the ability to lock down the Guinevere with reverse time. And that just changed the whole tide of the game. It was just so hard for the Minotaur to do anything there. Because the moment that he launches, it's very, the Diggy just pops off time journey.
Exactly.
And it's just all
It just
Team BB.
negates the CC. They managed to sneak the Lord, even losing one of the players being executed.
I mean, that is a very, very good trade, I would
Yeah.
say. Although you lose the Mincetar, he's coming
Yeah.
up pretty soon.
Definitely.
And you have the Lord pushing on the top tower though. Do know though, like Eximus Esports have the Moskov, so they don't really have to worry about it. He does really well against the Moskov, or rather, Moskov does really well against the Lord.
Yeah.
He can take down pretty quickly.
It doesn't look like they're doing anything with the Lord. They just took it for the goal. I see Chow just taking it away.
Yeah, absolutely. Now they go to the top lane though. You see Hydra just hiding in the brush right there. Gets spotted out by the rest of teammates. Will have to use the Spear of Misery to get out of trouble. But now, Irene getting isolated from the rest of the team. And they're happy to just leave her there.
I mean, it is Chow.
Yeah, but
What could he do?
they do spot her in, they do spot him in the brush, and he is gonna fall. And now with the lot pushing in, they lost the Chow, they lost the CC needed. Raymond THD does manage to get out of trouble, but Hydra
Ooh, the
falling
burst.
really low. Oh, the hook comes in, Spear of Glory not being able to connect, and Time Journey will ensure that the Minotaur's ultimate is cancelled out. Now King's Calling will land in the middle of the tower. They pick up the tier 3 tower as well. Guinevere falling really quickly. Carry just cleaning up the rest of the fight. That's going to be a double kill.
Is
And
this
Hydra, look at how quickly he's taken out. And could this be GG?
I don't see them coming back from this, especially how fed Carry is now.
Right, Zero has been just farming throughout the entire game.
Exactly.
She's 8-1. She hasn't lost momentum throughout the game
Definitely.
as well.
I mean, he's not just been farming, he's been in a lot of fights, and you see him popping off in the mid game, hence deciding the end game. being carried.
Absolutely. But now they want to end this game. It's going to be quite easy with all these super minions pushing
game.
into the base.
And BB took the first match.
Game 1 going in the way of Team BB.
Team... What? Pabo?
Boba? Team Boba?
Team Boba.
Team Boba, yeah.
Pabo
That's
is
kind of the...
a
that's
little
kind
bit
of
of a
name
bad
where
word in
we-
Korean.
Yeah, we gotta ask them what that means, right? Team
I want to
BB.
find out.
Yeah, but definitely Minsita playing a very underrated role right there in the
Mm-hmm.
game. Constantly trying to use the Spear of Glory to pick someone out of the team fight.
Yeah.
And then trying to using King's Calling as well to kind of zone out the rest
Yeah.
of Eximus Esports. On top of that, they have the perfect counter to Minotaur, right?
Exactly.
And Time Journey just time
They
and time
were-
again coming
they-
through.
Yeah, they were just so patient during the early game, even being behind. Still, they just played patiently. They played perfectly, feeding Carry, and then Carry just popped off. Carry and Luna.
I mean, Carry just living up to the name right
Exactly.
there, just carrying the team 8-1 on top of that. I would say other than the one death that she gave up early game,
Yeah.
she had a perfect game,
It
right?
was
She
good.
didn't. She was just allowed to farm all the way.
Actually, she was about 4-0 before she got a bit greedy towards one of the mid-game fights, but still, it didn't matter.
Right, absolutely. I think Eximus has something to
Yeah.
think about coming into game 2. Do you think they should have changed the draft in either way? I mean, the Moskov was pretty good, but
yeah.
we didn't manage to see the Moskov pop off.
I would like to see them play like how they did in their earlier games, maybe taking some of the stronger early game heroes that would
Yeah,
have
I think,
pulled
you know,
the game to their
Moskov
favor.
is nice to have in
Yeah.
the late game,
Yeah.
but if you don't do well in the early
Exactly.
side, it's pretty
He
hard.
needs a
for-
lot of items, and without all these items, without all the farm, then he couldn't do much.
He was kind of forced to rotate early game as well,
Exactly,
which is
yeah.
not what you want to see
Yeah.
from Moskov. He wants to be left all alone in lane, try to farm up as
That's
much
what
as
they
possible.
should have done, though. They should have put Moskov down, let Cho be in the team fights, and Moskov farm. He gets his items. Cho don't do well, doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't. Like you said, it doesn't matter because
Exactly.
it is the Moskov that's going to carry
Yeah.
the team at the end of the day. You have to sacrifice one member to
Yeah.
kind of get the Moskov up on items. But that being said, game 2, any predictions? Do you think Eximus will change anything up?
I hope they do. If not, then it's just going to be again one-sided, or rather lose the game to Team BB, who surprised me this game 1.
Do you think it was kind of a draft issue?
Not really. I think it's more on the laning. I think if Cho was involved in the early team fight, because Cho, he don't do
Right.
well, his kit,
Right, that's
his
right.
skills, it's what he brings to
end
the
of
team,
day,
exactly.
end of the day, you need the ultimate coming from Chow. That's
Yes.
all, right?
Yeah.
For Moskov, he's still more
He
reliant
needs
on
the
items.
damage. Yeah, so that's why if he was left and to farm, if he had his items, I think they would be able to change the outcome of game 1.
Absolutely, I
Yeah.
do agree with you on that. But with that being said, it looks like Game 2's draft is underway. So Eximus Esports going to be playing on the blue side right
Yeah.
now. And we're
Team
going to see
BB
Team
on the
BB
red.
red team. And now they want to ban out the Asmurder and
Your
Grog.
team is
Similar
banned.
bans to what we saw in
In
Game 1.
yeah.
I mean, Grog is quite a tanky hero. You know,
Yeah,
he has decent amount of
definitely.
burst. I mean, in top of tanks, my favorite would be Grog,
Mhm.
then Minotaur, and then I'll have either Uranus or Kaija. Like
Yeah.
those
Your
three are
team
my
is
top
banned.
tankers for now.
Now, you would say that Team BB has to change anything in terms of their draft?
No, absolutely not. I
No?
think they're
Just-
really comfortable
yeah.
right now. Even though they kind of lost a little bit of the early game, they
Definitely.
did manage to get the Luminox up on farm.
Exactly.
And they did really well in rotations as well. So they do
Your
take out the
team
Minseta.
is picking.
The side of Eximus that is Eximus Esports just absolutely hates the Minseta. It puts, I mean, that's the fear, right? With the Spear
Yeah.
of Glory, you constantly just hook someone in.
Exactly.
And then you have to worry about trying to save that teammate.
Yeah.
And you get stuck in the team fight, so this is why they don't really want him. But that kind of keeps the Kaja open. Do you think Eximus Esports should pick up the Kaja?
Eximus, maybe they would find something more early, I feel.
Kufra.
They
Picking
pick
up
up the
the Kufa,
Kufa,
yeah.
so
Team
no
is
surprises
picking.
there.
Yeah.
The Kufa is still one of the top picks. Although I think he's a bit overrated. I mean, he
Yeah.
is good, right?
Yeah,
I'm
he
not
is
trying to
strong.
deny. He is really strong, but I'll just like to see other tanks coming. I think Valeric has fallen quite far off the ladder, but we
Yeah.
don't really see Valerics anymore. But I miss those times when Valeric was just in the middle of team fights. And now we're gonna see Chow
Your
and
team
Claude
is
getting picked up.
picking.
Yeah.
So Team BB gonna make use of the Chow. With
Let's see
this-
how they do differently. Maybe they would take our comments into consideration.
I mean, there's a 5 minutes delay on
Yeah.
side though. So by the time they hear
They can
this,
sense it.
right, by the time they hear this, the draft would have been already been
Yeah.
over. So it's kind of like a Sixth Sense kind of thing,
Definitely.
right? Alright, but now they're gonna pick up the Claude as
Cloud
well.
for the MM.
Could this be a change? I mean, there was Granger in the bot. Like,
Exactly.
there was Granger, there was Kimi. None of all of these
Carry.
heroes being overlooked.
Yeah.
Your team is picking.
And Leomont getting picked up alongside Kaja. So it looks like it is still Team Eximus that will pick up the Kaja.
Yeah. What do you think that they can do, Team BB?
I think Team BB has to go for the DG once again. I
Yeah.
mean, I think the team, picking up a DG will do well against both the Kaja
Yeah.
and the
The CC and whatnot,
right. The
yeah?
CC getting put up by Krufra will get negated with the DG. And not only that, they pick up the Minotaur
Yeah.
and they have
Your
to ban on the
team is
DG right
banned.
now. They cannot risk, giving the DG away to
Yeah.
Team Eximus. We saw exactly what happened in
Definitely.
the first game. So if Team Eximus picks up the Digi, then you kind of negate both the CC coming from Chow and Minotaur. So I think it's kind of a no-brainer for them to ban the Digi.
Oh, they banned Gusion
Your
instead.
team is
Right, I
banned.
think with the Claude already in the draft of Team BB, they don't want to give away another diver in
Yeah.
the Gusion. But they banned on the carry, which is pretty
Your
surprising.
team
I thought they
is
were banned on the
picking.
Digi right there. Or maybe they want to pick up the Digi for
Yeah,
themselves.
they probably want to.
They have the ban and the pick
Yeah.
side by side.
We'll see what they do.
Yeah, if I were them, I would just pick up the Diggy, try to apply pressure in the opening stages with the Diggy as well,
Yeah.
allow the Claude to farm up. What do you think? What do you think Eximus needs? Eximus is just they already have the CC needed, and now it looks like they're
I
preparing.
think
with
they
the-
want
team is
something that will
picking.
be able to burst Gusion out of the picture, maybe pick up a Granger for their MM. Really strong burst. I'm not sure if we've seen Eximus use Granger
I think Lunox is still in the draft. Lunox
Yeah.
does well against the Lolita.
as well, yeah.
So maybe they want to pick up a Lunox down in the mid
Mhm.
lane and then perhaps go
Oh.
for the Granger in the later stages of the
Yeah.
game. So I think both the Lunox and Granger will work really well here.
Oh, our predictions were right.
Luna.
Right, the Lunox just does well against Lolita. I
Yeah.
mean, there's no surprise that they will pick her up now. And looks like they want to pick up
Selena.
Selena. So no Diggy,
Yeah.
surprisingly. And I think they were kind of calculating that, Team Eximus, they already pick up two tanks and,
Yeah.
and a assassin. They don't
Yeah.
really need a
I
support.
mean, there's not much CC as well. in
Right, their
Eximus,
damage will
yeah.
be quite lackluster if they
Exactly.
pick up a Diggy.
Yeah.
So they were kind of suspect, you know what, I don't think they went for a minute of a mini gamble right
Yeah.
there. They read their opponent's draft a bit correctly. So going into this game, which sides do you think you prefer?
Team BB looks really strong. Eximus, you can't count them out. They've shown a remarkable play so far. I'd say, being my favorite hero on the game, Granger, I'll still go with Eximus.
All right, so I'm just gonna go for Team BB right here, just because they have the Lolita that does well against the Granger.
Yeah.
Although I'm a little bit worried for them because they gave away the Lunox, they gave it the Kaja as
Yeah.
well. But I'm
And
not
they
too
have a lot of
afraid.
strong picks, Team Eximus here.
Right, and on top of it, like Team BB has decent amount of CC.
Yeah.
They have the Minotaur, so I'm sure they will
Even the
do well.
ultimate from Lolita as well.
Yeah, so I'm
the
sure
stun slow.
they'll definitely do well.
Smash
They have
them.
the Chow as well. Remember the Way of the Dragon?
All troops deployed.
Hopefully Chow will do more this game. We didn't see Eximus utilize him very much. He was pretty, I'd say, not effective at all.
Right, absolutely. So coming right into game number 2. Remember, this is the last game in the upper brackets. If you want to find out more about Ace League and its competition, all you have to do is head out to aceleague.asia. Yeah, that's all we have all the information right there. But coming in, we're gonna see Chow clear up the top lane. Or the bottom lane, in fact, because they have
Yeah.
top sides right now. So Chow
Again,
gonna be alone.
Chow
on-
gonna be alone. Educate me a little bit here, Aris. I don't understand.
Okay, so basically Chow does a lot of burst damage to the
Yeah.
towers because of the... Oh, looks like that. The
Ooh,
Lunox
first
gets the
blood.
first blood as well. Zero going right in. I think the stun kind of landed onto the Lunox right there. That's the power of the Selena, right?
Yeah.
Early game, you have so much burst. There's no one in the hero pool that can really deal with Selena's burst right now. You either dodge the stun or you risk getting yourself just getting instantly burst out. So going back to Chow, right? Chow
Yeah.
does... it's literally more faster.
Okay.
So that's a passive that Chow has.
Yeah.
And for every amount of units of
Yeah.
distance that he moves, he gets a burst damage on his next attack.
Yeah.
So he does really well against the tower. And he clears wave really quickly with Chikundo as well. Look at that. Like, even though he's up against 2 heroes, he's doing pretty decently all by himself.
It's alright.
Yeah, he's gonna
yeah.
have the support of Selena pretty
Exactly.
soon. So not really a worry.
But he's
for
getting
him.
bullied now, I'd see in the bot lane. Again, I think Granger should just be left alone with the Chow.
I think that's fine though. Like
Yeah.
with the Chow getting, oh, but your father just taking a little bit too much damage right there.
Turtle resurrecting soon.
I feel uncomfortable calling him my father. Like your father is just taking a little bit too damage.
What do you think was going through his head when he decided to put that name?
I have absolutely no idea, but now Kurufar taking a little bit of a stun from Selena, will get out just in time, and Hydra definitely
Just
doesn't want to
way
get
too
caught up by
tanky,
the
yeah.
stun. And Kaja right there to make sure that his Granger would get out of trouble.
You see
Kurufar here,
Lunox coming from behind.
and now Lunox going to get the pop off and will pick up the kill onto the Selena. Next target to go will be the Minotaur, not level 4 yet. And I don't think he can get out of this. It's going to
No
be an easy
way,
kill
yeah.
coming in. So Eximus Esports is definitely having a lot better
Yeah.
progress.
They're
in the
definitely
league.
going in more cautiously and making sure that they capitalize on Team BB's mistakes. Team BB was a bit aggressive, a bit too cocky, making wrong decisions, making mistakes.
You do see this Leomod here, just
Yeah.
making sure that his team will get it. Eximus Esports secures the tower pretty decently, and the way of the Dragon knocks up onto the Leomod, but he gets out just in time with the flicker. And now, with the Kurufa down, it looks like Team BB wants to take this team fight. Look at that, Lolita just doing well against the Gregor right there. And Lunox ultimate on cooldown as well.
It was a good comeback from Team BB. Again, I feel like they made a mistake there, giving up the turtle because of it.
Like,
Seemed rather
it's a
unfortunate.
little bit hard for the side of Team Toto
Yeah.
to go into the back line. I mean, this time around they don't have a mid-sitar, they don't have someone that can, hook someone from afar.
Yeah.
They need to be a little bit more aggressive in terms of the way they want to take team fights. Remember, they have the Minotaur's Minion Fairy,
Yeah.
they have the Claude as well, so it's a very late game combo.
Yeah.
So I guess this is why they're playing a little more patient. Like, no need to rush stuff, let's just
Definitely.
get our Claude up on farm and see how it goes.
And you see how Lunox came in from behind and just snuck up on two of their members taking the double kill. It was so fun to watch.
Now Pepe Bear.
Initiate retreat.
Kurufra diving a little bit too deep though. Remember, the Minotaur is now level 4. Looks like they want to pick up the kill. However, Claude getting
Granger.
picked off by the Leomod at the back line. Selena going to pop up the stun right there, but not going to find anyone. Kurufra comes in with Tyrant's Madness.
Now this is smart by Team BB, falling behind, or rather just falling back after losing a member. They don't want to force the fight.
And look at that, Chow is just doing really well against
Yeah.
Greg as well. Like, either of these members cannot afford to leave the lane because
Exactly.
the moment they leave lane, right, they give advantage to their
Yeah.
counterparts. Oh, look at how much damage the Hydra is taking.
I see now how Cho can do really well, I'd say, against an MM. The gap closes. Ooh, middle lane.
Killing spree.
Like he doesn't really have to worry as well
Exactly.
because he has that burst damage.
Yep.
So even with a slither of health, he can still take the fight.
Exactly.
Initiate retreat.
And then vulnerability when he gets when he dashes away.
Right, he's just gonna dash away, like you said, out of this. And remember, they have the Minotaur's ultimate as well, but his rage meter
Ooh.
is just a little bit too low. Kaja coming in the ring of order. Lolita will be the second one to fall. And Papa Bear gonna sweep up the rest of this team fight. Eximus Esports in the lead. And just to
Second
make sure
turtle.
that they stay on top, they're gonna pick up
Exactly.
the turtle as well.
I don't think there's much Team BB can do about this. They might
And-
try to be able to snipe it. No.
Yeah, they're gonna do a
Turtle's
little bit of trade as well. We see Claude just putting a little bit of pressure down onto the middle lane. But he fails to find the first tower right there.
Yeah. Granger being cautious a little bit. I think he could have gotten away with the bot tower, but didn't want to give up his position. Was lead.
Right, and on top of that, we do see Kaja picking out the Mage Emblem,
Yeah.
which means that, this Claude is just taking a little bit of a burn damage for every single time that he gets connected with the Kaja skills. And now they want to dive onto this little one right here. They won't be able to find a kill,
No.
but that's going to be a bit of pressure. Demon Hunters who are coming in for Claude as well.
I think Granger should realize that he's utilized all his CD, Chow that is, and go in. Don't be too passive. Don't fall back. Try to return the damage, and at least you trade well enough.
Attack.
Kaja goes in for the hook as well, lands onto the Minotaur. That's not the target that you want. Bouncing ball being used, but Minotaur with the Minoran's Fairy catches out all three members. Lolita going to fall up with her ultimate as well, and now Irene is the next target to fall. Without the first turret in the way, it looks like Team BB will sweep up the rest of the fight. They don't even find the Minotaur as well. Hydra has to be a little bit careful. Claude still has his ultimate on standby as well.
A very good comeback by Team BB there.
And your father just thinking about whether he wants to go in the back line. They have the Lolita with the... Oh, and we do see Claude falling really, really low.
Oof.
I think Claude could have just dived on the back line right there.
Yeah.
He could have just picked up the Granger. But now we have this Kufra that's playing a little more aggressive. He wants to invade the opponent's jungle. He has the support of Papa Bear and Hydra as well.
He knows that half the team are low, so they are trying to force something considering that they lost the last team fight. Granger wasn't a part of it.
So both teams going neck and neck. Eximus Esports still has that 2K goal lead.
Yeah.
But where do you think this is going to go? Like, is it going to go towards Team BB's way or Eximus?
I mean, with Cloud being a late game, hopefully they'll be able to stall it out while he gets some items, get some damage in. That way he can pull in some weight into the fight.
Right now, but we see Leomar getting caught on the top side. Tries to summon the steed, but Claude going to use the Blazing Duet to kind of finish up the rest of the fight. Kaja as well, trying to come to the support of his team while Granger takes the turtle. But it's a little bit too late. Lunox dropping really low. Ramon THD gets spotted out in that brush all by himself. They pick up 2 kills.
Rather unfortunate there for Team Maximus. I feel like, again, making a little bit too much mistakes, letting Team BB run over them, being caught out like that.
But
they're
that was
definitely
the trade,
out
right?
of man.
Yeah, that was the trade. They,
Yeah.
they managed to pick up the turtle, so it's not too late for them, or rather it wasn't a
Yeah.
bad trade for them at all.
If they stop the defender's turret, maybe.
But look at how quickly,
Yeah.
you know, look at how
Doesn't
quickly the
matter.
call is going to clear up right now.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at the items that he's having, he's already picked up his Demon Hunter
Yeah.
Sword. He's probably going for the golden stuff as well. That's where his damage will really start to kick in.
Yeah. Again, slowly but surely, Team BB catching up the lead that they've lost early.
Right, Lunox being forced to use the ultimate on the right side as well. So, however, we see this Leomar getting kicked up, Way of the Dragon going in, but there is no follow-up from the rest of the team. The Steed going to make sure that he clears up the team fight. And now Claude in a little bit of trouble right here, takes down to half HP. Kufa goes in as well, a Blazing Duet picks up the Leomar, and now it is time for Team BB to pop off. Minoru's Fury knocks up as well. They pick up the kill onto the Leomar, but they lose the Claude in the middle of that.
Killing spree.
And now Granger going to clean up the rest of this fight. They pick up the Minotaur as well. I think there's no way out for him.
Double kill.
And Lolita is the only remaining survivor of Team BB.
Eximus just showing that dominant experience that they have coming out from that last team fight again.
Yeah, and although they are back into, or
Yeah.
rather they are lacking in terms of objectives, you see them do really well in team
Exactly.
fights. They're trying to get this Granger to farm out as much as
And the
possible.
positioning from the Granger was just really beautiful. Like, you know, he was just on top of everything. He was falling behind when they were getting chased by the Chow, and then he takes him out.
Right, if you look at the way that Kaja has already bought, you know,
Yeah.
Kaja bought the Athena shield, which means that he will do well against the Selena. He's not afraid to take the shots as well. So that kind of provides a little bit of a front line for the Lunox, for the
Lord
Lil One.
resurrecting soon.
And now Lolita wants to dive right in, but she's taking a little bit of damage. Divine Judgment being used onto the Minotaur right there.
Team Maximus a little bit under
Claude.
manpowered here.
Claude used his ultimate a little bit too early right there,
Yeah.
not being able to find anyone. Lunox going to pop off the ultimate. And where is the Minotaur? Very a little bit too late. Chow going onto the backline, but I think he will fail to find Lunox. You know, he does be able to do so. But look at Granger just cleaning up the rest of the fight onto 3 members. And now Selena is the only one left. My oh my, this
That was
Granger.
so intense.
I mean, they're fighting all over the map, and
Yeah.
Zero. I mean, the thing about Selena is that she has no sustain. She has the burst damage,
Yeah.
but she has no DPS. She has no sustain as well. It's a bit hard for her to, you know, really stay in that fight.
It's a little bit of a waste because she's more early and they didn't capitalize on anything early. They've been fighting from behind throughout the game, and now it's just a little bit too late. I think Eximus is just wrecking everything.
Yeah, the only one that can really, you know, the only glimmer of hope I see
Yeah,
for
it's
the
Cloud.
side of Team BB is Claude. Like,
Yeah.
Claude is the only one that can buy them time.
Definitely. Now they've taken Lord. Lord's pushing up top lane. You see them pushing out, Team BB pushing out the top lane as well, just to counter the Lord for a bit, buy time. While the rest of Team BB are trying to gather up top.
Right, Papa Bear already has his ultimate up as well, so they're looking to take a team fight. Kufra gathering as well. The only one that doesn't have his ultimate is Irene, but I'm pretty sure she will have an ultimate up in time. Look at that, Hydra just making sure that he provides that range damage coming from his team. He picks up the Hunter Strike as well. And now they're going on to Papa Bear. Way of the Dragon being used. Shikundo to follow up. They pick up the kill onto the Kaja. But Tyrant's Madness going to get all 5 members. Well, where is the follow-up for the rest of the team? There is the follow-up. The Claw comes in with the Blazing Duet. They pick up the Lunox as well. And now Team BB can look to focus on the Lord on the top lane.
Where was Team Maximus? I don't understand.
Like they were caught
They were
out a little
just,
bit.
yeah, they were so far apart.
I think Zero managed to catch out the right member as well.
Yeah.
The stun landing onto Irene. And there was just no way she could dodge that.
I think Hydra still did very well there, trying to avoid death. 6-0 now.
There was a little bit of a messy team fight coming in from Eximus,
Yeah.
so could have just executed a little bit better.
Exactly, they had Lord pushing up top. They should have just gathered in the middle, forced the team fight. Lord would have taken the tower if they don't attend to it.
On top of that, Lolita has managed to pick up the Shield of Longevity, but now in the middle lane we go. Minoru's Ferry onto all 5 members, and Claude going onto the backline. They managed to remove Hydra, and the second one to go down is the Kufra. And now Leomar trying desperately to stay in this fight, but too much burst damage from this Claude, but not before the Lunox brings him down. Lolita going to clean up the fight though, and now only Kaja stands between them and the tower. And this Kaja is trying to buy as much time as possible. Look at the top lane and bottom lane, both getting pushed up by creeps. And while they go for Papa Bear, the top turret will get taken down by the creeps. That's going to be super minions for the side of Eximus Esports.
Again, it's rather unfortunate. I think Team Eximus are doing so well. I don't understand why they can't just stick together. They're getting caught out again and again.
Like Team Eximus, they sacrificed that team fight, but they will just focus on making sure that lane pushes on top lane. I think that's still a fair trade. I think both sides did really well.
There was something that was rather coincidentally good for them, but still losing out on this kind of team fights, allowing Team BB to get back into the game.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if they really wanted to take a team fight there. I agree, I completely agree with you. I think they were just caught out of position, not ready for the.
They were not ready for it. Yeah, they were not. They were not together, losing out the manpower, I believe.
Team BB right here slowly clipping back into the game. And on top of it, they're trying to land all those stuns. Chow once again trying to make some plays, but get jumped straight into the Kaja. And now Lolita left alone to fend for herself. Where is the follow-up? Where is the support? Lolita going to drop pretty quickly.
Team Maximus making do with what they have.
Team Eximus right here. They want to end the game through the top side. Lot not out for the next 30 seconds.
You see now again they're split up. They should not try to be fighting, but still they do. And
Amion's very onto the front as well. Kaja falling really low alongside Kufra as well. But more importantly, you see this Lunox just at the side.
Yeah.
She's trying to pick up all the stray kills onto the team of Team BB. And that's a smart play coming from Irene. She doesn't really have to be in the front line. Just make sure that she picks off those stray kills.
Lord resurrecting soon. Initiate retreat.
Right now, Eximus Esports preparing for the Lord take. Going to make sure that they take down the mid turret as well.
they should just fall back, heal up, regroup, reset everything, and take Lord.
Right, you see a huge wave of creep getting pushed down the bot lane as well, and that's going to allow Team BB to kind of push out towards the Lord area.
Exactly. They know they have to clear that out.
They're making use of the Selena's catch to check out the brush, make sure that they don't have to face check.
Who do you think will make the aggressive push towards Lord?
Honestly, I think, Eximus Esports has a lot of area control.
Yeah.
However, it is Team BB that's a more aggressive team. If you constantly see how these two teams, they are constantly... Oh, but I have to hold that thought a little bit there right now. Lolita trying to break into the Lord area.
Yeah, it looks like they're backing off. Smart move there. They don't want to give out this fight. If they do give out this fight, they lose Lord and might eventually lose the game as well.
Give me a little bit of respect right there. They managed to get the kill onto the Selena, but where is Irene? She's safe and sound onto the backline. Kaja being split up into two parts. They go onto the Claude. They try to pick up the Q though, and Papa Bear falls really low, but gets out just in time. Meanwhile, you see this Leomar trying to end the game through the top side, and that is really smart. However, Irene does manage to get the kill onto the Chow. And could this be the GG push? They pick up both turrets onto the middle lane as well. There is 2 waves of super minions, and all 5 members on side of Extremist Esports still up and running. They bring down the... Oh, that's going to be a big loss onto the Claude.
That would be GG. No way.
Yeah, there's just no way they can fend for themselves. Team Eximus Esports find themselves one more game.
Finally.
And we're going to have a 3rd game in this best of 3 series.
That would be the first 3rd game we'd have in the series.
Any surprises there?
Not at all. I felt that Eximus has already tested the waters going against Team BB, knowing that how they are going to be performing and whatnot. And Team BB, again, mistakes after mistakes.
I mean, honestly, Team Eximus Esports were just very patient right there.
Exactly.
They know that the Granger has that late game. They try to pick up, the Hunter Strike and early into the game, try to provide a little bit of a crit, and that worked pretty well. I think I'm not too sure what exactly went wrong. I think the Selena could have done a little bit better. You see her getting caught
She
a
was
couple of
just
times.
falling off
Right.
pretty
I
badly,
mean,
yeah.
Selena does very, very well early into the game. She has the Abyssal Trap and Abyssal Arrow as well
Yeah.
to try to get those stray kills. You saw her getting the
Yeah,
first blood.
exactly.
But then they did not keep up with the momentum.
Yeah.
And the Selena just fell off so badly from the mid-game onwards. And with the Claude, even though he is providing a little bit of damage, he had to go for the Wind of Nature, a little
Yeah.
bit of defensive mechanism right there. And that just meant that he's going to fall off in terms of damage, right? They could have won if they brought the game to a later stage, but Eximus Esports was just having none of
No.
that. Like they want to end the game right there.
And they keep shutting down Cloud. He couldn't do anything. Either he was running or getting killed.
Right, so congratulations to Eximus Esports. We will go into game 3,
Okay.
but not before we head into a short little break. But when we are back, we'll bring you game 3
Number 3.
between Eximus
The
Esports
first number game 3.
and Team BB. I'm pretty excited.
Definitely.
Any words
Some
of
fight
encouragement
going.
for either of these teams?
I say Team BB, they just got to cut the mistakes. Play like how they did in the first game. Wait for the mistakes to be made by Team Eximus and then capitalize on that.
A little bit more aggressive gameplay.
Yeah, maybe.
Yep. So we'll head into a short break. But when we are back, we'll give you game 3 between Team BB and Eximus Esports.
I'll see you guys there. right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have the second game of Eximus and Team BB.
Third
and
game. It's the final game.
Oh, right, it
Yeah.
is the final game. Sorry, too much of second games. All right, third game coming in, Team
Our
BB.
first third game as well. Like, this is the first
Yeah.
time that we'll see it go all the way down to the
Exactly.
wire
Yeah.
for third game. And it is Eximus Esports up against Team BB.
Yep.
And I just figured out why Team BB is called Team BB, right?
Yeah.
Because of a player called, Pao Pao. And in Chinese, that means, baby.
Baby.
So I guess this is why they kind of call it
Makes
Team
sense,
BB.
makes sense.
Yeah, so-
We have to confirm that again with the teammates later.
Right?
After
I just-
if
we
they
don't,
win or
we don't
lose.
really want to
Yeah.
disturb them just before the third game. But right now, a game in for both of these teams, and I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure they'll be excited to want to make it on the upper
Exactly.
bracket.
I mean, it's been very close games as well. It's not been one-sided at all.
I mean,
So exciting
Yeah,
to
you,
watch.
you don't really want to take the risk of falling
Yeah.
to lower brackets as
Correct.
well. So I guess they are pretty concentrated.
Mhm.
And right now they are already into the draft, so let's just jump straight
Straight.
into it. We're gonna
Is
see
picking.
Team BB going to be playing on the
Red side.
blue side.
No, no, blue side, sorry.
Yeah, and Team Eximus is going to be
Exactly.
playing on the red side right now.
Oh, you see the band coming out, carry.
This is the carry,
Esmeralda.
the Esmeralda, and the band on the Harif.
Yeah.
So they're taking away a lot of these heroes that have burst damage and
Exactly.
mobility. Whereas on the side of Team BB, they don't want to play with the Claude. We saw
Yeah.
the Claude coming in, but they don't want to play against it. They don't want Grushan and Leomon as well.
Exactly.
So
Now Kimi again for the MM on the
Your
red team
team is
Eximus
picking.
together with the Chow, the Crow.
yeah, I mean the Grok is a really good pick.
Yeah.
We didn't see much of the Grok.
Exactly. The last two games.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the first game was kind of banned out as
Yeah.
well, so not too much coming in from both of these teams. But now it looks like we have a Lunox and Kufra combo, and they pick up the Moskov as well. I was kind of, I mean, there's still a Grango on the board.
Yeah.
There's still a couple of other
Kicking.
MMs which I think can do really well. So pretty
I
surprising
mean,
to
it
see.
depends. Come down to what they're more comfortable with. Zero, apparently they are picking out the Moscow for their MM.
And not only that, we do see Eximus Esports. They want to pick up. What do you think is the last pick? I mean, honestly, it is a tough decision. They can go for the Minotaur if they want to, because there's no.
Would they
VP on
need
the board.
another tank though? I think maybe go for an assassin.
Maybe an assassin, maybe another fighter.
Yeah.
But I think a mage will do really well.
They're doing a Lolita.
Right. So it looks like we're gonna
Lolita.
see the Kimi go for a mage pick,
Yeah.
right? So we're gonna see Kimi go for the mage, and both the Tamus and Chow
Yeah.
is going for the physical damage.
Definitely.
I think that's how they're gonna fill up this
Yeah.
role.
Let's see how they do the Kimi. Hopefully she does start off strong because that's what she needs. Otherwise she's going to fall behind. Now Guinevere on the blue team for Team BB. How do you feel about that?
I like the Guinevere,
Yeah,
but it really comes down to how well they can cope
they
with the early
synergize,
game.
yeah?
Yeah, because the early game definitely is in the favor of Team Eximus because they have the Kimi, right?
Yeah.
They have the Kimi, the Lolita to kind of deal with the
Even the Chow
Moskov as
as
well.
well,
Yeah, and Lolita's just a hard counter towards all the MMs. And speaking
Yeah.
of MM, they have Moskov that requires on taking the front line.
Exactly.
So if the Lolita
he
can,
needs to farm out.
yeah, if the Lolita can just soak up the damage, that's going to be a little bit of an issue for the side of Team BB.
Yeah.
Welcome to Mobile
Okay,
Legends.
predictions time. Eris.
5
It's a tough
seconds till
call.
the
Gonna
enemy
take the win.
reaches the battlefield.
It's going to tough call coming to game
Smash
3.
them.
I think, if you have any
All
hidden
troops
threats, now
Yeah.
is the time to kind of pull it out.
Definitely.
And coming into this game, I would say Team BB has the upper hand. I take that back. I think Team Eximus.
I was going to go for Eximus.
yeah,
Definitely.
I think Eximus has the upper hand
in terms
because
of the draft,
yeah, they
I'd
have
say
the Lolita
Eximus.
up against
yeah.
the Moskov. They have the Kimi that does
Yeah.
well early game as well.
Let's see what they do. Eximus, Team BB. Now's the time to shine.
And Lunox is going to clear up his jungle first, which means that we're going to see Eximus Esports clear up their lane a lot quicker.
Invade coming in from Team Eximus, just trying to get that early creep.
Yeah, they want to get the level 2 up and running. They pick up the buff as well. And now Grok can look to take this fight. I mean, that was a good steal coming in from
Exactly,
the Grok.
knowing they have the early game from the Kimi as well.
I mean, the Grok managed to pick up Retribution
Yeah.
as well. So that's, I mean, that's pretty surprising. He's fulfilling the assassin role. The
Yeah.
team.
I mean, they would have to since they do not have an assassin.
They have Chow though. I mean, Chow will be the hard assassin for the
Yeah.
team. He's going for the assassin emblem as well.
Ah, okay.
but this means that Raymond T actually has to play a lot smartly because
Yeah.
he doesn't have sustain, right? He doesn't have the heal, he doesn't have the Purify coming in, but now
The gang coming in on top.
Asher in a little bit of trouble in the top lane, has to deal with all 3 members by himself, tries to pick up the kill onto
Very close to as
Guinevere,
well, yeah.
but unfortunately he will fall before he can get the kill onto Team BB. So they pick up first blood. A little bit of an overextension coming in.
Yeah, I would
from
say so
the
as well. And very
Chavos.
good rotation as well for Team BB.
They realized that, you know, we have the Guinevere who's
Yeah.
pressure on top lane, let's just rotate, provide a little bit of cover. So they kind of made it up for the first blood that they gave away.
You see them rotating down, Team Maximus that is, playing more on the turtle side, considering he just came up.
We don't see much of an invasion coming in from Eximus Esports as well. They're playing a little bit so slowly with this Kimi. I don't really like that. I think with the Kimi, you should play a lot more
Exactly,
aggressively.
yeah, you should.
Try to put a lot more pressure on the side lanes.
Yeah, maybe at this point, because there isn't much jungle to invade, they did very well invading early on in level 1.
And now we do see that the Lunox is yet to hit level 4.
I think
And
both
not sure if
team-
they want to take a team fight right here.
I think both teams are just waiting for one or the other to make a mistake, then they can capitalize with the turtle as well. Bit of a skirmish up top, getting caught out there below.
Kaja has to be very careful, gets
Oh.
knocked up as well. I think Way of the Dragon was up for Irene, but she's not feeling it.
Yeah.
She wants to...
I think they could have made something work there.
Yeah, I think she's kind of respecting that the Moskov is
Yeah.
there. But if they go for the gank here, they definitely can take the fight. We already see Kimi and Lolita trying to make a way down to the bottom lane.
Looks like they're planning to do something here, the dive.
Right, we could see a very big team fight coming in right now. They go onto the Kaja, kicks him right underneath the turret. Lolita with the Minions Blast. They pick up a double kill, in fact. 2 kills. And Lunox, she wants to clear up the rest of the fight right now. Goes in with the ultimate. The order of the Brilliance and the Kufra's ultimate will not land on anyone.
They have to back off. They still have Kimi there doing damage constantly.
On top of that, they have the top lane getting pressured by Tamus as well. Now Lunox in a little bit of trouble.
Now Eximus has to be smart. They have to go for the turtle now, being the upper hand, taking the mans down in the bot lane.
I mean, Eximus Esports is making sure that they abuse the advantage that
Exactly.
Kimi has early game, using the superior range
Yep.
as well to pick up the kill. And now they can go for the turtle.
Safely not contested. Oh, I take that back.
Oh, they could be Violet Requiem being used. I'm not too sure if
Ooh,
they
they've still
really want to
managed
take
to
the fight
secure
right
it.
here. And Turtle getting secured by the Retribution on the Grok.
I think TBB could have been more aggressive there, contest the turtle, seeing how Eximus was falling behind.
I think Team Eximus just did really well. I mean,
Yeah.
Grok is just making sure that he secures all these objectives.
Exactly.
And because he's the tanker, right,
Mhm.
he can just stay in the front line and he doesn't have to worry about getting
Yeah.
caught up.
I mean, smart move by Kimi falling behind, just moving back a little bit.
And on top of it, you see Eximus Esports, they pick up the Grok, which is a really good, I would say, counter against the Kaja.
Okay.
Because on top of it, like, he has that CC immunity against the Kaja. You can't really hook him when he has that passive on.
But I mean, the Kaja wouldn't even want to hook the Grok, I think.
And the Grok is definitely wrong
Yeah.
target right there. And look at how much damage he's doing on the
it's just
Kaja.
ridiculous.
When you were falling really low right here. Remember, Raymond THD on this Grok has the turtle buff, so
Yeah.
has to be a little bit careful about running into the, about face checking into that brush right there. Kurufra diving in, trying to make space for the rest of his teammates. Hydra falling really low. They managed to find a Kimi right there. And Guinevere will be the second one to fall, but not before the Lunox. And right now, it looks like Eximus Esports want to find a team fight right here. They have the Grok, the speed is coming in. Tamus rotating from the bot lane as well. Chow will join the fight. They managed to pick up the Krupa, but the Violet Record catches 3 men out, and Moskov just popping up right here. But the Chow clears him away from the backline. Kaja will be the 5th one to fall. It's going to be a Maniac by the Chow. He picks up all 5 kills.
That was just insane by the Chow. I mean, I'm looking at them. I don't know where is it going to go. Is it going to go Team BB? It's going to go Team Eximus. I see
mean,
kills going on, one
Team
down after the
BB
other.
was very focused on bringing down the
Yeah.
Kimi, that they kind of sacrificed the backline right now.
Yeah.
The Chow was just freed up to do all the damage.
Exactly.
Although they let the Cube Race push up on the top tower, they still managed to win a team fight, and now they are 5k ahead in terms of goal lead, and they might be able to pick the turtle as well.
And even though Irene got 4 kills from that, I still feel like Raymond was the one that was the MVP of the fight, how he hold back everyone and just tanked everything.
And now they want to break into this tier 1 bomb tower. The flash stun comes in from The Lolita finds the
It's a
Kaja.
very easy pick there.
And this
Bot lane.
is going to be a very easy tower top lane
Yeah.
though. Has to be careful. The Tamus wants to go for the Gwenwyn. Look at how pretty Samus is. Going to activate his ultimate as well. And should be able to sustain this one out. However, has to be careful. Hits level 10. Like Guinevere with the poke damage.
Oh,
And they will find it
for a
easy
second
kill
there, I
on
thought it
him.
was going to get away.
But this means that, you know,
Yeah, they managed to secure the turtle.
Eximus Esports will be able to pick up the turtle. And once again, I would say that's a battle trade for
Exactly,
Eximus
definitely,
Esports.
definitely. They're just focusing on objectives, distracting, pulling up members, applying pressure, and then, you know, that's how they're coming up ahead.
You see the Chow picking up a really early Blade of Despair as well. That's going to be really important.
Yeah.
And once again, I think the buff was kind of stolen by the Grog.
Mm,
So
rather securing it,
Yeah,
not
he-
still.
he was kind of stealing it. Like the Lunox was the one that was trying to go
Yeah.
for it. You see the Grog just going in with Retribution. And this is one annoying Grog right here. Usually you have the opponent's assassin stealing away all the
Yeah.
buff, but now you have this Grog picking up the opponent's buff.
Yeah. Which is good for Team Maximus.
Eximus using the Chow to split push onto the top lane, while the rest of the members gather into the middle.
You see the bot lane as well being pushed down to the second turret. No presence of any enemy down.
Alright, Team BB must suspect something. I mean, all 5 members off the map, but
Oh.
now they try to go onto the Kimi, but they don't find her, and look at that, the charge does quite a decent amount of damage onto Team BB. And maximum charge as well, bringing Kaja down to a quarter HP. And if they take the tower, they can take the fight right here. And getting stunned up, Dividend Blast coming in, but will get stunned up as well. They pick up the Moskov, Terrence Ferry comes in, and the Wild Record to turn the fight. But nevertheless, the Chow comes in to sweep it up, and Kaja down to quarter of HP, and the Assassinate will come in. Eximus Esports, once again.
Chow just doing as he pleased. They're not stopping him.
I mean,
no way
10
they could do
seconds
anything.
before Chow.
Yeah,
Oh, this is just insane. Chow getting the 8th minute, and looks like this is going to be GG.
it is going to be
What
GG.
a game 3 coming in from Eximus Esports. Like I said, if you want to pull out your ace, now is the time, and
And they
Eximus
did so,
Esports
yeah.
show that they
They put
can
out
do.
all the stops.
Surprised about the timing of game 3?
Yeah. Very surprised. I was thinking that, okay, this is going to be a close game. Both are one game ahead. Team Eximus.
I think the Chow is just MVP right
Yeah.
there. Like you mentioned, you know, Raymond THD bought all the space for his team.
Yeah.
But then again, it is the Chow coming in at the right timing, just making sure that he comes in to clean the rest of the fight. And in fact, Irene is just... I'm excited to see what she does, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we haven't talked much about Irene, and it's pretty interesting to see that...
It was surprising.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what went wrong for the side of
Yeah. Team BB.
Team BB, because they were doing so well early game. They
Yeah.
were just making sure that they farm up. The Lunox was just picking up kills as well. But the
think-
moment the Chow managed to get the
Yeah.
Maniac, that was just pretty much GG. Like, Eximus Esports popped off from there.
Exactly.
They got the Blade of Despair. He picked up the Endless Battle as well, which
Mhm.
means he can constantly have those regen. His cooldown is lowered.
Yeah.
So, well played by Team Eximus Esports. They will proceed into upper brackets.
Yeah.
However, for Team BB, it is not the end. They will proceed to lower brackets, so they still have one more
Still
chance.
have a fighting chance. Now, again, at the start of the match, we did decide that Eximus had the better draft. And it did come down to that, being Moskov as, I would say there would be better picks for Moskov.
Right, the Lolita was just doing
yeah,
well against the Moskov as well.
Exactly. And to prove it, she is MVP of the match. Based on
Like,
ratings, yeah.
Right, absolutely. Like constantly going with the Nimino
Exactly.
Blast, catching out members off the side of, you know,
Yeah.
Team BB, not making sure that they can't really stay in the
Yeah.
team fights. But with that being said, we will head into a short 10 minutes break. But when we are back, we'll bring you the last few games of the day. For those who have been staying with us, thank you so much for watching. We still have a couple of games to go. So
Very exciting games to go.
yeah, I'm pretty excited to see who makes it to the top
Definitely.
4. We have a couple of teams that are already inside.
Yeah.
Like Team Envy already secured, and now it looks like we will have, you know,
Eximus.
Eximus that's going to be joining them
Yeah.
in the top 4 as well. So we're going
Have
to
the
short
seat.
break, but when we are back, we'll bring you the last few games of the day.
See
Thank
you guys later. right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back for the final game, the most anticipated game for me, especially. I am rooting for InSync. Don't let me down, please.
It
I
is
want
Team
Bush.
BB up against InSync as well.
And look at the first pick, Gushan going away. Bush, no.
Yeah, I mean the draft is already underway. But first off, for
Okay,
those
yeah.
who are just joining into the stream,
Exactly, yeah.
I just
Sorry,
want to
I got
announce that.
excited.
I just want to announce that only the top 4 teams of Qualifier 1
Yep.
will proceed, and we already got 3 of the teams.
Definitely.
We have Project Envy,
Yeah.
we have Eximus Esports,
Okay.
and we have Arrowwolf.
No surprise there.
I think the top 3 teams are no surprise there.
Yeah.
But we have 2 underdogs right here
Yeah, they are
in the
doing their
final
best.
game of the day. We have InSync Esports up against Team BB.
Team Baby.
Alright, so you made it clear that you're all in for InSync. But looking at the draft right now, we see InSync
Yeah.
on the red side. And
Definitely.
we're going to see Team BB on the blue side. So, straight up, Alan,
Yeah.
just tell me,
I-
which side do you prefer to be
InSync.
on? No, okay, now, I'm not asking about the teams, right? I'm just asking purely
okay.
on being on the red or blue side.
I prefer the blue, I'd say. What about yourself?
Honestly, I prefer the blue as
Yeah?
well, just
Your
because you have
team
that
is
first pick.
balanced.
Yeah, exactly.
You can make your combos go.
Yeah.
So I always have this theory, right?
Mhm.
If you're on the blue side, you get your comfort picks.
Definitely.
If you're on the red side, you get the counter
Mhm.
picks. So it's either the comfort or the counter,
And
right?
especially for having the bottom draft, this
Right.
is going to be one game only.
And honestly, being on the red side on the bottom draft
Yeah,
and best of one
it's
is rough.
Yeah,
because
exactly.
if you don't get your comfort pick, you have to go for counter.
Yeah.
And if you do not have that counter pick
Yeah.
and the last one,
Mhm.
it could be a lot
Your
of trouble
team
for
is
whoever's on the red side. And your favorite InSync
Yeah.
is they're on the red team.
They're on the red team and they lost Gushan. You know how Bush is on the Gushan, and it's disappointing. But I'm just gonna. I'm excited actually to see how he's gonna play now.
Right, I'm
What is he
excited
gonna
to
choose?
see as
We've
well.
only seen him on Gushan, and hopefully we see him something else.
Right, I can only remember him playing Gushan.
Exactly.
That's how good his
That's how
Gushan was.
impactful he was in Gushan.
And
Your
right
team
now,
is
we're going to see
picking.
how this one plays out. But for now, it is Team BB that will be banning out the Krufra,
Mhm.
the Esmeralda, and the Guinevere. They have the Gushan, the Carry, and the Lunox. Whereas on the side of InSync, they have picked up Kaja. They pick up the Growl, they pick up the Granger, and
Yeah.
Terizla. I'm so excited for this
I'm
game.
excited. They banned out Lolita, Harriet, and Cho.
Minotaur.
Your
What do you
team
think about
is
their
picking.
bans? Do you think it's more comfort bans, or they're really banning
Okay,
basing
so,
on Team
so
BB?
honestly, throughout the entirety of the day,
Yeah.
we saw how the bans have evolved.
Exactly.
And honestly, in competitions, they
Mhm.
have their own meta, right?
Yeah.
Like the meta of the game changes in competitive.
Yep.
What you know is in ranks
Exactly.
is only the foundation.
Exactly.
When you go into a competition, everything is thrown out. It's all about composure. It's about how you
Your
you have-
opponents, especially.
Right.
Yeah.
It's about how you have that discipline
Yeah.
to maintain your rotations as well, and how strong you can practice your fundamentals.
Yeah.
But going into the final
Selena.
game of the day, these are your final drafts. We're gonna see InSync play up with the Kaja, the Grog. They're gonna be playing with the Granger as well. They have the
Selena.
Selena, and they're gonna complete it with Terizla.
Yeah.
Whereas on the side of Team BB, they pick up the Gushan. They have the Lunox. They pick up the Digi. They pick up the Minotaur, and they have the Carry. So straight up,
Yeah.
last match of the day. What are your predictions?
You know my prediction. It's
Alright.
your prediction that we're
Alright,
counting on here.
so based on the draft itself,
Yeah.
honestly, I do like Team BB's draft.
Yeah.
Just because they have both the Digi and Minotaur,
Mhm.
I think that's really scary.
Yep.
And for the side of, InSync, they have the Terizla, they have the Kaja. I can't make up my mind right here. I think
They
both
have
teams.
Granger as well.
Yeah, the only issue I see about how Team InSync
Welcome
Yeah.
might
to
face a little bit of
Mobile
trouble
Legends.
is whether or not they can handle not having the
Digi.
Gushan on their side.
Yeah,
5
exactly.
seconds
Right,
till the
they're
enemy
Yeah.
comfortable with
reaches
the draft.
battlefield.
I know that,
Smash
Yeah.
them.
but for the first time, we're going to see Bush
All troops
not
deployed.
playing on the Gushan.
Yeah.
And that's going to be something that is going to be foreign territory for us.
Exactly.
Maybe not so much for
Do you
InSync.
think that Gushan was picked in spite because of Bush?
I think
ability
Gushan
with
in
it?
general is just a very good hero
Yeah.
to pick up. So it may be a counter pick.
Yeah.
It may be a pick just to deny Bush the pick right there.
Exactly.
It could go either way, but it is what it is. This is the final draft. There's no going back now.
See the early game, Diggy overpowering mid lane, being pushed out very quickly.
And you see Dawn right here setting up the gank. And Grog and Kaja combo just doing a lot of damage early game as well. You see them trying to steal up onto the buff. They try to go for it. They pick up the first blood onto the Gushan. They pick up a double kill onto the
And on
Minotaur
top
as
of that, they
well.
got the buff. This is what we want to see from Insing or whatever team that's playing.
No,
the
this is
coordination.
what you want to see coming up from Insing.
You have to admit, it is entertaining.
Right, it is. And down the bottom lane, you see Lunox is going to be up by herself. I think this is a little bit greedy coming in from Team BB.
Yeah.
This is two mage lineup.
Exactly.
You pick up the Goshan in mid, you pick
Yeah.
up the Lunox. I'm not too sure about that. Like,
Yeah.
I honestly not sure if they can. It is very greedy because.
She does trade well. As you see, she's holding her lane. Running out of mana though.
And honestly, they only have that Minotaur down in
Yeah.
the. There's only the Minotaur to front line for the side of Team BB. So as greedy as it is, if it pulls off, it's gonna be one of the I would say, biggest gamble I've seen
Definitely
in this
agree with you.
competition.
See the
Teresa right here.
dive on the bot lane.
Look at the burst damage as well.
Ray
Team
making
Eximus,
use of it.
they pick up kills after kills. 4 kills right now, and the Minotaur falling really low.
So dominant the way Insig is playing. They're playing so aggressive. I think it's because Bush didn't get his Gushen.
Right, they recognize the threat
Yeah.
of the Gushen right there,
Yeah.
and they're trying to get the Selena as fat as possible. She's already level 5. They're trying to make use of the early game advantage that they have, and try to get the farm up for healer as well.
Eris, it is 2 minutes into the game. They have 4-0. They have a 2k lead. This is ridiculous. Again, going for the total very early, very efficient. Team Insing.
Right,
Insing
absolutely,
indeed.
Alan. I agree with you right there. I mean,
Yeah.
2 minutes in, they want to dictate the pace. They want to show,
Exactly.
that they have the ability and what it takes to be the top 4.
Yeah.
And they're definitely showing everything they have in the book. But this is what they have been practicing for. But right now, Kaja gonna pull with the Divine Judgment, gets the kill onto the Gushen, and on top of it, they want to go onto Minotaur, who's not level 4 yet. On top lane though, they pick up the Granger on the kill. 7-0.
Again,
Insane.
Insing. And look at that, a minute ago, Hilla was just down in bot lane. Now she's up top. Again, the rotation that they're doing, the shifting of lanes, they're just so coordinated.
And they're choking Team BB right now. Look at that.
It's 7-0, dude. It's
the
only
Gu-
3 minutes.
I mean, even the Gushen, the Minotaur, and Diggy are all level 3, while you have this Bush who's already level 6. The Granger's level 6 as well.
Selena's level 6.
I mean, this is just a really one-sided affair early into the game, and now you see them trying to go back onto it. Gushen finally gets a kill onto the Selena.
He had his power spike level 4.
Oh, the face checking coming in from the carry as well. I'm not sure if that's what you really want to do. Healer, one more shot,
Granger.
and we'll be able to get the kill right there.
Will
Zero
he get away?
with the dagger in.
Oh, Gushen again.
Easy kill coming in from the...
A bit late on the follow-up
Gushen.
there for Team Insane.
And now Instinct gonna slow down their pace a little bit. They gave away 2 really quick kills, but
Yeah.
they still managed to pick up the first turret of the game down the middle lane. And Ray is already 4-0. This is one scary looking Teresa.
Yeah. I wouldn't want to be in Team BB at this moment.
Request backup.
And now Teresa gonna spot out Lunox as well. Uses the ultimate, in my opinion, a little bit too early.
Yeah.
Not too sure if she can get out there. Gets the chain on her as
Oh,
well.
look at the
Kaja
follow-up.
comes to the rescue. Gets an easy kill. Wild charge as well to knock her up. It's going to be easy kill onto Lunox.
It was a very good pick. Now they have to be wary of Gushen. Gushen is coming from behind. If they are greedy, they might stay for this and just get wiped again.
Yeah, they're going to pick up the bottom turret though, and
Yeah.
that's going to open up the bottom half of the map for them. They can go for the... They can kind of force the turtle take if they want to. However, in the top side, you see Healer doing so well against this carry. Has to be a little bit careful, but the crit comes in. The 6th shot coming out from the Granger to pick up the kill onto the carry. Healer is just so comfortable on this Granger.
Granger, yeah, definitely. I think anybody would be comfortable with Granger. He's just so strong right now.
And he's not exactly hard to use
Exactly.
as well. All you have to do is
Simple.
make sure that your Red Footy lands on the opponent,
Yeah.
and everything will be fine.
And that's where it comes out to competitive play, when you learn to use his combo. And then when I remember starting out playing Granger, when I started using his combo, I felt like, oh my god, this is a new world for me.
It's just so much damage.
Yeah,
Where is this
exactly.
damage coming from? And this is what Carrie's wondering. The damage comes out from the Abyssal Arrow, gets the easy Q as well.
And where is the response from Team BB? They're just running all over the map.
Diggy right
Insane.
now nearly healing the level
Oh.
6, but the burst damage too much. You negate the CC, but you cannot negate the damage coming out from Teresa.
You have to respect, you got 4 enemies in your jungle. There's no way you should walk through like that.
Right, a little bit of a bad pathing coming in from the Diggy, but never mind that. Gushen trying to find his jungle, but it's all been taken
Yeah.
from the side of Insync.
I mean, the only hope they have, Team BB, I think, is Gushen getting a good pick.
And Kaja coming in, the group pick comes out from the Kaja. Divine Judgment straight onto the Gushan. Terizla standing right on top of it. The Abyssal Arrow comes out as well. But look at that, the Granger comes up to clean up the rest of the fight. Picks up a triple kill for himself. And now the Diggy will get wiped out as well. In sync, 17 to 4.
Might be another 8-minute game here, Aris. I don't know.
In sync, they want to end this and they want to end this fast.
They just want to get this done and over with.
Team BB playing a little bit too greedy here with the drop.
Yeah.
They picked up both majors that need quite a decent amount of farm on Zero and Sassy Valkyrie.
Exactly. Yeah, just as I said, Gushan being the only hope for Team BB, and he gets picked out.
Right, I mean that's just well played coming out for Don as well.
Exactly.
Look at the crit coming in from Healer. One more shot and Father could be in a little bit of trouble right here.
Does he have his ultimate? No, it does not seem like he does.
Ooh. And now Team Insync, they're looking to get the kill. They get the Abyssal Arrow into the middle. Doesn't matter if he is the tank. They will take him either way.
Exactly.
Turtle resurrecting soon.
It's only second turtle, Eris. It looks like it's been endgame. I was looking for Lord.
Right, and now Healer right here gets shut down by the Diggy. And they finally find a silver lining, not before losing the Diggy right there.
Oh, look at the kills. It's 24 kills and it's only been 7 minutes.
Plenty of action in the opening stage of the game.
Too
We already
much.
have an 11k goal lead in the favor of Insync right now. And they pick up the second turtle of the game. 2 turtles and 6 turrets. I think I've never seen such a one-sided game in this competition so far. And talking about one-sided, look at that, the Minotaur trying to back off right now, but Terizla with the second knockup. And on top of it, they might be able to pick up the kill onto
they got the carry,
as well through the Abyssal Arrow. The Diggy is just doing his best to try to shake away the rest of Team Insync Esports, but it's just so hard when the team is just so confident. Look at that.
This is so brutal to watch. Insane.
Really,
What did I say? What did I say, Eris?
I mean,
You can't count them out.
it's a really clinical performance coming in from Insync so far. I wouldn't count Team BB out, but it's so
No, I
one-sided.
don't see them coming back
The
from
light
this.
at the end of the tunnel is just so dark right now for the side of Team BB. But
Look at the ultimate from Granger, just bringing down the dinger.
and right now it looks like Grok wants to look for a kill right here. Abyssal Arrow gonna land onto Minotaur. Do they want to go for this? They're gonna allow the Granger to push onto the bot lane. There's another crypt wave of minions coming in.
They're gonna get the bot tower, definitely.
And they kind of force the Diggy to use the ultimate as well. But now Terizla, without the time reversal, what can they do against this? No way out for that. Kaja going to be using Divine Judgment to pull him back as well. Gushan jumps straight in and straight into the death he goes.
Trying
right
his
back
best.
into respawn. Queen's Wings comes out for the Terizla.
That would
And-
be game.
And under 9 minutes, we could see the first GG coming up. And Team White comes through. Congratulations.
They got destroyed.
to
That was
Insync.
insane by Insync there.
9 minutes in, and they, I mean,
I didn't even need Bush to go on Gushin. This was so... it was so one-sided. It was so...
all I have to say is one word. Congratulations to Team Insync for being the 4th team to make it into the top 4. And
That was
we
brutal.
finally have your top 4 teams. I mean, okay, before we break it down, let's just talk about this game, all right?
Yeah.
We went into this game having high hopes for both sides of the
Yeah.
team. We talk about
Only you
Insync.
had both high hopes for
I
both
had
teams.
high hopes over. I mean, when it comes down to the final game of the day, you
Of
want
course.
to see a bit of action.
Yeah.
And we saw a lot of action. We
There-
just didn't
a lot of
expect it.
action,
We
yeah.
just didn't expect it to come all from one team.
6 to 5 errors. 9 minutes.
I mean, look at that. The items coming out from Insync, even though they were leading, doesn't even look like it's mid-game. They only have 2 major items on most of the heroes. I mean, Ray is the only one that has got his 3rd item. He picked up the Athena shield, he's got his Queen Wings, and on top of that, he has that Bloodlust X as well.
Yeah.
He's just insane. And honestly, I think the DD used his ultimate a little bit too early there at the bottom side. But taking that out of account, even without the ultimate of the Diggy, I think it would have been GG because the items, the itemization coming out from the side of Insync was just a little bit too early. Look at the net worth
so
right here.
much, exactly.
It kind of looks like an end game kind of thing, and
Exactly.
it pretty much was.
It was endgame. It was endgame for Team BB.
Yeah, but it is pretty much.
Yeah.
With that being said, congratulations to our top four teams. We have Project Envy, we have Arrowwolf coming in from the bottom
We
brackets,
have NSYNC,
and
my
we have
favorite.
NSYNC joining them. And last but not least, a big shout out to Eximus Esports as well for
They
making
did
it
well.
through.
Yeah.
So those are your top 4 teams heading into the playoffs. Remember, for those teams that have been knocked out, it is not the end. They can still sign up for qualifiers too. And they can still make it to the playoff as well. But unfortunately, this is all we have for today. We still have plenty of games tomorrow. That's going to be the Dota Underlords.
Yeah.
So remember, Ace League will consist of 3 games.
Yeah, just come on Funan IT Mall tomorrow Sunday. Beautiful afternoon. We're going to start 12 to 9
right.
again.
We're going to have that as
Yep.
well.
And
So it's
we're
going to be a similar schedule for the
Exactly.
stream. But Dota Underlords, for those who don't know, they just dropped a very huge patch yesterday. And
that's what I heard earlier. You were talking about the patch, and
yeah,
it's going to catch a lot of players off guard.
yes, absolutely. I think a lot of
They're
these
going to
players
switch
are.
up a lot of things.
I'll be damned if I say this, but I'm pretty sure that a lot of these players are not ready. I certainly wasn't. I was going through the patch notes, and I was like playing a couple of games with a couple of my friends, and we were wondering like, what's happening to Underlords? It's just so quick now. But I'll leave that for the casters tomorrow. We're going to catch them on at 12 p.m. Once again, my name's Aries. A big shout out to
Ross,
Ellen, Ross. I like you as well. It's been fun casting alongside.
it
But
has
for
been a
those
lot
who
of fun.
for those who have been tuning into the stream all the way, a big shout out to you guys. Thank you for staying with us.
Thank you very much for staying with us. It has been a pleasure for me as well to be a part of Game Asia. Thank you so much to Game Asia as well as Pierre for having me here today. Yeah.
Right, remember the Ace League is part of the EFA 2019. If you want to find out more about these two, rather what's happening, you can head on down to aceleague.asia. That's where we have all the information going on.
Yeah.
And it's also not too late to sign up for more of these competitions.
Definitely.
And remember to follow us on Facebook as well. That's where we're going to release all the updates and news about EFA. Remember, it is organized by Sphere Asabit and Game Asia, and from the production and crew, and on behalf of Alan and myself, Aries, a big shout out to you guys, and we'll see you tomorrow on stream at 12 p.m. We'll see you again.
All right. Thank you much, guys. See you guys there.